Chapter 263. ZMO, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. These two obviously wanted to kill each other as soon as possible, turning each other's bones to ash and dismembering their bodies into 10,000 pieces. Just now they had been fighting fiercely, not showing any mercy, but at this critical moment, they were actually telling each other all the details and reminding each other. Men, they are really strange creatures. As a woman, and a woman with a deep mind at that, how could ZMO know that men were sometimes even more arrogant than women? At certain times, even if they were to die, they would not abandon their pride. Wu Qingyi's arrogance made him confident that this blow would be enough to kill Yang Kai, so he was not worried about leaking this information and causing any negative impact on the battle. Yang Kai's arrogance made him unwilling to take advantage of Wu Qingyi, so he responded with a warning. This is a battle between men. Women don't understand. Surrounded by more than 2,000 sword chi blades, Wu Qingyi suddenly moved. At this moment his expression became very strange. Dignified, there was a hint of piety in his expression, as if what he was about to display was not a sword move, but rather the blossoming of his life force. Rotating his long sword, the tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. The earth-shattering sword chi clanged at the same time, buzzing incessantly, and the sharp sword will soared into the sky. Suddenly more than half of the 2,000 sword chi blades disappeared, leaving only a little more than 1,000, then another half disappeared, leaving only 500, 300 sword chi blades. 200, 190. A faint sigh came out of Wu Qingyi's mouth, full of regret and helplessness. After sighing, Wu Qingyi's face suddenly flushed red and he became high-spirited. With a wave of his long sword, more than 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. 10,000 swords returned to one. This was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, and only those who had made enough contributions to the sect were eligible to learn them. Among Wu Qingyi's generation he was the only one who had ever learned this technique, so it was obvious that the sect's elders had high hopes for him. If this sword skill was cultivated to the grand accomplishment stage, 10,000 swords would return to one, and that would be enough to split the heavens and earth. A sword that could cause mountains and rivers to tremble, but Wu Qingyi's current strength was not enough. Even after exhausting all of his yuan qi, he was only able to condense more than 2,000 sword qi blades, eventually converging them into 90. Even so, such a move was still extremely powerful. ZMO's beautiful eyes trembled. Even though they were separated by nearly 2,000 meters, she could still clearly feel the sword intent that was rushing towards her. The surrounding air seemed to have turned into sharp blades. Cutting into her skin, waves of pain like being bitten by mosquitoes and ants spread throughout her body. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what she could bear and understand. Just now, if Wu Qingyi had used the sword to deal with her, she feared she would have already been crushed to pieces. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. She didn't know if Yang Kai was strong enough to take it. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure was completely enveloped by the black gas, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. In the darkness, only 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. Those eyes were filled with madness and calmness. The combination of contradictions was extremely strange. Facing the 90 or so sword chi blades, Yang Kai did not try to dodge. Instead, he gripped the Azura sword in his hand and slashed forward with all his strength. The demonic chi that had just been swallowed by the Azura sword burst out. A wave of unsettling fluctuations burst out, centered on Yang Kai's position. The earth seemed to be lifted, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. However, where the Azura sword pointed there was no sword chi, nothing at all. The strangeness of this sword strike was also beyond ZMO's imagination. After releasing this sword strike, Yang Kai straightened up. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai raised his hand and rested the scarlet sword on his shoulder. This smile was full of confidence. Wu Qingyi's pupils shrank rapidly. Although he did not see any attack coming, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was like the call of death. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qingyi's 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. However, in the air, a dark hole about the size of a bowl suddenly appeared. This scene was extremely strange, as if someone had accidentally spilled a drop of ink onto a painting. As soon as the dark hole appeared, it suddenly spread out as if it had the power to swallow everything. Wherever the black light passed, Zemo's vision went dark and she could no longer see anything. In the darkness, a series of popping sounds rang out, as if someone had been hit by the sword chi blades. Zemo's heart trembled, because she recognized that the source of this sound was where Yang Kai was standing. Before she could even exclaim, Wu Qingyi also let out a muffled groan. The world once again returned to normal. After a moment, Zemo finally noticed a bright light and everything in front of her gradually became clear. Looking around, the world was clear, the sun had set and the sky was dyed red, dyeing the earth a bloody red. Hearing a violent heartbeat, Zemo nervously looked towards Yang Kai, only to see that he was still standing in the same place. The clothes on his upper body had all been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy figure. Although his physique was not particularly strong at a glance, it was obvious that he was full of explosive power. Now there were several red spots on his back and after a single breath of time, blood was gushing out from them. These were the wounds caused by the sword chi blades. Defeated. Zemo couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful and heaven-defying man had actually been defeated? Looking at Wu Qingyi again, he was also standing in his original position as if he had not moved at all, his body straight like a javelin, his eyes filled with an unruly light. His long sword was now in front of him and a gentle breeze blew past, causing his robes to flutter. A drop of red slowly spread across his chest, gradually expanding. His mouth twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his expression gradually becoming stiff. The unruly look in his eyes gradually faded, becoming empty and lifeless. Completely devoid of life. Zemo cried out in alarm, her expression extremely complex. Was this a mutual destruction ending? Cough cough. Suddenly, a light cough came from Yang Kai's side, causing Zemo's whole body to tremble. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai holding onto his Azura sword, his figure staggering, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Beauty! Yang Kai struggled to turn his head to look at her, a wry smile hanging on his face. Can you come and help me? This smelly brat really didn't die. Zemo grit her teeth, hesitating for a moment. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. The distance of more than 1,000 meters took Zemo more than 20 breaths of time. Looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, Zemo's mood fluctuated. If he were to kill him right here and now, in the future she wouldn't have to worry about the brand in her mind. However, when she thought about how this man had stood up for her in that isolated space, killed by Xiao Ming and his fellow apprentice brother in anger, and even saved her life from being besieged by demonic beasts, Zemo couldn't bring herself to do it. This time, if it wasn't for him, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from Wu Qingyi's clutches. Thinking about it, he had already saved her twice. Ha, what a headache. Pick up the thing on the ground and give it to me. Yang Kai shouted. Zemo's thoughts were interrupted. Looking down, she saw a small cloth bag on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Handing it to Yang Kai, she curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's nothing, just a small artifact." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he stuffed the universe bag into his trousers pocket. Then, without any trace of politeness, he pulled Zemo over and draped his arm over her shoulder, placing most of his weight on her. "Let's go to Wu Qingyi." Yang Kai motioned. Zemo gave him a displeased look, but still obediently helped him walk towards Wu Qingyi. Arriving in front of Wu Qingyi, Yang Kai reached into his clothes and searched around. Finally, he found a small bottle that was half filled with a liquid. Huh. Yang Kai laughed, his guess was not wrong. Wu Qingyi also had brilliant flame liquid, much more than Qi Jianxing. What's this? Zemo stared blankly. Although she knew this was definitely something good, she still couldn't bring herself to ask for it. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai grinned. "Let's find a place, I need to heal first." In the wilderness, inside a small hole in the ground, Kai Yang was sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. His battle with Wu Qingyi. His injuries were not serious, they were only physical wounds. It was not Wu Qingyi's sword chi that injured him. It was his sword intent. Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one sword intent had penetrated Yang Kai's body. At this moment he was holding the Azura sword in both hands, trying to comprehend its sword intent. Since obtaining the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had only used it once, during his battle with Bai Yunfeng in High Heaven Pavilion. At that time he had just refined the Azura sword into his body and had no time to familiarize himself with it, so his understanding of it was limited to that of a heaven-grade artifact. Over the past year the Azura sword had been nurtured by Yuan Qi in his dantian, blending with his body. Until now it had finally become one. This time, using it allowed Yang Kai to discover that the Azura sword was not just a heaven-grade offensive artifact, it also had a very special function. That was to seize the enemy's sword skills and use them for oneself. This was a function that only targeted sword skills. In his last battle with Wu Qingyi, the Azura sword had used a large amount of evil energy from Yang Kai's golden body to form a black hole. This black hole had swallowed up the lethality of Wu Qingyi's sword skill, leaving behind only the sword intent. That was why Yang Kai did not try to evade and instead used his body to withstand this attack. However, even the sword intent had pierced through Yang Kai's body, making him look like he had been seriously injured. Sword intent was the essence of a sword skill, just like a person's divine sense. A sword skill without sword intent was just a form, never able to display much of its power. At this moment Yang Kai was comprehending the sword intent of this sword skill, trying to understand the mysteries of the 10,000 swords returned to one. Once he succeeded he would have a sword skill he could use. Moreover, the grade of this sword skill would not be low. The 9-star sword school's secret sword skill was a mysterious grade sword skill. The Azura sword's function was very strange. No wonder it had become the Azura sect's hallowed artifact. However, seizing someone's sword skill was also a dangerous task. If one was not careful, not only would they fail to seize it, they would also be seriously injured. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, slowly comprehending this sword skill. In his mind he was constantly replaying Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one as well as the fluctuations from his Yuan Qi. The Azura sword also gave off a burst of strange vibrations resonating with it. Zmo stood at the entrance of the cave, bored to death, staring at the closed Yang Kai with a complicated expression. While playing with her hair, Zmo pursed her lips, contemplating whether or not she should attack Yang Kai and kill this hateful smelly brat. But after thinking about it for a long time, she still could not make up her mind, her heart in knots. Chapter 264. After a long time, Zmo sighed faintly, turned around and left. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stared in the direction she disappeared, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Young master, that little girl seemed to have thought about killing you, but after hesitating for some reason she finally gave up." The old demon quickly reminded him. He had been vigilant of Zmo's movements and had naturally seen her expression just now. "I know, she made a wise choice." Yang Kai nodded slightly and continued to close his eyes and meditate. Half a day later, Zmo returned, bringing back a lot of dead wood and a game. Lighting a bonfire and roasting the game, Zmo sat down beside it to warm herself while waiting for Yang Kai to wake up. 3 days later. Just as Zmo was cursing Yang Kai, a faint sword intent suddenly came from nearby. Zmo's pretty face immediately changed color as she stood up vigilantly and looked in the direction of the source of this sword intent. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Because this sword intent was actually coming from the pit where Yang Kai was healing. This sword intent was very familiar. It was the same sword intent that had appeared a few days ago when Wu Qingyi had displayed his heaven-shaking sword technique. But now it was actually reappearing on Yang Kai's body. Zmo stared at it suspiciously, her brow furrowed. Gradually, this sword intent became stronger and stronger. The rate at which it was increasing was quite fast. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, it had reached a point where Zmo's beautiful face paled. It was as if the dead Wu Qingyi had come back to life and was about to display that amazing sword technique again. Kong. The pit where Yang Kai had been hiding suddenly burst open, filling the air with a cloud of dust as a figure leapt out from inside, leaving behind a trail of red light. Zmo exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, looking towards the source of this figure in amazement, only to see Yang Kai with his eyes closed. In his hand was the crimson-red long sword artifact, standing motionless in place. His Yuan Qi was undulating, unstoppable, like a sharp sword piercing his body. Clang! The crimson sword gave off a crisp sound. Following this sound, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi seemed to be activated. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies appeared around him. Another few hundred, A moment later, the entire world once again turned into a world of swords. Just like what he saw a few days ago. It was a shocking sight. Zmo covered her mouth. He was extremely shocked. That day Wu Qingyi had said that this move was one of the 9 Star Sword Sect's secret techniques. So how could Yang Kai use it? On top of that, the number of sword qi Yang Kai had condensed was much higher than Wu Qingyi's. Wu Qingyi had spent a great deal of his yuan qi on that day and had only managed to condense 2,000 sword qi. However, at this moment Yang Kai had transformed into over 3,000 streaks of light. 3,000 was Yang Kai's limit. At this moment his expression became difficult. With a jolt of the sword, the 3,000 plus strands of sword qi fused together in the blink of an eye. There were only about 100 of them left. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the sword qi, which contained a tremendous destructive power, shot out in a certain direction. Hong hong hong. The ground in that direction was instantly riddled with holes and fragmented. Yang Kai closed his eyes, his expression dignified. 9 Star Sword Sect's secret technique. A mysterious grade sword skill. Sure enough, it was extremely powerful. This move was not inferior to the instantaneous eruption of Star Mark. However, at the same time it consumed a considerable amount of yuan qi. No wonder Wu Qingyi looked exhausted after using this move. However, compared to Star Mark, 10,000 swords returning to one had many advantages. Because this move was composed of 2 parts. One was to use yuan qi to condense sword qi, which could be used to attack, while the other was to fuse these sword qi together and cultivate it to the grand accomplishment stage, converging them into a single sword strike capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wu Qingyi had not cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, and neither had Yang Kai. However, being able to learn this sword skill, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. At least in the future, when he used the Azura sword, he would no longer just be blindly chopping and chopping, he would at least be able to use his own sword skill. The recently formed yuan qi in his body once again fused together and became as sharp as a sword, rapidly flowing through his meridians. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he remained motionless. Half an hour later, an invisible aura suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble as he opened his eyes. Yuan qi boundary second stage. With the help of this mysterious grade martial skill, Yang Kai's strength had risen to another level. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai put away the Azura sword. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Yang Kai turned around and saw Zmo walking towards him with a strange expression on her face. When she was about a dozen meters away, she came to a stop. Although her face was smiling coquettishly, there was a trace of unconcealable vigilance and dread in her eyes. Just now, right in front of her, Yang Kai had miraculously broken through again. How could she not have noticed? This breakthrough was too strange, there was no sign of it happening at all, causing Zmo to feel both envy and admiration. After a long silence, Zmo finally said, "Since you're awake, I'll be going." She did not ask Yang Kai how he had learned Wu Qingyi's sword skill. At this time, the more she knew, the more harmful it would be to her. Zmo was a smart woman, so she naturally knew when to turn a blind eye. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked with a smile. Zmo was stunned for a moment before smiling softly and saying in a soft voice, "Where else can I go? Of course I'm going back to Tianlang Dynasty." Saying so, she covered her mouth and blinked her eyes. "What? Could it be I can't go home?" "You don't need to go back." Yang Kai smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of irrefutable meaning. "Just follow me from now on." Zmo was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly. "Why would I follow you? No matter what, I'm still a member of Tianlang Dynasty. If I follow you back to your sect, I'll be treated with contempt everywhere. I won't do it. You should wear more clothes, you'll look no different from a great Han woman. And I need a maid to serve me, so come back with me to serve me tea, warm my bed and fold my quilt," Yang Kai said seriously. Zmo's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. "Are you serious? What do you think?" Zmo finally couldn't stand it anymore, the smile gradually fading from her face as her eyes filled with endless grievance, frowning as she stamped her foot. "Can't you be reasonable? I was kind enough to stay here for 3 days to take care of you, and now you want me to be your maid after waking up? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you while you were healing." Realizing that she had said too much, Zmo quickly covered her mouth. Nervously observing Yang Kai's reaction, she forced a smile and said, I was just thinking I didn't really want to do anything, so don't be angry. Haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Zmo became more and more uneasy, biting her red lips, her brow furrowed. She couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. I was just joking with you. Yang Kai smiled. Why are you so serious? Joking? Zmo's pretty face became colder and colder. Zmo grit her teeth as she asked. Yang Kai nodded. I won't take you back with me. You have a woman. Zmo's eyes lit up. Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. Knowing this, Zmo couldn't help but coldly snort, obviously remembering how Yang Kai had acted so presumptuously towards her in that isolated world. Her heart filled with bitterness, but her courage couldn't help growing as she stepped forward. Swaying her hips, she walked directly to Yang Kai's side, sticking close to him. Grabbing one of his arms, Zmo squeezed her towering breasts. I changed my mind, I want to go back with you. Zmo slightly raised her chin. Looking at Yang Kai provocatively, she said, I'd like to see what kind of woman she is, to be able to make such a shameless man fall head over heels for her. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at her with great interest. You don't dare? Zmo smiled contemptuously. Woman, be careful of playing with fire. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a wicked grin. Zmo's beautiful face went pale. Suddenly remembering everything that had happened in that isolated world, she quickly distanced herself from Yang Kai like he was a snake, her heart filled with hatred, her chest heaving up and down. She really didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, her soul was under his control if she really provoked him in this desolate wilderness. I'm going back, I pray that I never see you again, I pray that your woman throws you away, leaving you alone for the rest of your life. Zmo viciously cursed. Wait. Yang Kai frowned. What do you want to do? Zmo's heart skipped a beat, she didn't want to spend another moment with Yang Kai. Just as she was vigilant, she saw Yang Kai take out a few bottles from his trouser pocket. Then from two of them he poured out a drop of liquid and casually tossed it to her. Zmo caught it and suspiciously asked, What are these? A drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul-cleansing dew. Zmo's expression shook as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She couldn't believe it, so she deliberately opened the bottle and took a whiff. For me. After determining that these two bottles were indeed brilliant flame liquid and soul-cleansing dew, Zmo held them in her arms like they were precious treasures, her hands firmly grasping them. Yang Kai nodded. Consider it a reward for bullying you all this time. Zmo's pretty face blushed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai for a long time before whispering, Actually, you're not that bad. Tempted? It's not too late to come with me. Yang Kai grinned. Get lost. Zmo snorted, her expression suddenly becoming extremely dignified. Don't worry, I will secretly use them, I won't expose you. If you ever come to Tianlang Dynasty in the future, just come to Sanluo Temple to find me, I will entertain you well. Hee hee. Zmo grit her teeth as she spat out the last sentence. Smelly man, take care of yourself. Zmo chuckled, her body lightly leaping backwards, using her movement skill and soon disappearing from sight. This time she was finally free from Yang Kai's control. Zmo felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Although she still had the brand in her mind, Yang Kai was in the Great Han Dynasty while she was in Tianlang Dynasty. What was there to fear? Once she returned to the sect, she would ask her master if he had a way to remove the brand in her mind. Looking in the direction Zmo disappeared, Yang Kai smiled, turned around and flew off like a meteor. Passing by the place where he had fought with Wu Qingyi a few days ago, Yang Kai noticed that Wu Qingyi's body was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a newly dug-up mound nearby, which should have been left by Zmo. This woman's mind is quite sharp. A day later, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby town, spent some money to hire a carriage, and told the coachman where to go before going into seclusion to consolidate his Yuan Qi and Mirror Realm. Chapter 265. Medicine King's Valley was a special force that had been passed down from the Flowing Time Great Emperor for thousands of years. The sect was filled with alchemy masters and most of its disciples were outstanding alchemists. Its strength was not necessarily very strong, only slightly stronger than some second-class sects and far below the combat strength of a first-class sect. However, its influence was unmatched by any other force. As long as one was a cultivator in the process of cultivation, they would need to take some pills, and these pills were all made by alchemists. For all the alchemists in the world, Medicine King's Valley was the holy land in their hearts. Any alchemist, when mentioning Medicine King's Valley, would be extremely pious and respectful. Many people even considered joining Medicine King's Valley to study alchemy and see the Pill Sage's legacy as their life's goal. The Pill Sage, the founder of Medicine King's Valley, had died many years ago, but the passage of time still could not erase his sacred status in the hearts of alchemists. It was rumored that the lineage of alchemy was passed down by the Pill Saint in the past. With Medicine King's Valley as the center, the current generation of cultivators was able to take pills when they were injured. Before the Pill Sage passed down his alchemy skills, the world's cultivator only knew how to find herbs and swallow them whole. This was just a legend, but legends were always exaggerated and could not be completely believed. However, there was one thing in this legend that was true. The Pill Saint had indeed existed, and his portrait now stood in the forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, surviving thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor without any trace of weathering. This in itself was a miracle. Although Medicine King's Valley had the word valley in its name, this force was not built in a mountain valley. There were more than a dozen mountains around it, each of which was over 1,000 feet high. These mountains formed a circle, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. This area of several hundred square kilometers was where Medicine King's Valley was located. In each mountain peak there were powerful alchemists residing there. Some of them were taking in disciples and spreading their influence. Some were alone, cultivating alone and comprehending alchemy. There were 1 or 2 acres of medicine fields in each mountain, planted with a variety of spirit grasses and herbs that made people drool. The entire valley of the medicine masters contained an endless supply of alchemy materials. At the center of these mountains was a valley-like existence. It was different from the tranquility of the surrounding mountains. This valley had been here for many years. Every day was bustling with activity. The cultivator coming and going was like a school of carps crossing the river in an endless stream. There was no other reason. This small town built in the middle of the valley was the place where Medicine King Valley communicated with the cultivator from the outside world. If a cultivator wanted to refine pills, they would bring sufficient materials. He had come here to look for the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to refine. The disciples of Medicine King's Valley did not accept gold or silver for their alchemy. They only accepted 1/3 of the finished product. No matter what grade of pill one came to Medicine King's Valley to refine, whether it was a common grade pill or a heaven grade pill, there was nothing to be said if the refinement failed, but if the pill was successfully refined, 3 out of 10 pills would be the alchemist's reward. This kind of method of collection was a bit of a lion opening its mouth and asking for an exorbitant price. Every single heaven grade medicinal pill was worth a lot. If one worked hard to collect the materials, not only would they have to bear the risk of losing everything, even if the refinement was successful, 30% would be taken away by others as a reward. But even so, it could not erase the enthusiasm and determination of a cultivator to come to Medicine King's Valley to refine pills. Because here the chances of an alchemist failing to refine pills were very small, and after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the pills was also higher than the ones refined by the alchemists outside. So even with such harsh conditions, the cultivator was still willing to come here to find someone to refine pills for them. It was better than letting the alchemists outside refine pills and accidentally destroying all the materials. The reputation of Medicine King's Valley was well known, and not only did it attract the cultivator of the Great Han Empire. Even people from the surrounding countries often came here to ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine pills for them. The elders generally did not act rashly. If one wanted to ask them to refine pills, they would need at least heaven grade or even profound grade materials, and the remuneration would be higher. Medicine King's Valley had 10 great elders, each of them sitting in the 10 surrounding mountains, each of them possessing unique skills, and their alchemy skills were superb and unpredictable. Most people and even the disciples of Medicine King's Valley rarely saw them. These elders were all in their 60s and spent most of their time in seclusion studying alchemy, and only when some particularly expensive materials appeared would they act to refine pills. In the valley town there were many shops, but not all of these shops were owned by Medicine King's Valley, and 90% of them were set up here by the various forces in the world. After all, this was the center of all the alchemists in the world, so these forces set up shops here to sell herbs, collect materials, gather intelligence, and so on. Medicine King's Valley itself was also a loner, never making enemies with any of the forces in the world and never deliberately befriending any of them, so for thousands of years, it had always maintained a transcendent status. In the valley town, fighting was strictly prohibited, so even though there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, no one in this city dared to violate this rule. Once someone fought in the city, there was no need for the people of Medicine King's Valley to act, as the others would kill both sides on the spot. But once outside the valley, all kinds of grievances would be ignored by Medicine King's Valley. Therefore, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were two completely different worlds. Inside the valley surrounded by mountains, it was lively and peaceful, while outside the valley for dozens of kilometers, there was fighting and killing everywhere. These people all had disputes in the valley and did not dare to act on the spot, so they came outside to fight to the death. On this day, a carriage came from afar and stopped about 50 kilometers away from Medicine King's Valley. The coachman put away his whip and shouted into the carriage, "Little brother, we've arrived at Medicine King's Valley." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, a look of joy on his face as he lifted the curtain and walked out, looking around in amazement. Where is this place? The surroundings were empty. What kind of Medicine King's Valley was this? This was clearly the wilderness. The coachman smiled and said, "Little brother may not know, but the outside of Medicine King's Valley is full of dangers. Ordinary people like us do not dare to rashly approach. Whenever a guest wants to be sent to Medicine King's Valley, they will send them here and turn back. Any further is the gates of hell." Yang Kai frowned, and the coachman noticed his displeasure and carefully explained the situation around Medicine King's Valley to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed, knowing that the coachman was telling the truth and not deliberately leaving him here. So he no longer cared. It was only a few kilometers, so he casually took out a silver note and handed it to the coachman. Using his movement skill, he calmly approached the distant mountain. Although he had just heard the coachman talk about the dangers outside Medicine King's Valley, seeing it for himself was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Along the way, in less than 30 kilometers, he saw 4 or 5 places where people were fighting to the death. These people all had conflicts in the valley and then came outside to resolve them. Along the way, there were even many corpses on the ground that were still emitting heat. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, but adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business, he quietly walked away. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of a chase behind him, and the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young girl wearing a sky-blue dress running towards him. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was quite pretty, but at this moment her big watery eyes were full of panic. She was running with all her might. Behind her, 6 or 7 figures were chasing, their faces full of anger and murderous intent, each of them carrying a sword, looking extremely vicious. "You little wench, stop right there." An angry shout came from the other side. The girl ran even faster. "Quick, don't let her hide in the valley. Once she's inside, we'll never be able to catch her." The people saw that the girl was heading towards Medicine King's Valley and couldn't help paling. Medicine King's Valley strictly prohibited martial arts. If this girl really rushed in, everything would be over. In the blink of an eye, the girl rushed in front of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai vigilantly sizing her up, the girl smiled, revealing her white teeth. Then using all her strength, she gasped for breath and shouted, "Cousin, run, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his expression became cold, but before he could react, the girl rushed past him like a gust of wind, bringing with her a faint fragrance. "Not good, that little wench still has someone to help her. Quick, don't let a single one of them go, kill the men and capture the women." The face of the person who had just shouted changed greatly. The group of people chasing her seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their speed suddenly increasing. "Damn." Yang Kai's expression was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and cursed, not wasting any time to explain himself to those people, instead turning around and chasing after the girl. Whether it was the girl in a light blue dress or the group of burly men chasing after her, none of them were very strong, the strongest only Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th stage. Yang Kai really didn't put this kind of strength in his eyes, but to get involved in such a troublesome matter for no reason really made Yang Kai burn with anger. Using his self-created movement skill, 3 steps became 2, and in just a few breaths of time he had caught up with the girl's figure. The girl was stunned, quickly turning her head to look, just in time to see Yang Kai grimacing at her, his smile ferocious and terrifying. "Cousin." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and called out affectionately. "Haha." The girl's pretty face immediately turned bitter, goosebumps rising all over her body. She never expected that Yang Kai, who looked so young, would be so fast. Before her laughter fell, Yang Kai's face sank, and while running he stretched out a large hand to grab the girl. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she raised a slender hand to meet his attack. Yang Kai urged his yuan qi to meet her attack. The girl's figure flickered and her speed suddenly decreased a lot. Before she could react, Yang Kai grabbed her waist with one hand and clasped her wrist with the other, suddenly stopping her in her tracks. "What are you doing? Run!" The young girl shouted in panic as she watched the group of people chasing after her rapidly closing in on her. Yang Kai coldly snorted, twisted his waist, and threw the young girl towards the group of people who had gathered before him. "You." The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never expected that Yang Kai would do such a thing. Chapter 266. Being caught in a hurry and then thrown back, the girl didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. When the group of people who were chasing after her saw this scene, their expressions were greatly shaken, and they scattered in all directions. By the time the young girl landed on the ground, everyone had already surrounded her. "Little wench. Let's see where you can run now." The leader of the large men clenched his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger. The rest of the people sneered, and several of them looked up and down the girl's delicate and plump body, their eyes flashing with a trace of lust. Yang Kai observed the expressions of this group of people and his face suddenly became gloomy. This group of people, they were not good people. The girl looked resentful and bit her red lips, looking at the large men around her with great fear, not daring to move. Her strength was not very strong, only at the peak of separation and reunion boundary. Now that she was surrounded, how could she escape? Her pair of big watery eyes looked towards Yang Kai and screamed, "You bastard, you shameless bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death, to have your soul destroyed, to be struck by lightning." If she had not been thrown back by Yang Kai, she would have already rushed into Medicine King's Valley and been safe. Thinking of this, the girl felt wronged and angry. Yang Kai snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that this group of large men were not good people, the girl's actions just now had angered him and he made up his mind to scare her. Seeing him so heartless, the girl felt cold all over. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the large men surrounding the girl exchanged glances and 2 of them quietly rushed out, holding sharp swords and steel knives as they moved towards Yang Kai. Regardless of whether these 2 people were cousins or not, since he had already seen them, there was no reason to leave them alive. The girl was about to open her mouth to warn him when a sharp sword was placed against her neck. Feeling the cold sensation, the girl immediately swallowed her warning. The 2 large men were both at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, similar to the girl's realm, and were as fast as the wind. Soon they arrived behind Yang Kai. The weapons in their hands glowed with a cold light as they aimed straight for Yang Kai's vital points. The young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her large eyes narrowed and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. At this moment she couldn't help but feel some regret. She really shouldn't have dragged this man whom she had never met into the water. Just now she was being chased too quickly. A thought flashed through her mind. That was all he did. She didn't want to implicate him and cause him to suffer such a calamity. Yang Kai, who was walking forward, seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the weapon could reach him, his body suddenly floated forward. Miraculously, he dodged their attacks. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at the 2 indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He laughed eerily. This turn of events shocked the 2 large men, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Knowing that this young man was not weak, they shouted and activated their yuan qi, using their killing moves to attack Yang Kai. 2 fist shadows appeared in mid-air, and before the 2 large men had time to react, their bodies were sent flying backwards by a powerful impact. In mid-air they both coughed up blood, and when they fell to the ground, they had already died. Jia 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 jia. The old demon laughed strangely. In that isolated world he didn't play much of a role, but now that he had finally come out he naturally had to show his skills. The black gas broke through the air, circled around the bodies of the two dead people and then flew out. The leader of the large men saw his two subordinates instantly die, and his expression changed greatly. Placing his sword on the girl's neck, he coldly shouted, "Go!" The rest of the people couldn't help but gulp, roaring in unison as they fiercely rushed towards Yang Kai. Jie. The old demon attacked again, and all of them were shocked by this strange artifact. Immediately, one of them split up to block the old demon's soul breaker all, while the others attacked Yang Kai without slowing down. Ping ping ping. 3 muffled sounds rang out. The large men who had just rushed to Yang Kai's side were all involuntarily sent flying, each of their chests caving in. Since entering this isolated world a year ago, Yang Kai's opponents had all been the elite disciples of various forces. Each of these elite disciples had the ability to fight above their own realm, and each of them was capable of killing enemies 2 or 3 minor realms above their own realm. However, these elites had still suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Kai. Even the most tyrannical of them all, Wu Qingyi, could not escape death. How could these small fries be Yang Kai's opponent? With one strike from each of them, none of them had the chance to resist. Those with lower strength were directly killed, while those who were slightly stronger fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. As soon as the bodies of the 3 fell to the ground, the old demon shamelessly abandoned his opponent and directly went to absorb their souls. The old demon's opponent didn't even have time to escape before Yang Kai grabbed him, gripped his head with both hands and fiercely twisted it. With a crisp crack, the man's neck directly broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Leaving this man's body behind, Yang Kai coldly walked towards the big man who had kidnapped the girl. Step by step, his yuan qi flowing out from his body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving him the appearance of a majestic killing god. The girl's mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had not expected this boy she had dragged into this water to be so tyrannical. He didn't look much older than her, so how could he be so strong? There was already a deep layer of fear and shock in her flickering large eyes. Compared to this group of enemies who had chased her for several days, Yang Kai was more like a villain, a blood-soaked executioner. He killed people as easily as he pinched an ant to death. From beginning to end, his cold expression had not changed in the slightest, and his eyes had not even blinked once. Human life was as light as a feather to him, so he did not care about it at all. The girl trembled with fear, but how could the big man who had kidnapped her not be the same? Although he had the strength of a Yuan Qi 4th stage master at this moment, he was also scared out of his wits and his soul. He was very clear about the strength of his subordinates. In a one-on-one fight he could also deal with them, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as this boy. "Friend, this is all a misunderstanding." The big man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he fearfully watched Yang Kai approach step by step. With a smile on his face he said, "We didn't do anything to you. Friend, how about we just let it go?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent and he did not say a word. "Indeed, we were the ones who had eyes but failed to see and were in the wrong first, but you have already killed so many of us. Do you still want to kill all of us?" The big man repeatedly retreated, and from beginning to end his long sword was still pressed against the girl's neck. Seeing that Yang Kai was still unmoved, the big man knew that today was not the day to be kind, so he hardened his heart and his expression became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't come any closer or I'll kill her. You kill me. You kill me, you also die." Yang Kai was still slowly approaching the big man. In an instant the big man was sweating profusely. As the boy in front of him approached, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His yuan qi involuntarily circulated, and the long sword in his hand slightly tightened. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she felt a cold sensation on her neck, and a trace of warmth gushed out from there. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The big man tried to intimidate. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force was released from his mind, directly rushing into the big man's soul. This was the power of divine sense. Divine sense not only could be used to perceive the surrounding situation, it could also be used to attack. However, Yang Kai had never had such an experience, so he was just taking a risk. Pouring his divine sense into the big man's body, the big man's expression was stunned for a moment, but when he recovered he saw that the boy in front of him was already in front of him, stretching out a large hand and grabbing his long sword. The big man roared and his yuan qi was activated, fiercely cutting towards the girl's neck, wanting to destroy both jade and stone. Yang Kai's eyes were quick and his palm struck the big man's face, at the same time sweeping his foot towards the girl, sweeping her away from the sword. In a flash the girl dodged to the side, a few strands of severed hair fluttering in the air. The big man hurriedly retreated, avoiding Yang Kai's palm and dragging the long sword in his hand he pulled a long wound on Yang Kai's other hand. Blood splashed, but Yang Kai's expression was cold and calm, and taking advantage of the situation he clenched his bloody fist and punched the big man's chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. The big man's strength was at the 4th stage of the Yuan Qi boundary, so he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, but he was still able to fight back and his long sword danced in the air, one after another killing move after another. While they were fighting, the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast Yuan Qi exploded in his body, and the big man groaned 3 times, his face suddenly turning pale. Only at this moment did the old demon have the opportunity to rush forward and join forces with Yang Kai to fight. After a dozen moves, the big man's chest was pierced by Yang Kai's finger. His eyes gradually lost their light, and the big man's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "Madman." The old demon laughed strangely and wrapped the soul breaker all, rushed into the big man's body and took away the big man's soul, and immediately turned into black gas and entered Yang Kai's body. "Young master, did you feel it?" the old demon asked softly. "Yes." Yang Kai shook the blood off his hand. "These people's yuan qi is very violent, and it seems that they are people who practice evil arts, or they are cultivators who have fallen into the evil path. When a cultivator is at the separation and reunion boundary, their temperament will be divided into 2 levels, which is why this boundary is called the separation and reunion boundary. They enjoy the pleasure of increasing their strength, but are unable to suppress their outbursts of emotions, and are controlled by all kinds of emotions. This is the so-called evil cultivator. These people are generally more brutal, bloodthirsty and violent. Many cultivator are like this. The higher their strength, the more outstanding their performance will be, and eventually they will walk a different cultivation path from others, such as the people Yang Kai had just killed. Compared to the normal cultivation method, which one is better no one can say clearly, but generally speaking evil cultivators are not very popular. In this world the largest gathering place of evil cultivators is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, big and small demons gathered and evil cultivators were everywhere. When High Heaven Pavilion's great elder Wei Shitong gave Yang Kai a promotion order, it was to go to the ash-gray cloud evil land and kill an evil cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own, but Yang Kai refused. But how did this girl provoke these people? Chapter 267. With suspicion in his heart, Yang Kai turned to look at the young girl. The young girl had been swept away by Yang Kai's foot and had yet to stand up. Her face was filled with panic and fear, as if she had been greatly frightened, her tender body trembling. Just now, just a little bit more and she would have died. That sharp sword even cut off a lot of her hair, and there was even a dark red mark on her neck. At this moment she was covering her white neck with her hand, and her entire body was dripping with sweat. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young girl couldn't help feeling her heart skip a beat, her face filled with fear. Only now did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. 7 or 8 lives had been taken by him in less than 30 breaths of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a murderous man. Yang Kai frowned, stepped forward and squatted down in front of her. The young girl retreated again and again, her long eyelashes trembling, her fear reaching the extreme. Chuckling, Yang Kai pushed her hand away and looked at the scar on her neck, saying, "It's just a superficial wound. If you heal it well, it won't even leave a scar." Saying so, he reached into his sleeve and took out a healing pill and handed it to her. The young girl squeezed out a smile. "I have a pill." Her vigilance was quite strong, so Yang Kai didn't care and put away his own pill. The young girl looked at him timidly, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any malicious intent, she bravely took out a bottle and swallowed a pill. "When you were caught, didn't you know to lean back a little?" Yang Kai frowned. "I've never fought with anyone before." The young girl's face was a little red. Since she was young, although she had always been cultivating, at most she had only sparred with others as friends. She had never experienced that kind of life and death battle. Being held by a long sword, she was instantly at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to do. Yang Kai carefully looked at her and found that this young girl's skin was delicate and her clothes were quite luxurious. Although she looked a little mischievous, she still had a unique temperament, one that could not be cultivated by an ordinary small force. This was definitely a young lady from a large family. It was no wonder that despite looking to be around the same age as him, he had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Moreover, his actual combat experience was so poor. It was the result of being spoiled. How did you provoke this group of people? How would I know? The girl immediately felt wronged. When I left home, when I was playing outside, this group of people suddenly appeared. He had been captured by them long ago. All of them were so ugly. You scared me to death. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he seemed to be easy to talk to, the young girl's courage couldn't help but grow a lot, and her almond eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai. And why did you throw him back? Do you know how dangerous it was? If I really die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll follow you every day and annoy you to death. Yang Kai stared into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you didn't mean to shout like that, but what if it was someone else with no strength? If you're unlucky, you'll probably be immediately dismembered by the chaotic swords." The young girl was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she lowered her head and said softly, "I was wrong." After saying that, she looked up again. She felt wronged. "But aren't you too cruel? People say that one should help when they see injustice. You're so strong, even if I used you it wouldn't matter." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't explain. When those big men surrounded the young girl, Yang Kai naturally saw the lewd light in their eyes. He planned to wait for them to leave and then secretly follow them to see the situation. But he didn't expect that those people wouldn't even let him go. It just so happened that he wanted to kill them all. Standing up, ignoring the young girl's shouts and questions, Yang Kai used his movement skill and headed straight for Medicine King's Valley. The young girl was stunned. She also hurriedly stood up and followed. This place was only a few miles away from Medicine King's Valley. She was deeply afraid that a few evil people would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so naturally she couldn't wait to hide in Medicine King's Valley. Chasing after Yang Kai's figure after entering the valley town, she couldn't find him anymore. "He's not much older than me, but his strength is so strong. Which family is he from?" The young girl whispered to herself, thinking for a long time but still unable to think of a suitable person. She couldn't help feeling annoyed. Entering the valley town, a variety of medicinal fragrances filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Yang Kai casually wandered around the town and found that the shops here, with the exception of the inns and restaurants, were all related to herbs and pills. Ordinary and extraordinary spirit grasses, rare fruits, miraculous medicines, everything was here. A variety of herbs were displayed in the shops, and there were many that Yang Kai had never even heard of before, but they could be seen everywhere. Worthy of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai praised in his heart. With such a scene, as long as one was an alchemist, they wouldn't be willing to leave here. Alchemists had a special fondness for herbs, so with so many of them here, it would be strange if they were willing to leave. In every shop, there were many cultivators who had come here to look around or haggle with the shop owner to buy herbs. There were also many alchemists who were helping the cultivator refine pills. However, all the alchemists in Medicine King's Valley town were disciples of Medicine King's Valley. Most of the cultivator who came here to ask for help in alchemy were here because of Medicine King's Valley's reputation, so naturally they wouldn't look for alchemists from other forces. Yang Kai strolled around for a long time, admiring and observing the alchemists as he went. He found that these alchemists were also divided into different grades. Their corresponding grades were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and mysterious grade, each of which was divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Most of the alchemists Yang Kai saw were earth-grade alchemists. For example, the one in front of him who had a silver 2-petal flower embroidered on his chest was an earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, which also meant that he could skillfully refine earth-grade mid-rank pills. Each petal corresponded to a grade: gold, silver, and white, which corresponded to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' clothes, Yang Kai could see what level they were at. There were very few heaven-grade alchemists, and as for mysterious-grade alchemists, there was not a single one. Only the elders of Medicine King's Valley were mysterious-grade alchemists. Many shops had finished pills for sale. Yang Kai wasn't interested in ordinary pills, but pills that could nourish his soul were something he couldn't help but linger on. These pills could not only strengthen his newly cultivated divine sense, but also nourish the soul-warming lotus, allowing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus to advance towards its ultimate goal of becoming a 7-colored lotus. Once the soul-warming lotus evolved to a 7-colored lotus, its effect would be great. However, soul-nourishing pills were very rare and many times more expensive than ordinary pills. A bottle of ordinary earth-grade low-rank pills, 10 pills in a bottle, sold for 5,000 taels. But a bottle of earth-grade low-rank soul-nourishing pills was at least 30,000 taels. That was 6 times more expensive. Kai Yang was embarrassed, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. After strolling around for a long time, Yang Kai saw that the sky was getting dark, so he found an inn to stay for the night. At night, the town of Medicine King's Valley was even more lively, so Yang Kai casually ate a meal before leaving the inn to inquire about some news. He had come to Medicine King's Valley this time to take a look at the Myriad Drug Pond, but the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, so it would not be easy to enter. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been inquiring about Medicine King's Valley, but he had been unable to find a way, so he was secretly anxious. Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond was located on top of the Pill Saint's Peak. Not only was there a Myriad Drug Pond, but there was also a portrait of the Pill Saint. It was a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists and was usually heavily guarded. Even ordinary Medicine King's Valley disciples could not even think of approaching. Only the Valley Master and Elders were qualified to comprehend the mysteries of alchemy left behind by the Pill Saint. Yang Kai had heard many rumors about the Pill Saint's statue, many of which were said to be miraculous. It was said that the Pill Saint's ancestral spirit would appear from time to time, solving the puzzles in the hearts of alchemists and even teaching them alchemy techniques, allowing many people to benefit greatly. It was because of this that Medicine King's Valley carefully protected the Myriad Drug Pond. With such a heavily guarded place, how could one approach it? The Myriad Drug Pond was different from High Heaven Pavilion's Coiling Dragon Stream. Although the Coiling Dragon Stream was a forbidden area, it was very long and very dangerous, so naturally no one dared to approach it. On this day, Yang Kai was wandering around the town when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. Looking at this person's back, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. He quietly followed the man. After a short while, he saw the man enter a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the shop that read, Dong Medicine Store. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the medicine hall, a waiter immediately came out and greeted him enthusiastically. What is honored guest looking for? Our Dong family medicine hall is rich in herbs and has everything you need. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished pills, we sell them all at fair prices. If honored guest is interested, please take a look around. I don't want to buy anything. Yang Kai shook his head. Then, I'm looking for the young man who just went in. Yang Kai said. The waiter's expression immediately became vigilant. Sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai, he didn't become angry and instead tentatively asked, May I ask what this little brother's name is? Yang Kai smiled faintly. Just tell him that an old friend of High Heaven Pavilion has come to visit. The waiter stared blankly for a moment before nodding slightly. Turning around, the waiter went into the inner hall to report and a moment later came back out again, his face full of smiles as he said flatteringly, Little brother, please follow me, my young lord invites you in. Yang Kai nodded. Entering the inner hall, the waiter followed the stairs all the way up to the 3rd floor. When he reached the door, the waiter respectfully said, The young lord is inside. Saying so, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in. At a glance, Yang Kai saw a slightly fat face looking towards him with a smile. Dong family Dong Qing Han. Behind him were the Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards. These 2 old men didn't say a word, and although they seemed to be very old, in fact their eyes were quite reserved, only nodding slightly towards Yang Kai. Next to him sat a dignified and pretty young girl who was angrily holding a cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes swept over this group of people, and when their 4 eyes met, he was stunned. The young girl also stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her expression extremely strange, her pair of eyes staring stupidly at him, the tea she had just taken a sip of involuntarily spurting out all over Dong Qinghan's face. Chapter 268. What the hell are you doing? Dong Qinghan had been putting on an older cousin's smile as he looked at Yang Kai, but after being scolded by the young girl, his image was immediately ruined. It's him. The young girl pointed at Yang Kai with her delicate finger, her face filled with shock. Dong Qinghan finally managed to sweep the tea leaves off his head and frowned. What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly. The man I met outside the mountain valley, the bad guy who grabbed me and threw me out. The young girl quickly explained. Dong Qinghan was stunned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai, then back at the young girl, a trace of astonishment flashing across his fat face. What a coincidence. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He hadn't expected this mischievous girl to appear here. This was the Dong family's territory, and she was able to sit at the same table as Dong Qinghan. Her status was definitely not low. Could it be? His brow furrowed, Yang Kai faintly guessed. You still dare to appear in front of me. The young girl remembered what had happened that day, but now that she had the support of Dong Qinghan and the Wind and Cloud dual guards, she immediately became spirited, gritting her teeth as she rushed over to Yang Kai, tilting her chin up proudly, seemingly imitating someone else's demeanor as she sneered. What's this called? There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you still rushed in, you're dead. Although she said this, there was no trace of anger or murderous intent on her face. Instead she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai grinned. Is this how you treat your savior? Saying so, he slapped the young girl's head. The young girl's big eyes narrowed. Her body suddenly shrank and she quickly ran back like a rabbit, hiding behind Dong Qinghan, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, her face full of arrogance. Don't be presumptuous. Dong Qinghan scolded with a straight face. The young girl immediately straightened her back and shouted at Yang Kai, don't be presumptuous. I said you. Dong Qinghan turned back and glared at her. Oh. The young girl suddenly froze. No matter what, he did save your life. Don't you know how to thank me? You're already so old, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette. Dong Qinghan reprimanded sternly. I don't want that. If he hadn't thrown me back that day, I would have been able to escape into Medicine King's Valley. The girl stomped her foot and made a face at Dong Qinghan. Impudent. Get out. Dong Qinghan angrily slammed the table. The young girl pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. She angrily rushed out. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. After the young girl left, Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling to the Wind and Cloud dual guards. The two of them immediately released their divine senses and nodded to Dong Qinghan. Sit down. Dong Qinghan motioned. Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He frowned and asked, that person just now, Yen, you've met before. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. If that was the case, then did they really have a cousin's relationship? He hadn't expected that what she had just casually called out that day would actually become true. Dong Qingyan Yang Kai had some impression of her. However, the only time he had ever met her was 10 years ago. At that time she was still a little girl running around behind Dong Qinghan. 10 years later, how could Yang Kai recognize her? A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Yang Kai shook his head. Not only did he not recognize her, she probably didn't recognize him either. Who would remember so many things from their childhood? Yen said that a few days ago she was rescued by a young man about her age. I didn't expect that person to turn out to be you. Dong Qinghan also sighed. Sometimes the world was full of coincidences. It was a chance encounter. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not bothering to claim credit for himself. Not to mention that he hadn't spent much effort that day. The person he had saved was his cousin, so naturally there was nothing worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Dong Qingyan came back and tiptoed towards them. In her hand was a piece of ancient jade that exuded a faint energy fluctuation. As these fluctuations spread out, all of her aura was concealed. This kind of shielding was very thorough. Even an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to detect her with their divine sense. A short time later, Dong Qingyan arrived outside the door like a cat, Her small ears perked up as she listened. Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan seemed to be quite familiar with each other, which naturally aroused her curiosity. On top of that, her big brother usually didn't reprimand her, but just now he had actually directly asked her to leave. Dong Qingyan immediately thought that the two of them must have some kind of secret to discuss, so her big brother had deliberately sent her away. This young lady wants to hear what you two are talking about. The sound of their conversation drifted out from inside the house. Dong Qingyan bit her red lips, her small face flushed red with nervousness. Although she was nervous, she was also excited. When she was in the Dong family, she had relied on this ancient jade to eavesdrop on countless secrets, so she was already familiar with this. Why are you here? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've come to ask for your help. What kind of help? I want to enter Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai got straight to the point, taking a sip of his tea and looking at Dong Qinghan faintly. Do you have any idea how to do so? Dong Qinghan's expression became serious. Pill Saint's Peak. Hearing this, not only did Dong Qinghan's eyes narrow, even the wind and cloud dual guard standing behind him glanced towards Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Medicine King's Valley has 12 peaks, 10 of which are the residences of the 10 great elders. One is the residence of the Valley Master, and the central peak is the Pill Saint's Peak, which is also Medicine King's Valley's restricted area. If you want to enter one of the other peaks, I have a way, but this Pill Saint's Peak, I really don't have the ability. There's no way at all? Yang Kai didn't want to give up. He also knew that the Pill Saint's Peak was special, otherwise he wouldn't have come looking for Dong Qinghan. He couldn't use the power of the Yang family right now, but Dong Qinghan was different. He was the young lord of the Dong family, the future successor, so naturally he could use the Dong family's connections. Dong Qinghan frowned, tapping his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, It's not impossible. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. In 2 months, the Alchemy Summit will be held here. At that time, all the alchemists from all over the world will come here to compete with one another. The top 50 alchemists of each realm's alchemist assembly will be allowed to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the secrets of alchemy. If you can enter the top 50, you can legitimately enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Do I look like an alchemist to you? Dong Qinghan shook his head. You don't. But this is the only way to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Other than that, unless you become an elder of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Both of these methods were fantastical. Becoming an elder of Medicine King's Valley was obviously impossible, and obtaining a top 50 ranking at the Alchemy Summit was also nonsense. Yang Kai had never even touched upon the alchemic way, so how could he stand out among the world's alchemists? Anyone who dared to show off their skills at the Alchemy Summit must have a deep understanding of the alchemic way. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Besides the Pill Saint's Peak, if you want to go to any of the other peaks, I can find a way and it won't be difficult. Dong Qinghan also felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that his cousin had asked him to do something, yet he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Won't be difficult? Dong Qinghan smiled faintly. It's very simple, just find some precious treasures and ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine them. That way you can enter one of the peaks, but at most you can only stay for half a day. If you stay any longer, Medicine King's Valley will expel you. Those elders have very bad tempers, and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley are also very arrogant, even more domineering than the young lords of your central capital's 8 great families. Yang Kai listened to this and secretly shook his head. Only being able to enter for half a day was definitely not enough time. If that's the case, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. I'll think of other ways to help you. Dong Qinghan's expression became dignified and serious. I won't ask you what you want to do with the Pill Saint's Peak, but if you make any mistakes, don't sell out my Dong family. Listening to him speak so seriously, Yang Kai grinned. What do you think I'm going to do? Who knows what you want to do, little brat? Dong Qinghan snorted, sighing. I can only say I'll think of a way to help you. I don't have any assurance of success. I know. Yang Kai nodded. After bidding farewell to Dong Qinghan, Yang Kai returned to the inn and sat down to meditate while thinking about how to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. The meaning of Dong Qinghan's words was obvious. He didn't have a good way to send Yang Kai to the Pill Saint's Peak, so he couldn't pin his hopes on him. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, stood up and opened the door. Opening his eyes, he saw the mischievous Dong Qingyan smiling at him shyly. He. The hatred and hostility from a moment ago had disappeared, replaced by a sense of cordiality and curiosity. Why are you here? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. You really are here? Dong Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room, lightly coughing. Big brother asked me to tell you that he's found a way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose, revealing a strange grin as he stepped aside and said, "Come in." Dong Qingyan didn't show any fear and quickly entered the room. Looking around the room with great interest, Dong Qingyan pursed her lips and said, "You live in a place like this? So small and messy you're... ****. Dong Qingyan knew that the identity of the Yang family's young lord couldn't be spoken casually, so she quickly swallowed her words. Your brother said he has a way? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Dong Qingyan nodded quickly. Did he tell you that himself? Of course. Dong Qingyan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why didn't he tell me himself? Wouldn't it be the same if I did? Dong Qingyan sat down on the bed and playfully said, Big brother said that I will be fully responsible for this matter. He has another important matter to attend to and has already left Medicine King's Valley, so there's no need to look for him in the future. Chapter 269. Dong Qingyan spoke as if she was telling the truth, but how could Yang Kai believe her? Really? Yang Kai smiled even more strangely. Why would I lie to you? Dong Qingyan stuck out her chest and patted it with her hands. Don't worry, I promise you that you'll be able to get close to where you want to go. Heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Dong Qingyan. This laughter was both obscene and evil, causing Dong Qingyan to feel a prickly heat rise up on her arm, quietly swallowing her saliva and timidly saying, You're so scary when you laugh. Yang Kai's expression became serious, no longer trying to beat around the bush with her. Tell me, how do you know all this? What? Dong Qingyan pretended to be confused, her expression somewhat unnatural. You know where I want to go. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her, raising a finger and shaking it. Don't tell me it was your brother who told you. Dong Qinghan wouldn't do such a thing. In the Dong family medicine shop, he had sent Dong Qingyan away before talking to Yang Kai, obviously not wanting her to know Yang Kai's identity, so how could he suddenly involve her in this for no reason? Moreover, the two of them had only been separated for less than an hour. An hour ago Dong Qinghan was helpless, so how could he have come up with a solution in such a short time? Coupled with this mischievous little cousin of his, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't see the problem. It really was my brother who told me. Dong Qingyan firmly asserted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, grabbed Dong Qingyan's arm and dragged her out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dong Qingyan refused to leave, screaming in horror. Yang Kai frowned. If you keep shouting, I'll knock you out. Dong Qingyan quickly closed her mouth and tried her best to retreat, but her strength was much lower than Yang Kai's, so how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. What the hell do you want to do? Dong Qingyan looked at Yang Kai pitifully, a pleading look upon her face. I'll send you back to Dong Qinghan. I'm sure he hasn't left yet. Don't. I barely managed to escape. If you send me back, I'll be finished. Dong Qingyan panicked. Yang Kai grinned. Then tell me, how do you know all this? Okay, I'll tell you. Only then did Yang Kai release her. Dong Qingyan glared at Yang Kai bitterly. She rubbed her aching wrist and slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did she angrily sit back on the bed. If you dare to lie, I'll really send you back to your brother, Yang Kai said seriously. I overheard it myself. Dong Qingyan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing his expression sink, she quickly added, I'm not lying to you, I really overheard it myself. Yang Kai smiled. He asked, How did you overhear it? You're just a peak separation and reunion cultivator. How could you hide from the wind and cloud dual guard's divine senses? When he was talking to Dong Qinghan, the wind and cloud dual guards had been monitoring the nearby area. If Dong Qingyan had really been eavesdropping at that time, she certainly wouldn't have escaped the detection of those two old men. I naturally have my ways. Dong Qingyan said smugly, sitting on the edge of the bed, her two legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Yang Kai's distrustful expression, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but frown. I'm the Dong family's young lady, how could I not have at least one or two defensive artifacts? Artifact. Yang Kai's brow rose, a look of surprise on his face. What kind of artifact could hide from the divine senses of an immortal ascension boundary master? On top of that, the Wind and Cloud dual guards were both late-stage immortal ascension boundary masters, roughly the 7th or 8th stage. To be able to hide from them, the role of this artifact was really not small. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, Dong Qingyan's face filled with annoyance, hesitantly looking at Yang Kai. Quietly whispering, she said, I'll show it to you, but don't try to steal it from me. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, silently nodding his head. He was also very curious about this so-called artifact. Seeing him agree, Dong Qingyan solemnly took out a piece of ancient jade from her sleeve. Yang Kai stared at it and saw that this piece of ancient jade had a dark yellow color, as if it was made by nature. However, there were some crisscrossing lines on the surface of this jade. Obviously it had been refined by someone. Dong Qingyan poured her yuan qi into it, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle as he discovered that her aura had disappeared in an instant. Dong Qingyan said, You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, so without your divine sense, you won't be able to understand this artifact. You won't be able to understand the wonders of this artifact, but I'm not lying to you. It was because I used this artifact that I was able to hide from those two old men. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to investigate her surroundings and found that it was indeed as she had said. As his divine sense swept across the area, there was nothing unusual about her. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was another person here. This artifact is quite interesting. Put it away, don't expose this thing in front of strangers in the future. Yang Kai sternly exhorted. Dong Qingyan giggled, I don't want to show off my wealth, I'm not stupid. Saying so, she put away the ancient jade. How much did you hear? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Almost all of it. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue. Then how much do you know? I know that place you want to go, and I also know, you really are my cousin. Dong Qingyan was speechless. She had just casually called him that day, but he had been so accurate. You said before that there was a way for me to get close to that place, is that true? Of course it's true. Dong Qingyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes rolling as she said, but I won't tell you the method now. Yang Kai suddenly smiled. Do you have a condition? If you do, then state it. Don't let my brother catch me. Dong Qingyan hurriedly said. Yang Kai frowned. He had long noticed that this little girl had secretly run out. Dong Qinghan appearing in Medicine King's Valley was probably because he had chased after her. Although he had some kinship with the Dong family, in the end this was their family's business. How could he make such a decision? A few days ago she had been chased by a group of villains. If something really happened to her, how could the Dong family let it go? Cousin. Dong Qingyan saw him hesitating, so she put on a pitiful look, shaking Yang Kai's arm. I'm bored to death at home, I just came out for a walk. After a few days I'll go back. Please don't tell them anything. Yang Kai remained silent. Dong Qingyan continued to plead, finally saying fiercely, If you don't protect me, I'll tell everyone you're the Yang family's young lord. Let's see who's going to have a hard time. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If it had been someone else threatening him like this, he would have directly silenced them, but this girl in front of him couldn't. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, I'll definitely inform Dong Qinghan of your whereabouts. Young Lady Dong suddenly jumped up. She cursed, You have no conscience. Smelly cousin. I hate you. Let me finish. Yang Kai glared at her. But I can also protect you, provided you don't make trouble for me. Dong Qingyan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I promise to be obedient. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai could only write a letter. Inside the Dong family medicine shop, Dong Qinghan was furious. Young lady disappeared? How could she disappear? Did you all grow up eating shit? With so many pairs of eyes watching you, in the blink of an eye she disappeared? The several Dong family disciples in front of him were being scolded so badly they couldn't help feeling like crying. There was nothing they could do, they didn't have much strength. Medicine King's Valley was filled with people, and with the young lady's strange behavior, she had disappeared into the crowd. What can we do? Thinking so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, hurry up and find her. If you can't find the young lady, then don't come back. Just find a place to chop yourself up and feed yourself to the dogs. Useless things. Dong Qinghan's face was livid. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Quickly scattering like birds and beasts, all of them muttering in their hearts. Young lady, please come back quickly, if you don't we'll all die. Young master, Medicine King's Valley strictly forbids fighting. The young lady won't be in any danger, don't worry. Maybe she'll come back soon. One of the wind and cloud dual guards comforted. I'm afraid she'll run away. Dong Qinghan said helplessly. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She suffered a big loss a few days ago and now she still hasn't learned her lesson. His face filled with resentment. The two guards glanced at each other and didn't say anything more. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a young servant came in from outside and bowed respectfully. Which one of you is the Dong family's young lord? Dong Qinghan quickly replied, I am. Oh, young Lord Dong. The young servant smiled flatteringly. A guest asked me to deliver a letter to you. Dong Qinghan's expression shook. Where is it? The young servant quickly handed over the letter. Hurriedly opening it and glancing over it, Dong Qinghan finally put down a big stone in his heart. One of the wind and cloud dual guards gave the young servant some silver and sent him away. Seeing his young lord's furrowed brow relax, he couldn't help asking, Have you found the young lady's whereabouts? Dong Qinghan rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath, whispering, And she went to Yang Kai's place. Since she's with young Lord Yang, there's no need to worry. Inside the inn, Yang Kai gave Dong Qingyan a room next door. Such a thoughtful arrangement greatly increased the Dong family's young lady's impression of Yang Kai. Cousin, you're so kind. The next day when Dong Qinghan came to visit, Yang Kai briefly explained the whole story, causing Dong Qinghan to smile wryly. Dong Qingyan's threat made him not dare to use force. If Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would not be a joke. In desperation, he could only comply with his little sister's temperament. Time flew by and 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days Yang Kai spent most of his time cultivating. Although there were many cultivators in Medicine King's Valley, the world energy here was still abundant, so it was a good place to cultivate. From time to time he would be dragged out to play by Dong Qingyan, and after these days of contact, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his cousin was also an alchemist. However, her grade was not high, only a common grade mid-rank alchemist. She was the Dong family's young lady and had never had to worry about food or clothing since childhood. The family had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to cultivate her. If she wanted to refine pills, she could directly obtain them from the family. Why would she need to perform alchemy herself? So even though she showed a strong interest in alchemy, she didn't have much practical experience. After arriving in Medicine King's Valley, it was like arriving in heaven. Everything here made her forget to return. Chapter 270. On this day before dawn, Yang Kai's door was knocked open and Dong Qingyan excitedly rushed in, directly standing in front of Yang Kai. Ku, what ku? Yang Kai glared at her and cut her off. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself, calmly saying, Guard Yang, come with this young lady. After all, she was the Dong family's young lady, and the Dong family and Yang family were related by marriage. If someone were to hear Dong Qingyan call out to Yang Kai, they would definitely be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. So after some discussion, the two decided that Yang Kai would play the role of Dong Qingyan's guard. When a young lord or young lady of a great family went out, they would always have a few servants around them, so it was reasonable to call them this. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Kai faintly said, Go play by yourself, I won't accompany you today. Dong Qingyan didn't become annoyed, instead just giggling, Guard Yang, don't you want to go to that place? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Is today the right time? For the past few days Yang Kai had been asking her if she had a way to get close to the Pill Saint's Peak, but Dong Qingyan had never given him any details, only saying that the time wasn't right yet. Bringing it up today naturally gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. Then do you want to go out with this young lady? Dong Qingyan looked at him triumphantly. Yang Kai quickly got out of bed. Inside the Medicine King's Valley town, Dong Qingyan shuttled through the crowd, as agile as a fish swimming through water. Yang Kai was wearing a set of martial arts robes, his hands folded behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he followed closely behind her. At a glance, it was obvious he was Dong Qingyan's attendant. Arriving at the eastern end of the town, Dong Qingyan's face immediately flushed with excitement and nervousness. Yang Kai could even clearly hear her heartbeat. She took a deep breath and covered her chest with her hand, calming herself down after a long time. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many people gathered here. Moreover, each of these people had a unique flower petal embroidered on their chests. There were 2 pieces: gold, silver, and white. These people were all alchemists. Most of them were earth-grade low-rank alchemists, but there were also many common-grade alchemists. There were at least 200 people gathered here, bustling with activity. Dong Qingyan also pulled out a single silver petal ornament from somewhere. He pinned it on his chest. Puffing up her chest, it was as if she wanted to let the whole world know that she was a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked softly. "Wait. Whether you can enter or not will depend on this." Dong Qingyan responded softly, her small face filled with seriousness. Yang Kai frowned. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and listened to the nearby alchemist's whispers. After a while, his expression became strange. These people had come from all over the world, but they had all gathered here in order to become a disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak's elder Xiao Fusheng and learn alchemy. Yang Kai opened his eyes, looked at Dong Qingyan and asked, "Did you come here to become a disciple?" Dong Qingyan smiled. "Of course, Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I ran away from home just for today." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Guard Yang, you don't want to tell my big brother, do you? I just want to know what this has to do with my goal. Hidden Cloud Peak is not far from there. You can enter," Dong Qingyan said meaningfully. Yang Kai listened to her and his heart moved. Indeed, if he could enter Hidden Cloud Peak, he might be able to find an opportunity to enter the Pill Saints Peak. The 2 peaks were only separated by 2 mountains. "But I don't understand alchemy." Dong Qingyan chuckled. "Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple, so there must be a secret behind it. Even if you don't understand alchemy, you still have a chance. It just depends on whether you have the aptitude." "Guard Yang." Dong Qingyan gently shook Yang Kai's arm. "You see, I've done so much for you, so please don't tell my big brother about this, okay? Besides, being able to become Grandmaster Zhao's disciple can be considered as winning glory for my family. Even if my father finds out later, he will only praise me, so please don't do something so thankless." Yang Kai faintly said, "If you can go in, then we'll talk." "I'm sure I can," Dong Qingyan said confidently. "For this day, I've made a lot of preparations." Just wait and see. I don't know if you can go in." Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He really hadn't expected Dong Qingyan's method to actually be this. The method was very good, but Yang Kai didn't have any confidence. He had never touched alchemy before, so how could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test? However, right now he could only bite the bullet and try. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. As time passed, more and more alchemists gathered here, each of them full of enthusiasm. Like Dong Qingyan, there was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, many of these alchemists even showing pious expressions. It was obvious how much these people respected and worshipped Hidden Cloud Peak's Xiao Fusheng. Yang Kai listened to the conversations of these people and learned a lot. Xiao Fusheng was one of the top 10 elders of Medicine King's Valley. His alchemy skills were even better than the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, and he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a height no one had ever reached before. Xiao Fusheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life. Although he occupied one of Medicine King's Valley's peaks, he had never accepted a disciple, nor did he have a wife or children. He had dedicated his life to alchemy. In the world of alchemy, Xiao Fusheng had unparalleled prestige. A few months ago, news spread from Medicine King's Valley that Xiao Fusheng wanted to accept a disciple, shocking the world. Countless alchemists scrambled to worship Grandmaster Xiao and inherit his legacy. The central capital's 8 great families and first-class great forces even wanted to send their own alchemists to Hidden Cloud Peak, but they were all rejected by Grandmaster Xiao. Until today in Medicine King's Valley Town, there was a test set by Grandmaster Xiao. Only those who passed this test could enter Hidden Cloud Peak. Grandmaster Xiao didn't care about the requirements for accepting a disciple. No matter where they came from or what kind of force they belonged to, as long as they had the aptitude, they could learn his alchemy skills. The only requirement was that they had to be at least 25 years old. Therefore, those gathered here were all alchemists of the younger generation. Some of them, in order to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, had even given up participating in the Alchemy Summit. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai stood behind Dong Qingyan, paying attention to the surrounding movements while secretly observing the situation. The sun was high in the sky. With a burst of commotion, the disciples of Medicine King's Valley finally appeared. These disciples of Medicine King's Valley were not Grandmaster Zhao's disciples, but rather alchemists from other peaks who had been entrusted to handle and monitor today's test. Not far ahead was a high platform that had been set up in advance. This high platform was several dozen meters in length and width, and all the alchemists who had come to participate in the test were gathered around it. 4 Medicine King's Valley disciples leapt onto the high platform. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. Embroidered on his chest was a 3-petal golden flower, and his expression was cold and dignified. Holding a huge medicine pot in his hand, he walked forward with a majestic gait. A burst of exclamations rang out. It's Medicine King's Valley's Xianxia, only 35 years old. He's already reached the level of a heaven-grade top-rank alchemist. He's also a genius of Medicine King's Valley. I heard he's the next Valley Master. Shoo, quiet. Xianxia came to the high platform and placed the huge medicine pot in his hand on a table. The 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples behind him also stopped. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, my martial uncle Xiao has set up a test here today to accept disciples. This Qin is not talented enough. I will be the supervisor." The special and important status of an alchemist made this group of Medicine King's Valley masters look down on them. Moreover, they were often accompanied by alchemy furnaces all year round, so many of them did not understand the ways of the world and were disinclined to exchange pleasantries with others. As a genius alchemist, Xianxia's arrogance and indifference were even more obvious. After a few simple words, Xianxia opened the huge medicine pot with a straight face. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, their spirits shook. The test is very simple. Here are some pills that my martial uncle Xiao has personally refined for today. He wishes to join Hidden Cloud Peak. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. If there is nothing else, you may pass the test. Everyone, please help yourselves. Saying so, Xianxia stepped aside. The 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples stepped forward and looked down at the crowd, their expressions cold and indifferent. Hundreds of people stood around the platform in a daze, none of them daring to be the one to eat the crabs. Xianxia's words were understated, but everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was definitely something special. Everyone was now waiting for someone else to try, so who would take the initiative to step forward? The Medicine King's Valley disciples were not in a hurry. They just stood on the high platform and waited quietly. After a long time, someone asked, "Dare I ask, what kind of pill is this?" One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples sneered, "A poison pill." The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was not easy to pass, this kind of test was still far beyond everyone's expectations. Forcing someone to take a poison pill as soon as they came up, who could withstand it? Everyone only had one life. If they failed to pass the test and died here, wouldn't that be too bad? Xianxia lightly said, "Although it is a poison pill, it is not fatal. However, if one's aptitude is not high enough to take it, they will at least be weakened for 3 to 5 months." Hearing that it was not fatal, many people's minds became lively again. Grandmaster Xiao was still a famous grandmaster, so naturally he would not harm anyone. With this large pot of poison pills here, it was likely that those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would retreat. But of those who came here, which one of them was not confident in themselves? After thinking for a while, someone jumped onto the high platform. "I'll try." With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit. Shwa 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 shwa, more than a dozen people rushed up. Please. The Medicine King's Valley disciple gestured. These people stepped forward, took a pill from the pot and put it in their mouths. Please refine the pills. The more than a dozen people who took the pills quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts. The hundreds of people below all stared with wide eyes, carefully observing, not wanting to miss a single thing. Chapter 271. In just 10 breaths of time, one of the alchemists who had taken a poison pill went pale, and without warning, his entire body began to tremble as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, never having expected the poison pills refined by Grandmaster Xiao to be so potent. Before the exclamations had even ended, 3 loud puffing noises rang out from the stage, followed by a strange stench that drifted over with the wind. It turned out that the alchemist had let out several loud farts while he was distracted. Many people who were nearby were caught off guard and inhaled the stench, nearly vomiting it on the spot, all of them showing looks of disgust. The pale face of the alchemist who had participated in the test instantly turned red. This was not due to the effects of the poison pill but due to shame. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had let out 3 farts. How could he endure this? Seeing countless eyes filled with pity and disgust directed towards him, the alchemist suddenly felt ashamed and hurriedly stood up, jumped off the stage and fled in panic like a stray dog. He actually dared to participate in Grandmaster Zhao's test without any ability. He really overestimated himself. What a disgrace. Which alchemist is this? If word of this gets out, how will he face others in the future? The ridicule coming from behind was like a stab to his back, making him not dare to stay, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The crowd had not yet recovered from the ugliness of the alchemist when suddenly there was a soft thump from the high stage. Looking over, they saw the 2 alchemists who had just taken a poison pill actually fall backwards, their eyes wide open as they maintained a meditative posture, completely unconscious. The 3 young disciples from Medicine King's Valley glanced at each other and coldly snorted before walking over to the 2 alchemists and kicking them off the stage. Their attitudes were cold and their expressions were arrogant, as if they were just kicking 2 objects instead of people. However, no one dared to accuse them of anything. They had already been warned beforehand. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a bottle of poison pills. Since they dared to take it, they should be mentally prepared to be poisoned. Not dead. Immediately, someone went up to test the aura of the 2 alchemists and found that they were not dead, but for some reason they were still motionless and wouldn't wake up. So hot. Another alchemist suddenly jumped up from the high platform. His exposed skin was as red as blood, emitting a monstrous heat. Steam was rising from the top of his head. He kept tearing at his clothes, and in a short while his upper body was bare, but he seemed to be unaware. It was still tearing. Dong Qingyan's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly covered her eyes. A few cultivators scurried up from below the high platform and dragged that person away with ashen faces. These few cultivators should be from the same clan as that alchemist. They didn't want to see him embarrass himself anymore. In less than 30 breaths of time, the first batch of alchemists who had participated in the pill trial had been completely annihilated. There were all kinds of living things, and the symptoms of poisoning were also all kinds of strange. Such a tragic experience not only did not deter these alchemists from joining Hidden Cloud Peak, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. The poison pills that Xiao Fuxing had refined were clearly the same kind of pills, but they could produce so many different effects. It was indeed the work of a master. Because of this, these alchemists who had come felt that Grandmaster Zhao's alchemy skills were unfathomable. After this group of alchemists left, another 30 alchemists stepped onto the stage. As time passed, more and more people were poisoned, either falling unconscious or making a fool of themselves. In total, more than 200 alchemists had stepped onto the stage, but not a single one had safely passed Grandmaster Zhao's test. The entire test site was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Another group of alchemists was poisoned, and one of them, who had become as stiff as a stone after being poisoned, shouted loudly, "I don't accept this, I don't accept this. How can a single poison pill test my extraordinary aptitude? I don't accept this. I want to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, please give this junior a chance." Drag him away. Xianxia coldly shouted. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples all wore cold expressions. Walking up to this man, they directly threw him off the high platform. The man continued to shout, "Grandmaster Xiao, I can inherit your mantle. Please give this junior a chance." This group of people is crazy. Yang Kai coldly observed, shaking his head. Dong Qingyan softly said, "You don't know Grandmaster Zhao's prestige in the alchemy world, that's why you say that. Look at that man, even though he's so ugly and unsightly, has anyone ever laughed at him?" Yang Kai turned his head and found that no one was ridiculing him. Most of them had dull expressions, many of them even showing sympathy. Grandmaster, in the eyes of us alchemists, is a supreme existence. In order to worship him as our master, what does it matter if we suffer a bit of hardship and lose face? Dong Qingyan lightly bit her red lips, her face filled with both nervousness and expectation. "Are you sure you want to go up and take that poison pill?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also saw the reaction of those people. Directly falling unconscious is already good. But if you can't pass this test, you'll have to tear off your clothes on the spot." Dong Qingyan's pretty face immediately paled. "And everyone gathered here is young. I'm sure they would be willing to see such a scene. The Dong family's young ladies' clothes are in disarray. That's a good topic to talk about after dinner." "Really? Even if you let out a few loud farts in front of everyone? Don't say that." Dong Qingyan's face went pale. No matter what kind of ugliness it was not something a little girl like her could accept. Once it happened, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, Dong Qingyan waved her small fists. "I knew you were up to no good and wanted me to go back to my brother's place, but I still want to try this test. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Now that I've come all the way here, how could I give up now?" Saying so, her voice softened again as she blushed. "If it's really like you said, you'll have to take me away sooner rather than later." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. It seemed that his cousin was determined to go up on stage. No matter how he tried to dissuade her, it would be useless. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. An Earth-grade top-rank alchemist. Isn't that the Wang family's alchemy genius, Wang Qiren? He's also here. If it's him, I'm afraid he really can pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. Good, this is going to be interesting. Look at that one, an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist trained by the Xiong family. That one is also an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist from the Chong family. The alchemists of the great families are finally going to take action. A good show is about to begin. This group of alchemists were all young alchemists who had been trained by the great families and great forces, all of whom had come here to inherit Xiao Fusheng's mantle. Those who had just gone up. All of them were alchemists from small places, so it was normal for none of them to pass the test. Now that this group of people had gone up on stage, many people were looking forward to it. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and as the voices reached the ears of the dozen or so Earth-grade high-rank alchemists on the stage, these young men all showed proud expressions. They also showed their good upbringing and stepped onto the high platform. First they bowed to Xianxia. After performing a disciple's salute, they stepped forward one by one and stood in front of the pill pot. "Brother Wang, please go first. Among all of you, only Brother Wang has reached the Earth-grade top-rank alchemist level, so naturally he should go first." The Chong family alchemist smiled and gestured. The others also nodded. Wang Qiren smiled and cupped his fists. "Since that is the case, this Wang will accept." Saying so, he turned to the direction of Hidden Cloud Peak and bowed before reaching out and taking out a poison pill, placing it in his mouth before sitting down and refining it. From his attitude, it was clear that he was determined to pass this test and had a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed to Hidden Cloud Peak. That was the mountain peak where Xiao Fusheng lived. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw this. So what if it was an Earth-grade top-rank pill? The poison pill refined by Martial Granduncle Xiao. Even if a heaven-grade alchemist took it, if their aptitude wasn't high enough, they would still suffer. This Wang Qiren really thinks he's some big shot. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples glanced at each other and secretly sneered, waiting for the situation to develop, ready to see Wang Qiren make a fool of himself. Not long after, this group of people took the poison pill and found a good place to sit down. While everyone on the stage was absorbing the medicinal efficacies, the spectators below also held their breaths, craning their necks to watch. as if they were more nervous than if they were participating in the test themselves. These alchemists were truly worthy of being from great forces. All of them had extraordinary attainments and high aptitude. Those who had gone up to take the test before had lasted at most half a cup of tea's worth of time. However, this group of people only reacted after a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. The first to do so was an Earth-grade low-rank alchemist, who suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Immediately after, someone jumped off the high platform and a few muffled sounds rang out. One after another, the alchemists of these large forces all had problems. This result left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't that these people were unworthy of their reputation, but that the difficulty of Grandmaster Zhou's test had exceeded everyone's imagination. After a stick of incense worth of time, only Wang Qiren remained on the high platform. Everyone else had left. Countless people's hearts were tense. If Wang Qiren couldn't pass this test, then they really didn't know who else could. After a long time, Wang Qiren's body suddenly moved and a faint black qi appeared on his forehead. Xianxia, who had been sitting there motionless since the beginning of the test, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Qiren's reaction. As time passed, the black qi became more and more obvious, more and more solid. Suddenly, the black qi disappeared without a trace, but instead, Wang Qiren opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qiren react like this, so they couldn't help wondering if he had passed the test. The Wang family cultivator quickly rushed up and hurried to Wang Qiren's side. Wang Qiren waved his hand and stood up with difficulty, looking towards Xianxia with a trace of expectation. Xianxia sighed. Fail. Wang Qiren's expression darkened, but he didn't give up, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, how can I pass this test?" Xianxia saw that he was also a talented alchemist, so he patiently explained, "In fact, you were just one step away from passing. Unfortunately, you failed." Junior understands. Wang Qiren smiled bitterly and jumped off the high platform with the other cultivator. Chapter 272. Once again they were all annihilated. Even an alchemy genius like Wang Qiren had failed to pass Grandmaster Zhou's test. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After Wang Qiren left, the scene was silent for a long time, no one daring to step onto the stage. No one was confident they could pass Grandmaster Zhou's test, so no one dared to step onto the stage and disgrace themselves. From beginning to end, the people from Medicine King's Valley were not anxious, so no one stepped onto the stage. They simply stood there and waited. Yang Kai glanced over at Dong Qinyan and found that her two small hands were constantly clenching and opening, clearly showing her extreme nervousness. Her face showed some eagerness to try but also some lack of confidence. Even an Earth-grade high-rank alchemist had failed. Could she, a mere common-grade mid-rank alchemist, succeed? If you miss something, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai said lightly. Dong Qinyan's tender body shook as she turned to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contemplation flashing across her eyes, but soon they became firm as she took a deep breath and said, "And let's go." Yang Kai smiled lightly and together with Dong Qinyan, both stepped onto the high platform. Seeing that there was still someone who dared to step onto the stage, the crowd below suddenly burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement, causing Dong Qinyan to smile shyly. But soon after, someone discovered her rank through the embroidery on her chest. Only a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. With such a low rank, she's probably going to make a fool of herself. Poor little girl, if she makes a fool of herself here, how will she have the face to show her face in the future? Dong Qinyan listened to these words, biting her lip and not saying a word. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley actually smiled at her. A beautiful woman was always able to win good impressions wherever she went. "Young lady, please." Dong Qinyan nodded gently, took a deep breath, walked over to the medicine pot, and took out a poison pill, turning back to look at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the sidelines." If Dong Qinyan really couldn't pass the test, he would definitely take her away. He definitely had to take her away. He couldn't let her embarrass herself in front of so many people. On the high platform, besides the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Dong Qinyan and Yang Kai were present. On top of that, Yang Kai's outfit made it obvious he was this woman's attendant, so the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't immediately chase them away. Dong Qingyan took a deep breath, placed the poison pill into her mouth, and swallowed it down before walking over to the side and sitting down cross-legged. He circulated his energy to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. Like a javelin, he stood in place, vigilantly observing Dong Qingyan's movements. Half a cup of tea's time passed, but she did not respond at all. 10 minutes passed. She still did not respond. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he secretly released his divine sense to sweep Dong Qingyan's body, quickly discovering that the yuan qi in her body was rapidly circulating. He was burning some of the impurities in his meridians. These miscellaneous items should be the poison contained in the poison pill. Oh, this little girl isn't bad, she managed to hold on for so long. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Of the several hundred people who had come up before, except for the alchemists from the great families, few had been able to hold on for so long. Moreover, it wasn't as if no common-grade alchemist had come up before, but those people had only lasted a dozen breaths, so Dong Qingyan's performance had impressed everyone. How did she do it? She's another genius suited for alchemy. Compared to that Wang Qiren, she's not much better. I know her, she's the Dong family's young lady, Dong Qingyan. What, the Dong family's young lady? As the crowd exclaimed, a faint black qi suddenly appeared between Dong Qingyan's eyebrows. Quickly, this black qi became thicker and thicker, and then the black qi quickly moved and disappeared into her body, but Dong Qingyan suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a black qi visible to the naked eye. After exhaling this black qi, Dong Qingyan opened her big eyes in amazement. Qinzhe also stood up from his chair. His stiff face finally bloomed into a smile as he praised, "Good, good. Someone finally passed Martial Uncle Zhao's test." Passed. The hundreds of people present were silent, almost unable to believe their eyes. In total, more than 300 alchemists from all over the world had taken the stage. Many of them were geniuses with outstanding aptitude, some were even Earth-grade high-rank alchemists, but all of them had somehow failed. Now, a single common-grade mid-rank alchemist had actually passed unscathed? What kind of mysteries were hidden in this? Dong Qingyan was also dumbfounded, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Qinzhe in amazement. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "Young lady, this senior said you have passed the Grandmaster's test." What? Dong Qingyan didn't seem to have recovered. Qinzhe's cold expression suddenly changed, replaced by a kind smile. "Young lady, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are my Martial Uncle Zhao's disciple." This Qin should also call you junior sister." Dong Qingyan was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she jumped up and burst into tears of joy, covering her face with both hands, her eyes immediately becoming red. Happiness had come too suddenly. The little girl was obviously not mentally prepared. She was at a loss for words for a long time, not knowing what to say. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. After a long time, Dong Qingyan turned to Qinzhe and said, "Yan, greets big brother Qin." Qinzhe laughed. "Junior sister is too polite. Martial Uncle Zhao accepting you as a disciple is my Medicine King's Valley's blessing." After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere immediately became much more harmonious, causing the group of people below to stare dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Medicine King's Valley's Qinzhe act so friendly? Every time they asked him to perform alchemy, he would always put on a straight face as if everyone in the world owed him money. But now he was smiling so widely that his molars could be seen. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smile, but rather that they couldn't enter his discerning eyes. "Since junior sister has passed Martial Uncle Zhao's test, you are now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley. If there is nothing else, you can come with us to Medicine King's Valley. If there is something you need, please handle it as soon as possible," Qinzhe said with a smile. Dong Qingyan nodded. If she wanted to enter Medicine King's Valley, she would need to inform the Dong family first. However, since things had reached this point, she believed that her big brother would definitely not stop her. Being able to enter Medicine King's Valley was also a matter of pride for the Dong family. Think about it, no matter which great force in the world wanted to have a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley, the Dong family's young lady was already the direct disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Grandmaster Zhao. This was a unique advantage. No one could compare to him. Big brother Yan also wants to try. Dong Qinyan glanced over at Yang Kai and said. Guard. Qin Zhe frowned, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly. Although he didn't show much disgust, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. Yenner has been protecting me since I was a child, so... Qin Zhe gave her a meaningful look, apparently misunderstanding that she had developed feelings for him over time. Not wanting to delve deeper, he just nodded and said, since he wants to try. It's fine. In any case, Martial Uncle Xiao has refined a large number of poison pills. Saying so, he casually asked, what grade of alchemist is he? Dong Qinyan blushed and said, he doesn't know alchemy. Doesn't know alchemy? Qin Zhe's expression suddenly became ugly. If you don't know alchemy, then what's the point of trying? Do you really think alchemy is a child's play? My Medicine King's Valley is not so easy to enter, if you don't have a heart for alchemy. If you want to pass this test, then don't try. Yang Kai looked at him faintly and said, dare I ask, when Senior Xiao set up this test, did he say that those without alchemy experience would not be able to participate? Qin Zhe sneered, Martial Uncle never said such a thing. But since you have never studied alchemy before, you naturally won't be able to go far on this road in the future. If you don't intend to devote your life to alchemy, then don't come here to make trouble. This is not a place for you to play around. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he said lightly, as far as this junior knows. Grandmaster Xiao himself was only 26 or 27 years old when he first started learning alchemy. This junior is only 17 this year, 10 years younger than Grandmaster Xiao. All of this information was what he had just heard from others. Qin Zhe's brow furrowed as his expression became quite unpleasant. Suddenly someone from the crowd cursed, who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Grandmaster Xiao is a genius born for alchemy. Not to mention that he only started learning alchemy at the age of 26 or 27. Even if he was 40 or 50 years old, it wouldn't be too late. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Silence. Qin Zhe angrily shouted, immediately silencing the crowd. Qin Zhe stared deeply at Yang Kai, not saying a word. After a long time he nodded and said, what you said makes sense. Since Martial Uncle did not say that only alchemists must participate in this test, you are qualified. Go and take a poison pill. Yang Kai nodded, and under the sneers of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, he took out a poison pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Dong Qinyan looked at him nervously, but Yang Kai just smiled and walked over to the side and sat down. Circulating his true Yang secret art, a burning sensation spread out, causing Qin Zhe's brow to wrinkle slightly, and he couldn't help secretly nodding. Although he had looked down on Yang Kai a moment ago, now that he felt his yuan qi, he knew that this boy was not simple. At such a young age he had already reached the yuan qi boundary. This kind of aptitude was not something an average person could compare with. If he did not distract himself with alchemy and instead concentrated on the martial Dao, he would surely achieve great things in the future. A trivial guard is so powerful. The Dong family's heritage was not shallow. Qin Zhe was really surprised. As soon as the poison pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai felt it completely dissolve and flow directly into his meridians. Worthy of being personally refined by a grandmaster, this kind of medicinal efficacies were simply too fast. Not to mention that Yang Kai was now at the second stage of yuan qi. Even if a cultivator had just reached the initial element boundary, as long as they circulated their yuan qi, they would be able to effortlessly absorb the medicinal efficacies. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, but after being tempered and burned by his true yang yuan qi, they were not able to harm him in the slightest. After a few circulations, Yang Kai felt that the poison had completely lost its effect, and instead continued to flow up to the top of his head, converging into a turbid gas in his mouth. Gawking for a moment, Yang Kai secretly cursed. Dong Qinyan had just spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to pass the test, which had already caused Qin Zhe to lose his composure. Now, after just a few circulations he had passed the test, who knew what kind of disturbance would arise? This speed is too fast. Thinking so, Yang Kai swallowed the turbid gas in his mouth, not spitting it out, while continuing to circulate his secret art as if nothing had happened. Chapter 273. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai quietly began circulating his yuan qi, guiding the turbid qi from his mouth to his forehead. From an outsider's point of view, Yang Kai's forehead was now filled with a faint black qi. Qinzhe was suddenly surprised. This was clearly a sign that would only appear at the final juncture of the test. Of the hundreds of alchemists who had taken the stage before, only Wang Qiren and Dong Qinyan had reached this point, but the former had failed while the latter had succeeded. How could a mere guard do this? Could it be that he was another genius suited for alchemy? Qinzhe was quite nervous as he stared at Yang Kai deeply, his heart almost jumping into his throat. His martial uncle Xiao had personally told him that as long as he could find a suitable successor for this trial, he would be satisfied. Now that Dong Qinyan had passed, if another one passed, wouldn't his martial uncle laugh his head off? Not only would Hidden Cloud Peak have a successor in the future, but it would also be able to carry forward its legacy. Just as Qinzhe's heart was filled with nervousness, the black qi between Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. Qinzhe held his breath on the spot, his eyes widening. Success or failure would all depend on the next moment. As he anxiously waited, Yang Kai didn't respond, but after a long time, Qinzhe's eyes began to ache, only to see a wisp of black qi appear between Yang Kai's eyebrows. What's going on? Qinzhe was really confused. The reaction of this young man in front of him wasn't like Wang Qiren, who spat out a mouthful of black blood, nor was he like Dong Qinyan, who successfully forced out the black smoke. So how could this black gas appear back and forth between his eyebrows? This situation was inconsistent with what his martial uncle had told him before. Just as he was feeling anxious and confused, the black qi disappeared. But before he could calm down, the black qi reappeared. Qinzhe's heart began to beat erratically as the black qi continued to rise and fall. This kind of waiting without knowing the result was really too torturous, especially since the other party's performance was constantly fluctuating between success and failure, making him feel even more tormented. The black qi fluctuated at least a dozen times before the boy in front of him suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick turbid qi. As this turbid qi was expelled, the boy's entire body seemed to become sluggish, his head drooping down. He had lost his spirit. Fuck. You finally spat it out. Qinzhe cursed in his heart. If you keep tormenting me a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. But, how could something like this happen? Qinzhe furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. Could it be that this youth's aptitude had barely reached the standard set by his martial uncle, and that was why he had passed the test with such difficulty? Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Brother Qin. Dong Qinyan looked at Qinzhe and hesitantly asked, "How is he?" Qinzhe regained his senses and laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Although his aptitude is slightly worse than yours, but he barely passed. Passed again? Everyone below the stage was stunned by this sentence. So many people had gone on stage before, but none of them had succeeded. Even Wang Qiren had spat out a mouthful of black blood, but now a common grade mid-rank alchemist had passed. Even though her rank as an alchemist was very low, she was still the daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family was quite powerful, so it was acceptable that they could cultivate such a talent. But what about the guards? They were just young Lady Dong's followers. How could such a person pass? Senior Qin, that little brat shouldn't have cheated, right? Someone below shouted. That's right, Senior, this person doesn't even know alchemy. How could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test without an alchemist's rank? He must have used some dirty tricks to achieve this. I refuse to accept this. The smile on Qinzhe's face immediately froze, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd, coldly snorting, "This is a poison pill personally refined by my martial uncle Xiao. No one can cheat. Even if an immortal ascension boundary cultivator takes this pill, those without alchemy aptitude will not be able to bear it. If there is anyone who disagrees, come up and give it a try, but if there is anyone who dares to question it, then that is an insult to my Medicine King's Valley, an insult to my martial uncle Xiao." As soon as this big accusation was made, the crowd immediately quieted down. Damn, a little guard who can't even perform alchemy can pass. I don't believe it. An alchemist grit his teeth and fiercely rushed up the stage. Many people quickly followed. A moment later, a large group of people were poisoned. A whole pot of poison pills, at least 500 to 600 of them. By noon, All the poison pills had been taken, but from start to finish, only Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai had safely passed the test. There were also many people who suffered the same fate as Wang Qiren, reaching the final step but failing at the final step, causing many people to sigh with regret. Only now did everyone realize that Grandmaster Xiao had not set out to recruit disciples, but had set up such a difficult test in order to find a suitable successor. After the test ended, Qin Zhe walked over with a smile. "Junior brother and junior sister, when will you come with me to Hidden Cloud Peak? If Martial Uncle knows that 2 people have passed this time, he will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai's face remained expressionless, not saying a word, his expression cold. His current status was that of a bodyguard, so naturally he could not overstep his boundaries. Dong Qingyan smiled and said, "I'm going to say goodbye to my big brother." "Oh, let's go together, quickly say goodbye and we'll go to Hidden Cloud Peak." He couldn't wait to take them to Medicine King's Valley. On the 3rd floor of the Dong family medicine store, Dong Qinghan's fat face wore a wry smile. The news that Dong Qingyan had passed Grandmaster Zhao's test had reached his ears early on. Although he knew that his little sister had been obsessed with alchemy since childhood, he had never expected her to be able to accomplish such a feat, worshipping Xiao Fu Sheng as a disciple. This was a good thing no one could refuse. But in the end, she was a girl who had been pampered since childhood. Now suddenly changing to an unfamiliar environment, he didn't know if she could handle it. But now what was done. Unless the Dong family was willing to break off all ties with Medicine King's Valley, it would be impossible to poach someone from Medicine King's Valley. The Dong family naturally could not break off relations with Medicine King's Valley. The stakes were too high. Just as Dong Qinghan was smiling bitterly, the Wind and Cloud dual guard's expression suddenly changed and whispered, "Young lady and young Master Yang are coming, and there is another person with them. He should be the steward of Medicine King's Valley." Dong Qinghan was startled and quickly got up. "Come with me to greet them." Before they reached the door, the sound of someone running up the stairs could be heard. Opening the door, Yang Kai saw Dong Qingyan running up the stairs at a brisk pace. Big brother, I succeeded." Dong Qingyan couldn't wait to tell Dong Qinghan the good news. Dong Qinghan's face immediately stiffened as he reached out and knocked her head, scolding, "Nonsense. Such a big thing, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance?" Dong Qingyan rubbed her small head, still grinning, not showing the slightest annoyance. Just as Dong Qinghan finished reprimanding her, Qin Zhe, who had followed closely behind, lightly coughed. Dong Qingyan's expression immediately became serious as he quickly bowed. "Junior greets Senior Qin." Qin Zhe nodded lightly, frowning slightly. "Young Master Dong, since your little sister has passed the test, she is now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley, the disciple of my martial uncle Xiao, and also this Qin's junior sister. Although she is still a member of your Dong family, you can't hit her at will." Dong Qinghan was stunned. Qin Zhe continued to casually scold him. "Alchemist is a noble profession, different from you spear-wielding barbarians. What you need is brains. Do you understand brains? What if you break her head? Junior sister is a genius in alchemy. If you really break her head, can you afford the loss? Can you afford the wrath of my martial uncle Xiao? Can your Dong family afford the wrath of my Medicine King's Valley?" Spear and stick scolding, Dong Qinghan's young master Dong was left speechless. Qin Zhe snorted and continued, "You call me senior, but Yen'er is now this Qin's junior sister. In terms of seniority, she is higher than you. How can you hit her? Do you not understand this simple truth?" Dong Qinghan was dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. "I just greeted you, I didn't say anything. I know your Medicine King's Valley is overbearing, but she is my little sister. Can't I even teach her a lesson? I've never seen anyone so overprotective. You haven't even entered Medicine King's Valley yet and you're already acting like this. Once you really enter Medicine King's Valley, what kind of trouble will you cause?" However, although Dong Qinghan was extremely depressed, in his heart he was also quite happy. Qin Zhe being so protective of his little sister, after entering Medicine King's Valley, she wouldn't suffer any hardships. Junior knows he was wrong. Dong Qinghan cleverly admitted his mistake. Qin Zhe nodded lightly. "Good, young Master Dong doesn't look like an uneducated person. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing." Dong Qinghan's fat face squeezed out a forced smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. Qin Zhe turned around and looked at Dong Qingyan. "Junior sister, if you and young Master Dong have anything to say, make it short, I'll wait for you downstairs." Saying so, he floated down the stairs. He had come up here to support Dong Qingyan. After Qin Zhe left, Dong Qinghan ground his teeth and glared at his little sister. "You've got the ability, should I call you Senior Dong?" Hee. Dong Qingyan giggled, stepping forward and shaking her brother's arm softly, saying, "Father." Dong Qinghan helplessly shook his head. "I'll tell him, I believe he won't try to stop me. And father will be proud of me." Dong Qingyan nodded quickly, suddenly feeling like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Chapter 274. This line of bright red characters demonstrated the overbearing and extraordinary spirit of Medicine King's Valley. Only people from Medicine King's Valley would dare to erect such a majestic stone monument in front of their own home. There was no one guarding the foot of the mountain, so Qin Zhe led the group up the mountain. Dong Qingyan and Qin Zhe walked side by side, followed by the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. When the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples looked at Dong Qingyan, their faces were filled with envy, worship, and even love. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai, they were still disdainful, not even bothering to say a word to him. Alchemists were a group of people who were not good at communicating with others and had eyes above their heads. The alchemists of Medicine King's Valley were even more so. Dong Qingyan's background was extraordinary and her natural beauty naturally attracted their attention. Although Yang Kai had also passed the test set by Grandmaster Shao and was qualified to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, in essence he was just a small attendant with a low status. How could they lower themselves to interact with him? Since they didn't speak, Yang Kai was like a taciturn gourd, secretly observing as they walked. On the other hand, Dong Qingyan was like a sparrow. From the moment she set foot on the rugged mountain road, she had been constantly asking questions. She was about to enter the Holy Land in her heart and see the senior she worshipped, so Dong Qingyan was both nervous and looking forward to it. Qin Zhe didn't speak much, most of the time he was silent, but when faced with Dong Qingyan's questions he carefully answered one by one, not showing the slightest impatience. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Yang Kai also learned a few things. Hidden Cloud Peak had only had one alchemist, Xiao Fuxing, since several decades ago. Besides the 2 maidservants who served him, there was no one else. Moreover, these 2 maidservants were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Xiao Fuxing had been obsessed with alchemy all his life and had never accepted a disciple until this year when he changed his mind and decided to pass on his life's knowledge. That was why today's test had occurred. Why did Master suddenly change his mind? Dong Qingyan asked curiously. Qin Zhe's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. After a moment of hesitation he said, "Martial Uncle's thoughts I dare not speculate. You should ask him yourself one day." Oh. The first half of Hidden Cloud Peak was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as the eye could see, there were only rugged rocks and forests. From time to time, there would be some wild animals roaming about. However, they were all small animals such as rabbits and roe deer. There was nothing dangerous about them. But in the second half, instead it was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many exotic flowers and herbs in the mountains. Just like that, they grew there openly, swaying in the wind. There were many types of them. It was a dazzling sight. There are so many herbs here, why didn't anyone secretly come up here to pick them? Dong Qingyan couldn't help feeling curious when she saw no one guarding the mountain forest. Who dares? Qin Zhe coldly snorted. Whoever dares touch Medicine King's Valley's herbs will have their entire family annihilated. Hearing these murderous words, Dong Qingyan quickly spat out her tongue. The herbs that were planted in the mountains were definitely not too valuable, so it was not worthwhile to offend Medicine King Valley for these things. An hour later, the group arrived at the top of the mountain where there was a row of houses. There weren't many of them, only about 7 or 8, most of which were newly built. These should be the residences that Xiao Fuxing had prepared for his disciples. Arriving here, Qin Zhe stopped and turned to the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples and said, "You wait here." The 3 of them listened. Quickly putting on a bashful face, they smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, we also want to go in." "What are you going to do?" Qin Zhe asked unhappily. One of them wore a look of yearning. Since we entered Medicine King's Valley until now, we've only seen Martial Uncle Xiao once, but now we're here, heh. Xianxia frowned and pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Good, then don't speak. Martial Uncle doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes, we promise we won't speak." The three immediately cheered up. Yang Kai observed from the side and found that these three people's expressions were filled with awe. Even Xianxia's expression became serious. It seemed that Xiao Fusheng's reputation in the hearts of alchemists was far beyond what he had imagined. Even these disciples of Medicine King's Valley were proud to see him. Under the leadership of Xianxia, the group of people walked straight towards the row of houses. Before they had even arrived, two beautiful women appeared in front of them. These two beautiful women were both plump and gorgeous, with a hint of charm between their brows, a faint dignified air and a light smile. At first glance, these two beautiful women appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. In fact, both of them were over 40 years old. Because as early as 25 years ago, they had come to Hidden Cloud Peak to serve Xiao Fusheng. 25 years ago they were only 16 or 17 years old. These two beautiful women were ordinary people who had never cultivated, but they were still able to maintain their youth and beauty. Compared to many other cultivator, they were even able to maintain their looks. All of this was thanks to Xiao Fusheng's methods. Seeing the two beautiful women come over, Xianxia quickly cupped his fists, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, respectfully saying, "Ladies, please report to Martial Uncle that we have brought the people he wants." These two. One of the beautiful women wearing a moon-white dress looked at Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Dong Qingyan also understood etiquette and quickly bowed with Yang Kai. The beautiful woman chuckled, "Call me Aunt Xiang, this is Aunt Lan." Dong Qingyan giggled and obediently bowed again. Aunt Xiang then said, "You don't need to be so formal here, just treat this place as your own home. In the future the two of you will be living here for a long time. If you are too formal you will feel uncomfortable and we will also feel uncomfortable." The other beautiful woman, Aunt Lan, smiled and said, "When we first came to Hidden Cloud Peak, we were about the same age as you. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed." Dong Qingyan saw the two of them acting so cordially and her tension gradually relaxed. "Ladies, Martial Uncle is." Xianxia waited for them to finish their small talk before respectfully asking for instructions. "Grandmaster is currently performing alchemy. News from the bottom of the mountain has already been sent back. You can go back first. When Grandmaster finishes refining that furnace of pills, he will meet with them." Hearing this, not only did the three young Medicine King's Valley disciples look sad, even Xianxia was slightly disappointed. "Many thanks." Xianxia quickly adjusted his expression, cupped his fists, and led the three Medicine King's Valley disciples away. After they left, the two beautiful women waved to Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, smiling as they arranged a place for them to live. Hidden Cloud Peak had only been inhabited by the three of them and Xiao Fusheng. Xiao Fusheng would often retreat to perform alchemy and would not appear for more than 10 days. The two of them had been companions for so many years, so now that Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan had arrived, they were naturally happy. Hidden Cloud Peak was not like any of the other peaks. There was nothing to pay attention to, nor were there so many restrictions. Everything was very free. After arranging a place for Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan to live, the two women left. They stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 3 days, but Xiao Fusheng still did not show up. Only the two beautiful women came to see Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan from time to time, inquiring about their well-being. 3 days later, just as Dong Qingyan was muttering to herself about when Xiao Fusheng would come out, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from nearby. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, exchanging a glance with Dong Qingyan before quickly rushing out of the house. The two beautiful women had also walked out and were staring at a room in a daze. This was Xiao Fusheng's residence. Not long after, the door opened and an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard walked out. The old man had a peaceful face, but at this moment his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was holding a golden pill in his hand and while walking he frowned and observed it. Dong Qingyan suddenly became nervous. The man she had always worshipped had appeared in front of her. Her mood could be imagined. Yang Kai was also looking at this legendary figure in the alchemy world and was surprised to find that this person didn't have the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. He was like an ordinary old man, bland and plain. However, Xiao Fuxing was not an ordinary person, he was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai couldn't help but become solemn. Being able to restrain his aura to such an extent, this Xiao Fuxing was not simple. No pill veins, no pill veins, without pill veins what use is there for me? Xiao Fuxing muttered a few times with a pained expression before letting out a long sigh. Yang Kai glanced over at the pill in his hand and found that this pill was full of world energy. Even from a few dozen meters away he could smell its pill fragrance. On top of that it was round and full, clearly a heaven grade or above pill. But now this pill had been degraded by Xiao Fuxing to be worthless. Grandmaster. Auntie Xiang, one of the two beautiful women, called out softly, "He's here." Only now did Xiao Fuxing recover from his contemplation, tossing the pill he had been holding to one of the beautiful women before turning his eyes towards Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan with great interest. Not bad, not bad. Circling around Dong Qingyan a few times, Xiao Fuxing repeatedly praised. At this time, Dong Qingyan's small face suddenly became serious, not daring to move at all. After circling around Yang Kai a few more times, Xiao Fuxing suddenly frowned. Not bad, but the murderous aura is too heavy. Yang Kai's heart went cold. Xiao Fuxing, on the other hand, casually said, "You two stretch out your hands." Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both stretched out their hands. Xiao Fuxing flicked his finger and placed it on their wrists. After examining them for a long time, his old face filled with a smile and his eyes flashed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You cheated during the test." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before immediately letting out a laugh. "Senior's eyes are sharp." Dong Qingyan was stunned on the spot and quickly defended Yang Kai. "He didn't cheat, he took that poison pill and forced the poison out of his body. How could he cheat?" Xiao Fuxing smiled and said, "I'm not saying that his aptitude isn't good, on the contrary, his aptitude is probably better than yours. It's just that he deliberately delayed forcing out the poison. Obviously he didn't want to show off too much." But Dong Qingyan was stunned. The two beautiful women's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "How did Senior see through it?" Xiao Fuxing chuckled and patted the dust off his clothes. "I set this test myself, how could I not know?" Chapter 275. After Xiao Fuxing's simple explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was hidden in his poison pills. The pot of poison pills was not complicated to refine, and the materials required were not expensive, otherwise there would not have been so many of them. However, the biggest function of these poison pills was to test the purity of a person's yuan qi. An alchemist was also a cultivator, and all of them had yuan qi in their bodies, but this group of people regarded alchemy as their main occupation. Increasing their cultivation and strength was all for the sake of alchemy. When a poison pill was taken, if one's yuan qi was pure enough, it could completely expel the poison from the body, otherwise it would not work. The purity of yuan qi was related to many things, such as a cultivator's secret art, martial skills, the pills they had taken, their physique, and various other factors could all affect it. Although these alchemists regarded alchemy as their life's occupation, because of various experiences, their yuan qi was impure, so they failed Xiao Fuxing's test. Yang Kai had only practiced the true Yang secret art since he began cultivating, and had constantly tempered his yuan qi, so it was not surprising that the purity of his yuan qi could meet Xiao Fuxing's requirements. Dong Qingyan's situation was similar. She cultivated a fire attribute secret art. The Dong family was a big family, and when she was at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, in order to help her break through to the yuan qi boundary, the family had spent a lot of precious treasures to help her condense her yuan qi, so naturally her yuan qi would not be impure. Xiao Fuxing smiled wryly. In fact, this old master's pot of poison pills, if an alchemist were to take them, 90% of them would fail the test. Because they don't take the purity of their yuan qi too seriously. When refining pills, many alchemists have to personally test the properties of the pills themselves. The various medicinal efficacies in their bodies would clash and condense, so how could there be any pure yuan qi? But if it were to be taken by those who cultivate a fire or yang attribute secret art, I'm afraid it would be a different story. Yang Kai suddenly realized why the time it took him to resolve the poison was shorter than Dong Qingyan's, so there was such a reason. However, of those who came to participate in Xiao Fusheng's test, which one of them was not an alchemist? Only a cultivator with a special purpose like Yang Kai would try it. Wanting to find such a successor among the alchemists was indeed somewhat difficult. Dong Qinyan being able to pass this test smoothly was also thanks to the Dong family not supporting her in alchemy all these years. If she had started studying alchemy from an early age, this test would likely have ended with regret. Many people have taken the wrong path as an alchemist. This old master was wrong. Xiao Fusheng let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness and regret. Yang Kai frowned and said thoughtfully, "Master, according to what you said, wouldn't it be better to find a child with excellent aptitude and train him from a young age?" "A child?" Xiao Fusheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This old master can't wait that long." Yang Kai's heart stirred, staring at Xiao Fusheng in surprise. The two beautiful women were also dejected. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Dong Qinyan couldn't help but gasp. "Grandmaster," Xiao Fusheng chuckled. With an indifferent expression he said, "It doesn't matter, I can still live for a few more years. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the mysterious grade top rank. I really want to see what the spirit rank is like." His words were full of yearning and regret. His expression suddenly brightened and he said, "I can't, but I want to train a spirit grade alchemist. Breaking through the shackles of the spirit rank will depend on the two of you." It was for this reason that Xiao Fusheng wanted to accept a disciple. He had devoted his entire life to alchemy, but had never been able to break through to the spirit rank. How could he not regret it? He had unparalleled alchemy knowledge and his own personal experience on the alchemy path, so he firmly believed that he could cultivate a disciple who surpassed himself. Perceiving Xiao Fusheng's determination, Yang Kai struggled for a moment before quickly saying, "Senior, please forgive this junior. The reason why I came to Hidden Cloud Peak was not to study alchemy." Xiao Fusheng's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "I want to reach the peak of the martial Dao. If I study alchemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to," Yang Kai said sincerely. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak this time just to take advantage of its geographical advantage to get close to the Pill Saints' Peak. Xiao Fusheng had confided in him, so Yang Kai didn't want to deceive him too much. He definitely couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Pill Saints' Peak, but he also couldn't learn alchemy, otherwise he would be unable to escape. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the two beautiful women suddenly frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with a slightly unhappy expression. On the other hand, Xiao Fusheng just chuckled. "Who said that alchemy can't help one reach the peak of the martial Dao?" Yang Kai's expression shook as he thought about it. The first time he had met Xiao Fusheng, this old man had left a deep impression on Yang Kai. Although he was already half buried in the ground, the kind of high-spirited spirit he displayed and the kind of mentality he had to compete with the heavens was something that many young people didn't possess. The Grandmaster didn't ask him to become Dong Qinyan's disciple and instead just stayed here. A few days later, Xiao Fusheng didn't show up much. Dong Qinyan insisted on calling him master and disciple, while Yang Kai only called him Old Xiao. Although the two beautiful women were somewhat displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and tone that day, their self-restraint was excellent and they didn't embarrass him. Every day they still greeted him with a smile and took care of the daily life of the entire Hidden Cloud Peak, silently contributing. On this day, Xiao Fusheng called Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan into his room. The two of them stood in front of Old Xiao, Yang Kai's expression indifferent while Dong Qinyan was somewhat restrained. Xiao Fusheng smiled faintly and nodded. "I haven't taught you anything these past few days, but I've been observing your character. Although time will reveal a person's heart, this old master has lived for many years, so his eyesight is still somewhat profound. You have a kind heart and come from a great family, but you don't have the spoiled temperament of those young ladies. Even if you inherit this old master's mantle, I believe you won't do anything evil in the future. If you are willing, this old master can accept you as a disciple." "Disciple is willing," Dong Qinyan quickly replied, her face filled with joy. Xiao Fusheng nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Yang Kai. "You are different. Although you are young, you have experienced many hardships and your temperament is much more mature than your peers. Your yuan qi is like a sword, sharp and fierce, so you should have killed many people. But although your methods are ruthless, You will not kill the innocent. Yang Kai nodded silently and did not refute this. As one grew older, their eyesight was generally quite sharp. Your pursuit is different from Yenner's, so even if your aptitude is better than Yenner's, I will not force you. You have your own path to walk, so I will not accept you as a disciple, nor will I teach you alchemy. Master. Dong Qinyan exclaimed, thinking he was going to drive her away. Xiao Fuxing waved his hand and smiled. But, since you have passed this old master's test, it can be considered fate, so I can teach you something else. For the time being, you and Yenner can live together on Hidden Cloud Peak. Many thanks, old man Xiao. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fuxing really wanted to drive him away from the mountain, he would have no choice. But now hearing him say he could stay on Hidden Cloud Peak, he naturally relaxed. With this, he no longer had any psychological burden to bear. This is a set of secret arts. The two of you can take them to cultivate, but remember, you only need to cultivate for an hour a day at most. Xiao Fuxing handed over a booklet and closed his eyes. Yang Kai reached out and took the booklet before leaving the house with Dong Qinyan. Half a day later, the two of them had familiarized themselves with the secret arts on the booklet and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret art this was, as it didn't have a name and its circulation route was quite strange. It actually required one to circulate all 108 meridians in the body at the same time, a staggering number. Yang Kai and the old demon studied this secret art together for a long time, but even with the old demon's profound knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what it was, only that it didn't cause any harm. Xiao Fuxing didn't have much time left, and now that he had finally accepted Dong Qinyan as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't harm her. Thinking so, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusted his breathing and began to cultivate this unknown secret art. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Kai Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Every morning he would wake up early in the morning and face the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. Then he would spend an hour practicing an unknown secret art. After this, it was time for him to cultivate. The days passed quickly and they were very fulfilling. Yang Kai repeatedly went to inquire about the situation of the Pill Saint's Peak, but without a proper reason or excuse, he would often be driven away before he could even approach, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak also treated Yang Kai very well. Every day they would cook some medicinal cuisine for him and Dong Qinyan to eat. The two women's cooking skills were very high, using only simple ingredients to create exquisite food. Dong Qinyan's feelings with the two beautiful women also greatly increased during this time. After all, they were all women, so it was much easier for them to interact with one another. After a month of hard work, Yang Kai's own strength didn't increase much, and the unknown secret art didn't increase his yuan qi, so it didn't have any magical effects. However, as old Xiao had said, this secret art could only be cultivated for an hour a day. Any longer and Yang Kai's yuan qi would begin to boil like boiling water, causing him unbearable pain. One day after a month after Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan finished their breakfast, the two beautiful women smiled and handed over 2 medicine baskets. Auntie Xiang, what are these for? Dong Qinyan took the medicine baskets with a puzzled expression and handed one to Yang Kai. Auntie Xiang smiled and said, Grandmaster has a task for the two of you. Really? Dong Qinyan was very happy. During this time she had only been cultivating, and Xiao Fuxing hadn't taught her a single thing about alchemy, which made her quite depressed. She had joined Hidden Cloud Peak in order to learn alchemy, but until now she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pill, so how could she not be anxious? Now that she heard that her grandmaster had a task for her, naturally she couldn't wait to perform well in order to win the favor of her grandmaster, then take the opportunity to put forward her own requirements for learning alchemy. What task? Yang Kai asked faintly. Grandmaster has asked you to collect some herbs. Auntie Xiang smiled and listed the names of the herbs she was going to collect, then explained in detail the habits and shapes of these herbs. Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan both secretly remembered this and set off with their medicine baskets. Chapter 276. Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan were carrying medicine baskets as they searched for herbs in the jungle. The task old Xiao had given them this time wasn't difficult to complete. The herbs they were looking for weren't precious, nor were they rare. They could all be found on this mountain peak. The only problem was that the age requirement was a bit harsh. They needed to be at least 30 years old or above. The two of them trekked through the mountains and rivers, carefully searching for herbs until late afternoon, before finally collecting most of them. We're still missing an iron bone grass. Auntie Xiang said we need 10 stalks of it. Dong Qingyan counted with her fingers, her brow wrinkling slightly. Cousin, we haven't found a single one yet. Yang Kai looked around and suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid Hidden Cloud Peak doesn't have this kind of herb. Let's go somewhere else. Dong Qingyan's eyes darted around for a moment before she giggled. You mean, somewhere like Pill Saint's Peak? Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qingyan tacitly agreed, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them headed towards Pill Saint's Peak. Pill Saint's Peak was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. From the top of the mountain, ordinary disciples were not allowed to approach it. But below 3,000 feet one could freely enter and exit. With a clear goal in mind, the two of them walked all the way to Pill Saint's Peak. Let's split up and search. Yang Kai lightly coughed. Dong Qingyan smiled and nodded. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, but she didn't point it out, instead just saying, be careful. I know. Carrying the medicine basket on his back, Yang Kai casually approached the top of Pill Saint's Peak, casually searching for iron bone grasses while secretly remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Half an hour later, as Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally approached, he was now only 1,000 feet away from the peak. Quietly looking up, Yang Kai suddenly found a stone statue standing on top of Pill Saint's Peak. This stone statue was the Pill Saint's portrait. The stone statue was at least 300 feet tall and had a magnificent aura. Yang Kai was still able to see the statue's chest from 1,000 feet away. The stone statue was modeled. It was unknown how many years the flowing time great emperor had stood here. Wind and rain battered it, but it still stood firm. Yang Kai wanted to release his divine sense to investigate, but he was somewhat afraid. Although he couldn't see anyone, there was definitely an expert guarding the place. Old demon, can you sneak in and take a look? Yang Kai asked. If there is an immortal ascension boundary master up there, old servant has nowhere to hide, the old demon replied. His current strength wasn't too high, so he couldn't hide his demonic chi. Furthermore, his characteristics were too obvious. He was wrapped in a black aura with the soul breaker all. There was no way to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. Was there no way at all? It had been more than a month since they arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. He hadn't even figured out what was hidden there. Who's there? Just as Yang Kai was frowning, an angry shout came from above. A figure flew down from above and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. He looked at him coldly. This person was definitely an immortal ascension boundary master, and his strength wasn't low. Although most of the disciples in Medicine King's Valley were alchemists, there were always some who were responsible for combat and defense. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that 3,000 meters below Pill Saint's Peak is a restricted area? The man coldly shouted. His expression was unfriendly. Yang Kai frowned, his mind racing. I'm asking you a question. The three Medicine King's Valley alchemists only saw an afterimage fly towards them, and with a few loud bangs, the three Medicine King's Valley alchemists were all thrown off their feet, all of them screaming miserably. So weak. Yang Kai frowned, a look of suspicion filling his face. He had thought that since these people were so arrogant, they would certainly have some skill, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Those attacks just now were just probing attacks. He had only used 50% of his full strength. How could you hit us? The alchemist who had just spoken fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai, his face filled with resentment and sadness. Nonsense. Yang Kai sneered. This was a competition, if not a fight. What else could he do? Without wasting any more words, Yang Kai stepped forward and rummaged through the three Medicine King's baskets, collecting all the iron bone grasses. Guard Yang, let's hurry up and leave. Dong Qingyan's pretty face flushed red as she pulled Yang Kai towards Hidden Cloud Peak. You've gone too far. A cry of grievance and sadness came from behind. I'm going to tell Martial Uncle Xiao and have him punish you. Why are they acting like this? Yang Kai frowned. Didn't they want to exchange pointers? After losing, they're still clamoring, too weak. Cuckoo. Dong Qingyan's face became even redder. Why are we running? Those iron bone grasses were what they said they would use as a stake. It's only natural they won, we didn't rob them. Don't talk, you're embarrassing yourself. As she ate, she watched Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan work in full swing. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After an hour, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan each entered a room. Yang Kai's room was Aunt Xiang's responsibility, so under her instructions, Yang Kai took off his shirt and wore only a pair of thin trousers. Then he jumped into the medicinal soup. Yang Kai had always respected these two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak. They had silently devoted themselves to Hidden Cloud Peak for more than 20 years. They had spent the best years of their lives, but the world only knew of Xiao Fu Xing on Hidden Cloud Peak. No one had ever known that there were two unknown women here. Even Yang Kai, who had been on Hidden Cloud Peak for a month now and had been taken care of by these two women, only called them Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan and didn't know their full names. So even though he was topless at the moment, his expression didn't seem the slightest bit unnatural. Aunt Xiang, what should I do now? Yang Kai felt the warmth around him and felt comfortable both physically and mentally, so he couldn't help asking. Circulate the secret art that old Xiao taught you. That secret art was prepared to absorb the medicinal efficacies of this medicinal soup. It has no other use. It's not easy to gather these herbs. Old Xiao also spent a lot of effort to gather all of them, and there are only 2 furnaces, so you have to be careful. Don't waste the medicinal efficacy and let down old Xiao's good intentions. I know. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, closed his eyes and began circulating the secret art. As he circulated the secret art, Yang Kai felt hundreds of millions of pores on his body open up, the medicinal efficacies contained in the medicinal soup seemingly turning into sharp needles. They were everywhere. Penetrating his pores, they pierced into his body. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan, his body trembling slightly. On the other hand, Dong Qingyan next door let out a pitiful cry. Dong Qingyan was a woman after all, one who had been pampered since childhood. How could she bear this kind of pain? Aunt Lan's comforting voice came from next door. Aunt Xiang stared closely at Yang Kai's reaction, her beautiful eyes flashing a dignified light as she couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Old Xiao had said before that the effect of using this medicinal soup to cleanse the body was remarkable, but the pain was also inhumane. Before, she had been worried about whether Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan could bear it, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't have any problems at all. The pain seemed to be increasing little by little, and after a moment, not only did he feel pain all over his body, even his meridians and 5 viscera and 6 bowels were filled with pain. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. Before his strength grew to a certain level, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to be distracted by other things. Alchemists were indeed respected by the world, but this was not Yang Kai's pursuit. Right, I heard that yesterday you beat up 3 of Cloud Gathering Peak's Elder Duan's disciples? Aunt Xiang changed the subject, fearing that Yang Kai would be too embarrassed. Yang Kai blushed and scratched his head, muttering, I didn't know they were talking about a competition of alchemy. Aunt Xiang pursed her lips and giggled, her shoulders trembling slightly as she took a moment to calm down. Now there are rumors going around that Hidden Cloud Peak has a new disciple whose alchemy skills aren't very good but who is very good at fighting. I didn't cause any trouble for old Xiao, did I? Yang Kai asked guiltily. Aunt Xiang shook her head. No, you didn't hurt them, it was just that someone came over this morning to inform you. But next time be careful, don't fight without reason. Of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. What he had done was simply too improper. Every time he thought about it, it made him blush. Chapter 279. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Meng Wuya's face was filled with grief and indignation while Xianxia was supporting her master, smiling lightly. Xiao Fuxing's expression became strange as he looked at Xianxia and then at Yang Kai, a light of understanding flashing across his eyes. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan felt as if they had fallen into the clouds and were completely confused. Dong Qingyan quietly approached Yang Kai and poked him with her finger. "Hey, don't stare at him like that, he's blushing. Do you know each other?" Xiao Fuxing looked at the crowd with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly, smiled and bowed in the manner of a disciple. "Treasurer Meng." Turning his head he gently called out, "Little senior sister." Xianxia's delicate earlobes blushed as she lowered her head slightly and softly replied, "Junior brother." Her voice trembled slightly, obviously her heart was not calm. "Ahem ahem." Meng Wuya quickly coughed twice, interrupting the tender and sweet atmosphere, not even bothering to greet Yang Kai as he rolled his eyes. "Old man Xiao, you're a guest from afar, are you really going to block this old master's way?" Xiao Fuxing laughed. "Brother Meng, please come inside and talk." Although he was full of doubts, Xiao Fuxing was a wise old man. How could he not see that Meng Wuya's apprentice had some feelings for Yang Kai? When they first met, this little girl was only about 12 years old and Meng Wuya had treated her like a treasure. Now that this young girl was experiencing her first awakening of love, Meng Wuya was probably worried about this. This was understandable. Such a beautiful and pure little girl, if she worshipped him as her master, he would definitely be worried that she would misjudge him and suffer a loss. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fuxing walked together while Xianxia nodded lightly to Yang Kai and followed closely behind. Gently Meng Wuya's voice drifted over with the wind. "Disciple, look at this little bastard, he's really romantic. Wherever he goes there are beauties accompanying him. He's a complete pervert, you need to open your eyes carefully." Xianxia nodded meekly. "This old man." Dong Qingyan suddenly pursed her lips, a look of dissatisfaction. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan chuckled. She glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and then followed him to pour tea for him. "Cousin, who is that?" After everyone entered the house, Dong Qingyan asked curiously. "A senior sister of High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Kai lightly replied. "Just a simple senior sister?" Dong Qingyan grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her and walked back to his room. Dong Qingyan stood in place, lightly tapping her red lips, her eyes darting back and forth for a moment before muttering, "Humph, you really think I can't see through you? I'm not a child." He thought for a moment. Suddenly he began to chuckle non-stop. Meng Wuya and Xianxia coming to Medicine King's Valley was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Although the Alchemy Summit was just around the corner, and Yang Kai had thought that someone from High Heaven Pavilion would come to participate, his little senior sister's physique was special. Her alchemy skills were not something the younger generation of alchemists could compare to, so if she participated, there would be no need to hold this Alchemy Summit. First place would definitely be hers. A moment later there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stood up and opened the door, only to see Xianxia standing there. "Junior brother." Xianxia's starry eyes flashed with the joy and happiness of reuniting after such a long time as she softly called out, "Come in first." Yang Kai stepped aside. Xianxia nodded gently and walked in, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Yang Kai closed the door behind her. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked as he poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Master said that there was the best alchemist in the world here and told me to ask for some advice." Xianxia sat there quietly. After not seeing each other for more than a year, at this moment she was obviously a little nervous, but more than that she was happy. "And old Xiao is indeed the best alchemist in the world." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Junior brother, why are you here?" Xianxia looked up and asked, "Didn't you go to Nether Mountain?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and didn't go into detail, simply saying, "I came here to do something." "What is it? Can I be of any help?" Yang Kai didn't want to hide it from her, but there was an ethereal divine sense floating around the room, so he didn't need to think to know that it was Meng Wuya monitoring them. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and beckoned to Xianxia, moving his mouth closer to hers. Quietly moving closer to her ear. Xianxia's heart trembled and her body suddenly tensed up. Her pretty face blushed and she didn't dare to move, even holding her breath. Yang Kai ignored her and still moved closer to her delicate red ear and whispered, "I'm going to Pill Saint's Peak to see the myriad drug pond." "Oh, oh." Xianing Chong responded unconsciously, her 10 fingers gripping the teacup tightly, not even hearing what Yang Kai was saying. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Meng Wuya's violent coughs came from a nearby room. "Brother Meng." Opposite Meng Wuya, Xiao Fuxing looked at him helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he tried to persuade him. Some things are best left to their own devices. "Yes, yes." Meng Wuya looked embarrassed and nodded repeatedly, taking back his divine sense with a red face. Although he cared about his apprentice, he couldn't always spy on her all the time. But when he thought about how just a few dozen meters away his precious apprentice was alone in a room with that little bastard boy, the two of them so intimate, Meng Wuya couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Sigh, out of sight, out of mind. Inside the room, Xia Ningchang's body stiffened for a long time, but she could still feel the hot breath in her ear, causing her heart to beat violently. After a long time she suddenly reacted. "Junior brother, you want to go?" "Shoo." Xia Ningchang quickly shut up and suddenly said, "I also want to go there." "You want to go too?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. "Master said that there are many mysteries hidden there and that there may really be the insights of a generation's alchemy grandmaster, so he wanted me to go and have a look. I just don't know if the owner of this place will be willing to accommodate." If it was little senior sister, perhaps old Xiao would agree. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. Heavens! Dong Qingyan's eyes filled with amazement, her face also filled with shock. This was simply not alchemy, all kinds of magical methods were simply too shocking. Xiao Fuxing also looked shocked, muttering under his breath, "Medicinal liquids can be refined like this, how is this possible, how is this possible?" Less than a quarter of an hour later, all the herbs had been condensed into medicinal liquid and gathered in Xia Ningchang's small hand. Waving her hands, she sent one drop of yuan qi after another into the medicinal liquid. A moment later she suddenly clenched her hand and the surrounding world energy quickly gathered. It was unknown what kind of transformation had occurred, but when she opened her hand again, a green pill had taken shape. This pill was round and smooth without the slightest impurities. On its surface, there were lines that made the whole pill look full of spirituality and mystery. "Pill veins." Xiao Fuxing's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He still remembered the first time he had seen Xiao Fuxing. The latter had just finished refining a pill. At that time, when he had come out with that pill, he had muttered something related to pill veins. "Martial uncle, please examine it." Xia Ningchang picked up the pill and handed it over to Xiao Fuxing. "Softer, softer, my little grandaunt. Don't ruin the pill veins with your fingernails." Xiao Fuxing's hands trembled as he received the pill, as if he was on a pilgrimage, his face filled with piety. "Good for nothing." Meng Wuya timely ridiculed. "Layman, what do you know?" Xiao Fuxing angrily scolded before gently picking up the pill. Placing it in front of his eyes, he examined it closely. "It really is pill veins. It really is pill veins." At this moment, Xiao Fuxing no longer had any trace of the demeanor of a grandmaster. Instead, he looked like a country bumpkin who had suddenly walked into a big city, completely losing all sense of elegance. "Master, what are pill veins?" Dong Qingyan asked softly. "Pill veins." Xiao Fuxing gently exhaled. "Pill veins are the highest manifestation of an alchemist's attainments. They are the lines on a pill, just like the meridians in our bodies. Pill veins are the meridians of a pill. Pills are divided into mysterious, heaven, earth, and mortal. But for pills of the same grade, there is a big difference between having pill veins and not having pill veins. A pill that has pill veins is equivalent to stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth, and its medicinal efficacy is more than twice that of a pill without pill veins. Moreover, the existence of these pill veins can prevent the loss of a pill's world energy, so no matter how many years it has been stored, its medicinal efficacies will not be lost." Xiao Fuxing sighed. "This old master has been performing alchemy for many years. And in the last few years I have been studying pill veins, but I have only been able to occasionally refine a few common-grade pills with pill veins. Earth-grade pills basically never appear. As for heaven-grade pills, not even once. Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Martial nephew, what is the probability that a heaven-grade pill you refine will form pill veins? Xianxia bit her lip and timidly glanced over at Meng Wuya, not knowing how to answer. Grandmaster Xiao had suffered too many shocks today, so she really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully. Just tell me. About 50 to 60%. See. Xiao Fusheng sucked in a breath of cold air. If 50 to 60% pills could form pill veins, each pill with pill veins would have twice the medicinal efficacies of the others. This kind of method, it was simply amazing. Looking shocked, Xiao Fusheng asked again, what about pill clouds? Have you ever seen pill clouds above pill veins? Xianxia slowly shook her head. And it should be because your strength is not enough. If you can reach the immortal ascension boundary, you should be able to refine pill clouds. Xiao Fusheng nodded repeatedly, his hands trembling as he paced around the stone room. After a while he suddenly said, all of you go out, I have something to say to Brother Meng. The expressions of the three youngsters became serious, and they hurriedly saluted and took their leave. A moment later Meng Wuya's angry shout came from below, in your dreams. This old master only has this one disciple in his life, how could I give her to you? If I had known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I wouldn't have saved your life and let you die at the hands of those sixth-order monster beast. Xiao Fusheng retorted, that's one thing you don't know, alchemy, what can you teach her? Such a good piece of jade in your hands is simply a waste, worshipping this old master is the right thing to do. Meng Wuya laughed strangely, I can't teach her but you can? I can teach her everything I've learned in my life. I can help her become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist in the shortest time possible. Mysterious grade top-rank is nothing, you look down on my disciple too much. Chapter 281. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fusheng quarreled for half a day before finally reaching some kind of agreement. The two old men walked out with smiles on their faces. Xiao Fusheng immediately went to prepare to open the myriad drug pond so that Xianxia could study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue. Opening the myriad drug pond was a very expensive matter because every time it was opened, a large number of pills had to be poured into it in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to contain immeasurable mysteries. Each time at least 100 pills were poured into it. The more pills and the more valuable they were, the longer the energy inside the Pill Saint statue could be maintained. Because of this high cost of materials, even Medicine King's Valley was not able to open it more than a few times a year. Every time it was opened, it was either for the elders of the various peaks or for the elite disciples of the various peaks. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, other alchemists who wanted to study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue could only do so through the Alchemist Summit. The Alchemist Summit was held every 5 years, and every time it was held, countless alchemists would flock to it. The pills these alchemists refined at the summit, regardless of their quality or quantity, would all be thrown into the myriad drug pond to open the restricted area, and the top 50 of the Alchemist Summit would share the Pill Saint's legacy. Over the past thousands of years, the myriad drug pond had swallowed countless pills. This was why it was called the myriad drug pond. The connection and mystery between the myriad drug pond and the Pill Saint statue had been repeatedly investigated by Medicine King's Valley for many generations, but they had never been able to discover anything. This place had become a sacred land in the hearts of all alchemists. The Pill Saint statue was a treasure that all alchemists dreamed of seeing. Many people worked hard their entire lives just to sit in front of the Pill Saint statue for a moment. After learning that the myriad drug pond was about to open to Xianxia, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became active. Although he could not personally accompany Xianxia to the myriad drug pond, he could send the old demon to investigate the situation. After making some preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Kai found Xianxia and handed over the Soul Breaker All and the old demon to her, as well as Dong Qingyan's aura shielding ancient jade. If not for this ancient jade, the old demon's demon chi would not be able to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. 2 days later, after everything was settled, Xiao Fuxing personally led Xia Chong to the Pill Saint's Peak and headed towards the Myriad Drug Pond. Meng Wuya's request shamelessly said he would be able to enter the drug palace could, but he was ruthlessly refused. This heaven's palace's palace. On the day that Xia Chong went to the Myriad Drug Pond, Meng Wuya was bored to death, so he took the opportunity to find Yang Kai to talk. Fuya. He hisses and sues days. Of Su's. He's of hers. Yang Tian tease Yang could of s. Yang Kai chuckled. Treasurer Meng, let's not beat around the bush. Are you worried that I'll do something to little senior sister? Meng Wuya's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's skin to be so thick. Forcing a smile, he said, Little Yang Kai, this old master watched you grow up. I know you aren't such a beast, right? Ning Chong wasn't old and she was innocent. She's easily deceived. Ahem, I'm not talking about you, I just don't want her to be hurt by love. But what surprised him was that this sealed space completely blocked the movement of his advancement, and it did not spread to the outside at all. Secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Yang Kai thought to himself, that was close. Good stuff. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. What exactly was this liquid in this well? The effect was remarkable. Although as early as half a month ago Yang Kai had faintly felt that he was about to reach the peak of the second layer of Yuan Qi, and had been cultivating for such a long time, it was thanks to this liquid that he was able to break through at this moment. Yang Kai believed that the additional information in his mind should be able to solve the doubts in his heart. Calming his mind, Yang Kai carefully examined the well. A moment later Yang Kai opened his eyes in surprise. After a while he had obtained the answer he was looking for. The milky white liquid in the well was something called Myriad Drug Liquid. Every year hundreds of thousands of pills were thrown into the Myriad Drug Pool. The energy contained in these pills did not disappear, but rather, under the effect of the spirit array at the bottom of the pool, all of it converged into this well. Then, under the effect of the spirit array in this well, it was transformed into Myriad Drug Liquid. This wasn't something that could be formed overnight. Instead, it required many years and months of continuous use of medicinal pills before it could be formed. The Medicine King's Valley had a heritage of 5,000 to 6,000 years. Every year hundreds, thousands or even more pills were thrown into the Myriad Drug Pool. After so many years of accumulation, the number of pills collected in the Myriad Drug Pool was at least a few million. Several million pills. This was a number that would make anyone's heart tremble. Even if the grade of these pills was low and the quality was poor, when so many of them gathered together, it was enough to create a destructive energy that could change the color of the world. What's more, many times Medicine King's Valley would throw in heaven-grade or earth-grade pills in order to allow the Pill Saint's statue to last longer. Every year, during the ancestral worship ceremony, there would even be mysterious grade pills thrown in. Now all of this energy had converged into this well and transformed into Myriad Drug Liquid. It was easy to imagine how precious and rare this Myriad Drug Liquid was. This was a miraculous liquid that took thousands of years and millions of pills to condense. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but long-term consumption could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's body. Even if one was mediocre, as long as they continuously took this Myriad Drug Liquid, they could become a genius. Moreover, it could also assist in alchemy. When refining any pill, if a drop of Myriad Drug Liquid was added, it could increase the quality of the finished pill by half a grade. Don't underestimate half a grade. If a mysterious grade top-rank spirit pill could be upgraded by half a grade, it would cross the threshold of spirit grade pills. This was something Xiao Fuxing had pursued his entire life, but had never been able to achieve. It could also heal injuries, increase one's lifespan. There were all kinds of benefits. Although Myriad Drug Liquid was derived from a variety of pills, its effects far exceeded the effects of those pills. It was a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change. What's more, the strange spirit array around this well was constantly absorbing the energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. What kind of changes this spirit array had undergone after thousands of years of operation, no one could say for sure. This well was the most precious treasure in the world. Anyone who obtained such a well would be able to achieve great things. Chapter 283. The first 5 pages of the Black Book were empty except for an incense burner. Taking out the incense burner, Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the 6th page. Suddenly, some lines began to appear on the dark page. These lines were obviously a kind of spirit array, but it was completely different from the one on the 5th page. As the yuan qi poured in, these lines began to wriggle like a whale swallowing water, crazily sucking in Yang Kai's yuan qi. The lines of the spirit array also began to flicker. Yang Kai's yuan qi was quickly consumed. Yang Kai directly ignited a drop of yang liquid in the dantian, filling up his dried-up meridians and continuing to pour it in. After consuming a total of 10 drops of precious yang liquid, the 6th page seemed to be saturated, and as the lines on the 6th page began to change, the first 6 pages suddenly merged into one, becoming a whole. Using his divine sense to explore it, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. It has been 2 or 3 years since he obtained the wordless Black Book, and although he already knew that it was made from soul-suppressing stone, it was only now that he was able to display its most basic function. Soul-suppressing stone was a treasure that could be used to make storage items. Storage artifacts, this was something that only existed in legends. When Yang Kai obtained the wordless Black Book, he had always been looking forward to when he would be able to use it to store things. Especially when he went to that isolated world a year ago, Ling Taisu had given him a universe bag, which allowed him to see the convenience and speed of storage artifacts. Having a decent storage artifact could save him a lot of trouble. And now his wish had finally come true. What the 6th page of the Black Book gave him was the ability to unlock the wordless Black Book storage ability. The first 6 pages merged into one, forming an independent space. Unlike the universe bag, which could only hold one thing, this space was extremely large, the size of several dozen houses. Except for living things, anything in the world could be stored inside. Moreover, in the future, if he unsealed the back pages of the wordless Black Book, he could integrate those useless pages into it, thus expanding the size of this space. Using his divine sense to wander around this huge space, Yang Kai was amazed. With such a large space, there was no need to worry about not being able to fit everything in the well. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness. He held the wordless Black Book in one hand and controlled the yuan qi in the other, taking the myriad drug liquid out of the well with great precision. Then he put it into the Black Book. Every drop of myriad drug liquid was extremely precious, so Yang Kai's movements were extremely careful and meticulous, for fear of spilling a single drop. Fortunately, during this time Yang Kai had learned how to control his yuan qi from Xiao Fu Sheng, so his control over his yuan qi was much better than before. This kind of thing was naturally easy to do. In the beginning, Yang Kai was very cautious, but as time passed his movements gradually became faster. In the end, he took out the myriad drug liquid and directly threw it into the wordless Black Book space. He didn't even bother to look at them. This process took a total of 12 to 14 hours. Yang Kai was so busy that his waist and back were aching. His hands were completely mechanized. The amount of myriad drug liquid he had taken out was more than 1,000 kilograms. Looking down into the well, Yang Kai saw that half a meter down there was a layer of something richer than the myriad drug liquid. It was still milky white, but it was in a semi-solidified state. Myriad drug liquid. Compared to the myriad drug liquid, this was a grade higher. After all, this well had existed for many years. While contemplating this, there was suddenly an abnormal reaction in this sealed space. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly opened his eyes and was surprised to see that all around this small space, a variety of complex characters and patterns were flashing. These characters were ancient and obscure, making it impossible for anyone to understand them. These patterns were also strange, but Yang Kai could tell at a glance that many of them were spirit arrays and spirit arrays. These characters and patterns flashed in this secret room, and for some unknown reason they were like fish in water, swimming quickly. Yang Kai remained calm and his brow furrowed as he deeply observed all this, trying to figure out what was going on. Before he could figure out what was going on, The secret room lit up and countless characters and patterns madly shot towards Yang Kai. Silently, all of these words and patterns drilled into his mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. As they drilled into his mind one after another, Kai Yang felt as if his mind was about to explode. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, wriggling like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight, causing anyone who saw it to feel their scalp go numb. This abnormal situation lasted for a long time until the last ray of light shot into Yang Kai's body and the entire secret room suddenly dimmed. Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind before a warm feeling washed over him and the pain disappeared. Involuntarily exhaling, Yang Kai knew that this was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. This situation was similar to what he had experienced in the white mist in that isolated world. His soul had been damaged, causing the soul-warming lotus to automatically repair itself. Faintly, Yang Kai felt a lot of information enter his mind. This kind of information was not like the information transmitted by the wordless black book. The two were not on the same level at all. When each page of the wordless black book was unsealed, it would also transmit information, but the amount of information was very small. Even if one hadn't cultivated their divine sense, they could still easily understand it. However, the amount of information this time was enormous, so much so that Yang Kai didn't know what it was. Calming his mind, Yang Kai began to carefully comprehend the information in his mind. After a while, some inexplicable information jumped out. True alchemic way. As he slowly investigated, Yang Kai discovered that this information was actually related to alchemy. It wasn't a secret art, nor was it a martial skill, but rather a guide to alchemy and how to refine good pills. The first part of the true alchemic way contained the experiences and insights of countless top alchemy grandmasters. Many of their unique alchemy methods were also recorded in this book, making it an absolute treasure. Yang Kai himself wanted to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, so he didn't want to be distracted by alchemy, but his little senior sister needed these things. If she had the help of this true alchemic way, she would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. With her physique and skills, refining higher grade and better quality pills would be a piece of cake. Considering all this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't rush out, instead carefully examining the information. However, after less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and the stabbing pain he had just calmed down once again struck his mind. Inhaling sharply, Yang Kai waited for the soul-warming lotus to take effect and slowly repair the damage to his soul, making him feel much better, but the feeling of exhaustion still lingered. The power of his spiritual energy had been completely consumed in this short period of time. There was also a limit to the power of one's divine sense. Just like the origin chi in a martial artist's body, once their origin chi was exhausted, a martial artist would not be able to fight. Once their divine sense was exhausted, they would no longer be able to use their divine sense. This was why even if an immortal ascension boundary master cultivated their spiritual energy, they wouldn't easily use it under normal circumstances. Restoring Yuan Qi was easy, but restoring one's spiritual energy was much more difficult. Any precious treasure or pill that was linked to one's spiritual energy was many times more valuable than ordinary things. Yang Kai was currently only at the Yuan Qi 3rd stage. And although he had cultivated his spiritual energy and was no weaker than an average immortal ascension boundary 4th or 5th stage master, it was obviously not enough to pry into the true alchemic way in his mind. Frowning, Yang Kai waited for 4 or 5 hours before feeling his spiritual energy fill up again. Even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would still take him 4 or 5 hours to restore his spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master, if their spiritual energy was completely exhausted, it would take them at least 10 days or even half a month to restore their spiritual energy. I need to find some soul-restoring pills and bring them with me, Kai Yang secretly planned. Not wanting to give up, Yang Kai tried again, and after a dozen breaths, his spiritual energy was once again exhausted. This time, Yang Kai didn't wait for his spiritual energy to recover on its own. Instead, taking out some myriad drug liquid and swallowing it, his spiritual energy rapidly increased. In less than half an hour, his spiritual energy was back to full. Chapter 284. After trying a dozen times in a row, Yang Kai was finally able to pry into a little bit of useful information. It was a spirit array. A spirit array specifically designed to assist in alchemy. This spirit array could be engraved inside the alchemy furnace to enhance the grade of a pill, but the effect wasn't very good and it wasn't very stable. After consuming a huge amount of spiritual energy and consuming a dozen myriad drug drops of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The cost was not proportional to the gains, it was a bit of a loss. The profoundness and mystery of this true alchemic way was obviously impossible for him to see through with his current weak spiritual energy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little regretful and slowly put away his thoughts of prying into the true alchemic way, planning to wait until his soul grew stronger in the future before making any plans. Feeling his soul after such a long time of tempering, Yang Kai found that it had grown slightly, a pleasant surprise. But how could this true alchemic way be here? Moreover, it had poured into his mind through this method. If the creator of the Black Book wanted to master the true alchemic way, they could have sealed it into a certain page of the wordless Black Book and waited until their strength grew to a certain level before unsealing the Black Book to obtain it. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to accept such a huge amount of information. This time, if not for the help of the soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged when this information poured into his mind. Although he didn't understand this point, Yang Kai understood the mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait. It was said that one could comprehend the alchemic way from the Pill Saint's portrait, and even Meng Wuya felt that there was something special about it. Now it seemed that these rumors weren't groundless. The mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait was this true alchemic way. However, those alchemists who comprehended the true alchemy way from the Pill Saint's portrait had obtained very little, so Yang Kai had directly swept it clean this time. He didn't know if the Pill Saint's portrait could still be comprehended in the future. Yang Kai felt uneasy. Everything here had been taken away, leaving only a dry well. It was time to leave. Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few hours, adjusting his state to its peak. Only then did he look around for a way out. He originally thought that there must be a secret passage to leave this sealed space, but after searching for a long time he still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder how he was going to leave. Could it be that they would follow the path they came in from? There were 2 Heaven's Gate realm experts and a large number of Yuan-Chi realm experts guarding outside. Once he jumped out of the myriad drug pool, he was afraid that he would be captured immediately. Yang Kai believed that there was always a way out. After searching the secret room for a long time, he still didn't find anything. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. The current situation was a bit strange. The Black Book had instructed him to come here to collect the myriad drug liquid. There was no reason not to leave a way out for himself. But why couldn't he find it? Could it be that there was something missing? Yang Kai was sure that he had already searched this place more than a dozen times, not missing a single inch. Half a day later, his patience had reached its limit. Yang Kai was certain that there was no secret passage here. If he wanted to leave, he could only jump out of the myriad drug pool. Wasn't that the same as throwing himself into a trap? The myriad drug pool was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. Even if he was now considered half a hidden Cloud Peak disciple, if he appeared at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, he probably wouldn't have a good end. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai decided to break through from the top. Although there were many guards outside, if he was fast enough he might be able to survive. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed to the top, reached out his hand and without the slightest hesitation sent out a punch. This punch was just a test. The myriad drug pool had existed in Medicine King's Valley for so many years, so there must have been many masters who had come down to investigate. They wanted to see if there was any secret at the bottom. Those masters couldn't break through the bottom because of the spirit array. Yang Kai didn't think that he could break through the bottom of the pool with a single punch. But things were so strange. As soon as he sent out this punch with a muffled bang, the entire ceiling above his head suddenly burst apart. The myriad drug pool's water poured down from above. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the surface of the pool, his Yuan Qi fiercely surging, ready to attack. He had already prepared himself to be besieged and quickly counterattacked. But unexpectedly, even when he was in the air, he didn't receive any attacks. Looking around, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Beside the myriad drug pool, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The 20 to 30 foot tall statue of the Pill Saint that originally stood beside the pool was now shattered into several pieces, and the ground was littered with rubble. A thick smell of blood drifted in the air, and the sound of fighting and killing could be heard everywhere. Kai Yang's face suddenly sank and he quickly turned around and landed back on the ground. Looking around, Yang Kai found that a few thousand feet away, there were traces of people fighting everywhere. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were filled with smoke and smoke. Looking down at the city below, Yang Kai could see that at this moment the city was also in chaos. High up in the sky, there were many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters fighting fiercely, all kinds of fierce martial skills and strange artifacts displaying their might. Someone was actually attacking Medicine King's Valley. What kind of people were so bold? And at such a sensitive time like the Alchemy Summit. Medicine King's Valley had existed for thousands of years and had never become enemies with any great force. Whether you were good or evil, strong or weak, Medicine King's Valley had always adhered to the principle of neutrality. Many evil cultivators would come to Medicine King's Valley to ask for alchemy. It was because of this principle of neutrality that it had been able to survive for thousands of years. But now, someone had actually set their sights on Medicine King's Valley, wantonly slaughtering people here, and even destroying the Pill Saint's statue. This was an earth-shattering change. Having never cultivated a soul skill before, Yang Kai's divine sense wasn't any worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th or 5th stage masters, but he could only use it roughly and couldn't display its full power. It was enough. In the blink of an eye, the burly man recovered, but before he had time to launch an attack, Yang Kai's fist slammed into his chest. With a loud bang, the burly man's 200-kilogram body flew out like a cannonball, his chest visibly caved in. Midair, the burly man's body exploded into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to mobilize his yuan qi to resist. Without stopping, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed past like a meteor. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. Compared to the other peaks, Hidden Cloud Peak had suffered the least casualties. After all, this place was always quiet and no one came here. But now the battle here was the fiercest. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai looked up and saw Meng Wuya fighting with a large group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Treasurer Meng's strength was unfathomable and his methods were heaven-defying, but at this moment he was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. He was fighting a total of 6 masters, 2 of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage while the remaining 4 weren't weak either, each of them at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Compared to the masters from Blood Battle Gang, they were clearly stronger. 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were fighting fiercely on Hidden Cloud Peak. In the midst of this battle, one of them shouted, "Where did this old dog come from? How could he be so strong?" If it was an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they would have long since fallen under the attacks of these 6 masters, but Meng Wuya wasn't at a disadvantage. The power of his martial skills left everyone dumbstruck. The purpose of this operation was not to destroy Medicine King's Valley, but to capture all the alchemists in the world, whether they were disciples of Medicine King's Valley or foreign alchemists participating in the Alchemy Conference. They had even set their sights on the Pill Saint statue, but it was simply too large. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Medicine King's Valley desperately tried to stop them, but failed to succeed. During the fierce battle between the two sides, the Pill Saint statue was accidentally shattered. The ash-gray cloud evil land had used all kinds of despicable means, making it impossible for Medicine King's Valley to resist. Inside Hidden Cloud Peak, if Meng Wuya hadn't happened to come here as a guest, Xiao Fuxing would have been captured long ago. Soon Yang Kai understood the situation in front of him. Secretly shocked by the ash-gray cloud evil land's boldness, he also began to guess what their purpose was and why they wanted to capture so many alchemists. The battle in the sky was still extremely tense, but Meng Wuya was still fighting 1 against 6. "Set up the spirit array," a black-haired old man roared. Hearing this, the 6 people suddenly moved and arranged a mysterious spirit array. As the 6 of them unleashed their full power, Meng Wuya let out a grunt as his face paled slightly. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, the 6 people glanced at each other and one of them, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, suddenly jumped out of the battle and flew towards Hidden Cloud Peak. The remaining 5 people fiercely attacked, trying to disrupt Meng Wuya. "You dare!" Meng Wuya let out a roar. Huge palm prints filled the sky, causing the 5 people to lose their balance. Taking advantage of the situation, Meng Wuya sent out a palm strike towards the person who was flying down the Hidden Cloud Peak. Deadwood Divine Hand. Mysterious grade top-rank martial skill. An invisible palm strike suddenly struck, causing the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to feel something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. The palm wind swept past one of his arms, numbing it instantly. As far as the eye could see, his entire arm was like an old tree that was about to wither, quickly shriveling up. The man's face was filled with shock as he quickly circulated his secret art to resist. Fortunately, he was only swept by the palm strike, so he was able to resist. Seeing his shriveled arm slowly restore its vitality, he couldn't help feeling relieved. Letting out a strange laugh, the man's speed suddenly increased. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he swooped down. Yang Kai and the others were on high alert, all of them madly pushing their yuan qi, secretly preparing themselves. On the peak, only Xiao Fuxing was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, and one who couldn't fight, so even if this man was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, it was more than enough to kill them all. A wave of demonic qi rushed towards the man's face as he laughed fiercely. "Xiao Fuxing, if you don't want to die, don't resist. This old master invited you to the Holy Land as a guest, not to take your life." Old Zhao's expression remained unchanged, not showing any fear. The old man took a moment to glance over at Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan, then back at Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chong, licking his lips and grinning wickedly. So many delicious beauties. "Unfortunately, this old master has an important matter to attend to today. I'll come back another day to pamper you." As he spoke, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed towards Xiao Fuxing. Old Xiao coldly snorted, raising his hand and sending out a giant hand seal. The man sneered again and again, shattering Xiao Fuxing's martial skill with a flick of his finger, not slowing down at all as he quickly placed his hand on Xiao Fuxing's shoulder. Inhaling and exhaling, the man leapt up into the air. At that moment, Yang Kai, Xianing Chong and Dong Qingyan all attacked. Although Yang Kai was only a 3-year-old martial artist, but the full power of his martial skills had caused this expert's complexion to change slightly. Especially Kai Yang's attacks. His true chi was incomparably pure and his moves were heavy and powerful. If he really was hit, then it would definitely not be good. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, he easily resolved the 3 attacks and shouted, "Scram, this old master doesn't have time to play with you." Before his voice had even fallen, 2 slender palms suddenly shot out to meet his attack. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic as a burst of floral fragrance filled the surrounding space. All kinds of petals flashed in the air, as if a rain of flowers was falling from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement. Xianing Chong and Dong Qingyan were also stunned. Amidst the rain of petals, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's figures flickered as they flanked this ash-gray cloud Evil Land master from both sides. Their movements were light and nimble, their graceful figures dancing gracefully amongst the fluttering petals. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land cultivator's face was filled with shock as he inadvertently inhaled some of the floral fragrance, his body suddenly softening as he exclaimed, "You actually have such skill." Xiao Fuxing crossed his hands behind his back and coldly snorted, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." "I've been tricked." The man cried out in grief. Whether it was Auntie Xiang or Auntie Lan, the strength they displayed at this moment was not inferior to his. With the 2 of them joining forces and Xiao Fuxing glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance. The 2 beautiful women didn't say a word, their pretty faces filled with indifference. Auntie Xiang stretched out her jade white hand and gracefully picked up a flower petal that was falling from the air, flicking it out. With a puff, the seemingly light petal pierced through the man's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Auntie Lan's hands flickered as her voluptuous body danced about, the petals filling the air suddenly fluttering like butterflies, wrapping around the enemy. A series of pitiful screams rang out, and by the time the rain of flowers had disappeared, the man was already covered in wounds, his clothes in tatters and blood flowing freely. The three young men glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of horror and disbelief. In particular, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, the two of them had spent more time with Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan than Xianing Chong, but they still hadn't found any traces of a cultivator on them. In the outside world, this was also the rumor that on Hidden Cloud Peak besides Xiao Fuxing, there were only two unknown ordinary maidservants who had served him for more than 20 years. Many people didn't even know their names. But now, these two ordinary maidservants had suddenly become Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage masters. The change was so great that Dong Qingyan couldn't even believe that these two beautiful women were the gentle, dignified, and considerate Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan from before. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, thinking to himself that no wonder old Xiao was so calm. It turned out he had these two masters guarding him. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan were fighting against the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's master, forcing him to be unable to fight back. Amidst the rain of petals, the two women shuttled back and forth, each strike leaving some damage to their opponent, completely occupying the upper hand. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the distance, one that was loud and clear. Hearing this voice, the 5 experts who were fighting Meng Wuya in the air looked at each other and suddenly made a feint. They all withdrew from the battle and flew away without looking back. Meng Wuya didn't chase after them and instead stood mid-air, taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his chest. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator on the peak saw that his companions had all left and knew he had no hope of escaping, but suddenly let out a strange laugh as his yuan qi surged fiercely, his demonic qi becoming more and more intense. "Stop him!" Xiao Fusheng's complexion changed as he shouted. But it was still too late. Before Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had time to stop him, the man's yuan qi suddenly dissipated and his entire body withered. He had actually destroyed his own meridians. Heh. The man laughed strangely before he died, glancing around disdainfully and saying, "The Demon Lord has returned, none of you can resist. Surrender to my Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land as soon as possible and you may be spared from death." After saying that, he fell straight to the ground. Xiao Fusheng's complexion changed greatly as he muttered, "Demon Lord." Chapter 286. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley, abducting hundreds of its disciples and even capturing 3 of its elders. The alchemists who had come to Medicine King's Valley to participate in the Alchemist General Assembly had also suffered heavy losses, many of them disappearing. In addition, the disciples of the various great forces had suffered countless casualties. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were littered with corpses and blood dyed the pure land red. In the valley's towns, countless houses had collapsed. The earth was groaning. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's actions this time were a crime against the entire world, causing all the great forces to be furious. The central capital's 8 great families even sent representatives the next day to discuss how to counterattack the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land and recapture the captured alchemists. However, the news that Xiao Fuxing conveyed shocked everyone. The Demon Lord had returned. This was what the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had said before he died. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land covered an extremely large area with countless masters and evil demons everywhere. Because of its size, the entire Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was divided into 6 great evil kings who each ruled over an area. Although they all belonged to the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with each other and would simply mind their own business. Above the 6 great evil kings was the Supreme Demon Lord. The position of Demon Lord had been vacant for more than 100 years. The position of Demon Lord was not easy to sit on. The strength of the 6 great evil kings was not any worse than the top masters of the central capital's 8 great families. There were countless capable subordinates, and after ruling the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land for so many years, no one dared to touch the Demon Lord's throne. It was clear how strict the Demon Lord's requirements were. 100 years ago, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land once had a Demon Lord. This person's strength was profound and profound. Countless lives were lost. In the end, the central capital's 8 great families joined forces and dispatched all of their masters to kill this person at Wolf Sobbing Cliff. In that battle, The masters of the 8 great families also suffered countless casualties. After 100 years of cultivation, they were able to restore their yuan qi. But now, another demon lord had appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. How could people not be shocked? If this news had come from someone else, no one would have believed it, but since it came from Xianxia, the situation was different. The entire world instantly became chaotic and the atmosphere became tense. Spies from the various great forces frequently entered and exited the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about reliable information. But the result was unbelievable. The ash-gray cloud evil land had really produced a mysterious demon lord. As soon as this person appeared, he used absolute strength to subdue the 6 great evil kings and took control of the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. The situation was worrying. Everyone was in a state of panic. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai bid farewell to Xianxia. His purpose in coming to Medicine King's Valley had already been achieved. He hadn't returned to High Heaven Pavilion for a long time, so naturally, it was time for him to return. Xianxia seemed to have known this would happen, but his expression didn't change much. He simply said lightly, "Although I know you have other motives for coming to Medicine King's Valley, since you have entered my Hidden Cloud Peak, you are now considered a disciple of my Hidden Cloud Peak. If you have time in the future, come back and visit more often." Yes. Yang Kai felt a little guilty in his heart. He bade farewell with a serious expression. Her cold temperament was enough to freeze all things in the world. Only when her eyes met with Yang Kai's would a trace of gentleness appear in her eyes. Bringing along a fragrant wind, she landed in front of Yang Kai, a smile appearing on her delicate face. "You're back?" Yang Kai nodded slightly, anxiously asking, "What happened here?" Zhou Xian's bright eyes dimmed as she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Something happened. I'll tell you as we go." Saying so, her body soared into the air. Yang Kai also circulated his yuan qi and flew together with her. Feeling the yuan qi fluctuations, Zhou Xian turned to look at Yang Kai in surprise. "You've already broken through to the 3rd stage of yuan qi." Yang Kai grinned, "Your strength has increased so quickly. You're not slow either, you've already broken through to the 8th stage of yuan qi." Yang Kai was also surprised by Zhou Xian's strength increase. He had been training outside and had various opportunities to improve so quickly. As for Zhou Xian, she had only bitterly cultivated in the sect, but she had also grown to this point. She had the same resources as him. Her improvement would have been even greater. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, Zhou Xian's pretty face blushed slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she whispered, "The Ice Heart's secret art focuses on the cultivation of one's mental state. This past year my mental state has improved a lot, so my strength has also increased." Yang Kai thought about it, knowing that her mental state had improved so quickly because of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Chuckling, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Zhou Xian couldn't help but glare at him, but she didn't say anything. "Where are we going?" Kai Yang asked as he adjusted his direction. Narrowing his eyes, he frowned. "Are we going to Sect Master's retreat?" Zhou Xian nodded slightly, her expression suddenly becoming gloomy as she smiled bitterly. "Sect Master said that if you came back he would immediately take care of you. I will bring you there as soon as possible." "What happened to Sect Master?" Yang Kai noticed that Zhou Xian's expression was not right and quickly asked. Zhou Xian pursed her red lips lightly and after a long time said softly, "He's injured, seriously injured." "Who did it?" Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Grandmaster Ling Taisu's strength was not much worse than Meng Wuye's. His talent was outstanding, and in this life, if not for the matter of his 2 disciples, he would have been able to cultivate for more than 10 years. He would have broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary long ago. Such a master was now seriously injured, and looking at Zhou Xian's expression, this injury was definitely not ordinary. Who could have beaten him to this extent? Sect Master's 2nd disciple. What? Yang Kai was shocked but quickly reacted, "He isn't." But he managed to escape from the coiling dragon stream, and his demonic arts had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The day he emerged, he fought all of High Heaven Pavilion's Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Sect Master was seriously injured, 4th Elder Zhou Fei was killed on the spot, the other elders were also injured and countless disciples died. Su Yan's brow wrinkled as she sighed. If not for sect master desperately defending, I'm afraid High Heaven Pavilion would have already. When did this happen? A month and a half ago. Su Yan shook her head and smiled bitterly. The aftermath of that battle still hasn't dissipated. High Heaven Pavilion is now filled with demonic qi, and the disciples have to constantly circulate their secret arts to resist. The elders have all suffered heavy losses and some of them are afraid they will be implicated, so they have already packed up and left the sect. Yang Kai's expression sank, finally understanding why the sect had become like this. Wei Shitong looked at Su Xianwu coldly, his face filled with anger. Su Xianwu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and frowned. I want to ask eldest brother what you're doing. Wei Shitong coldly said, What am I doing? First look at what this little bastard is doing. Bastard, why aren't you letting go? Do you want to kill the sect master? Shut up. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted with a gloomy face. Although he had never liked great elder Wei Shitong and had even attacked him just now, Wei Shitong was only concerned about the sect master, so Yang Kai did not pay him any mind. However, he was too self-righteous and made a lot of noise, making him feel irritated. Wei Shitong was stunned. He never thought that this little brat would dare to speak to him in such a tone. The great elder was about to use his dignity as an elder to teach Yang Kai a lesson when he heard a light cough. Immediately Ling Tai Su, whose life was hanging by a thread, suddenly said, Don't be noisy. The voice was weak, but it was indeed Ling Tai Su's voice. The four great elders were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their expressions were extremely strange. It seemed that they were hallucinating and had heard Ling Tai Su's voice. Sect Master. Wei Shitong called out uncertainly, half believing and half doubting. He looked over and saw that Sect Master Ling Tai Su had opened his eyes and was looking over. Sect Master is awake? Su Xianwu rushed forward in one step. Third Elder He Bei Shui and Fifth Elder Yu Zizai also stepped forward. Sect Leader. After confirming that the sect leader was really awake, the voices of the several old men trembled, and their eyes instantly became moist. Even Wei Shitong, who was best at fighting for power, was also like this. The sect leader's awakening made them feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted, and the heavy stone in their hearts suddenly fell down. High Heaven Pavilion could lose anyone, but it couldn't lose Ling Tai Su, especially at this critical juncture. All of you leave first. The sect master lightly ordered. Yes. These people didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly withdrew. Before they left though, all of them stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of heaven-defying method he had used to save the severely injured sect master from the brink of death. After the others left, Yang Kai smiled at Ling Tai Su, Grand Master. Ling Tai Su looked at Yang Kai with relief and muttered, It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. As he spoke, his expression gradually relaxed and he fell asleep again. However, this time there was no danger to his life. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the room, the four great elders looked at each other in confusion. The same was true of the alchemist. Half an hour ago, Ling Tai Su's life was hanging by a thread, so how could he wake up in less than half an hour? Moreover, looking at his complexion, it was much better than before. Obviously, he had recovered a lot of his vitality. What kind of pill did you give the sect master during this time? Wei Shitong looked uncertain as he asked the alchemist. The latter slowly shook his head. I didn't use any medicine. The sect master's body can no longer withstand the impact of the medicine. Using any medicine will only lead to death. The several old men's expressions became more and more surprised. Could it be that Yang Kai saved him? Yu Zizai was somewhat uncertain. They all understood the sect master's injuries. No matter how heaven-defying the sect master was, there was no way to save him, so how could he suddenly wake up? It can't be. Yang Kai stepped forward, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, jumped onto the bed and sat down cross-legged in front of her. Four eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes filled with aggression while Xu Yan's eyes were also watery, seemingly containing infinite flirtatious feelings. He wanted to strip the jade woman in front of him naked and taste her wonderful body. That kind of taste, reaching the pinnacle of mutual indulgence, Yang Kai believed that Xu Yan would not refuse. However, Yang Kai still had a strange feeling in his heart. The reason the two of them could be so intimate and Xu Yan could do whatever she wanted to him was entirely because of the joyous unification art. She was not like his little senior sister Xia Ningchong, who had developed feelings for him over time. To put it nicely, the relationship between the two of them was congenial, but to put it bluntly, it was nothing. Every time Yang Kai came back he would be unbridled with Xu Yan a few times. This kind of feeling was not like that of a man and woman in love, where their bodies were entwined with each other. It was more like they were trying to complete a mission to cultivate the joyous unification art. It was this kind of feeling that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. The yin-yang monster ginseng had not played its role until now precisely because this kind of forced intimacy was not so natural. If he wanted the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role, he could not always maintain this kind of state. Although it was undeniable that the joyous unification art was the root cause of their feelings, Yang Kai did not want their feelings to be connected only by the joyous unification art. Heart to heart, how many men and women in this world could reach such a level? Even among those old couples who had respected each other for dozens of years, there were very few who could do it. What are you thinking about? Xu Yan looked at Yang Kai strangely. She found that the light in his eyes was quickly fading, and the boiling blood in his body was slowly calming down. This was very different from the past. In the past, every time he saw her, he would find it difficult to control himself, and every time he would decisively take off his clothes, then strip her and then, "I want you." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. Xu Yan's white neck blushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm already yours. But I want your heart even more." Xu Yan raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of joy slowly appearing in her eyes. "You should know what I'm talking about." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xu Yan nodded gently. Yang Kai did not understand until today what was missing between him and Xu Yan, but Xu Yan had long since seen through it. He had never said it out loud. A woman would always be at a disadvantage in front of a man, especially in front of the man she liked. Even if she knew his approach was somewhat inappropriate, even if she had some thoughts in her heart, before he saw through them clearly, a woman would not say it out loud. This was the approach of a smart woman. Only by letting him see and understand for himself would this man truly grow up. Work together? Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. Xu Yan nodded slightly, a hazy mist appearing in her watery eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Men and women were different. Women would always have a special feeling and dependence on their first man. As early as the many times they had engaged in dual cultivation and the endless waiting for each other, Xu Yan had already been willing to entrust her heart and soul to him. The only thing the two of them lacked was a trace of understanding in Yang Kai's heart. Now Yang Kai had finally understood, naturally allowing Xu Yan to see hope. During this time, people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had already come to High Heaven Pavilion to denounce them. However, High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader was seriously injured and unconscious, and one of the 5 elders had died in battle. Seeing this desolate place, they could only leave it be. The old demon's mood was somewhat excited, and without waiting for Yang Kai to summon it, it took the initiative to rush out. The surrounding demonic chi began to converge towards the Soul Breaker All, and the old demon also opened its belly to absorb it, like a sponge, completely swallowing up this demonic chi. This demonic chi, which was difficult for ordinary people to endure, was a great supplement for the old demon. Not only did his soul need this kind of thing, but the Soul Breaker All also urgently needed the demonic chi. The current state of High Heaven Pavilion was the paradise that he had always wanted. Walking to the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down, only to see that in the distance, there seemed to be a black flood dragon rolling and boiling. These were all extremely rich demonic chi and demonic chi. The entire bottom of the coiling dragon stream had become the birthplace of the demonic qi. When you were absorbing the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, did you notice anything? Yang Kai frowned and asked. I didn't notice anything, it's just that the further down I go, the stronger the demonic qi becomes. However, the demonic qi here is somewhat different from before. The old demon pondered. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Compared to before, it seems to be purer and denser. Originally, there was an energy suppressing the demonic qi here. Young master, when you were here before, you swallowed the yang attribute energy which was suppressing the demonic qi, but now this suppression has loosened a lot. Yang Kai nodded slightly and no longer spoke. He had also noticed that the yang attribute energy here was much thinner than before. A moment later he leaped down. While in midair he circulated his true essence and stabilized himself. Then with a turn of his body he flew back into his cave. The cave mansion was still the same without the slightest damage. All the decorations inside were built by Su Yan and Xianing Chong bit by bit. The 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of the cave had already withered. These were the 2 pots Meng Wuya had placed on the contribution hall's counter, but now they were affected by the demonic qi and had completely withered. Beside the 2 pots of flowers there was a small hole, which should have been the place where the yin-yang monster ginseng took root, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Su Yan hadn't seen it since the great change in High Heaven Pavilion. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness, so when it sensed danger, it would automatically hide. It was likely that when the demon lord appeared and the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream surged, it was alarmed. However, it shouldn't have run away. It loved the yin and yang qi, so besides the coiling dragon stream, there was no other place for it to stay. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and began searching the surrounding area. As his divine sense spread out, he faintly felt a trace of danger coming from below the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai didn't dare to go too deep and simply searched above. A moment later, Yang Kai smiled happily as he found the yin-yang monster ginseng's location. Indeed, as he expected, the yin-yang monster ginseng was just hiding in a mountain crack a few kilometers away. Using his divine sense to release his goodwill, the yin-yang monster ginseng quickly realized where this familiar aura came from and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew over. After a few dozen breaths, the red and white yin-yang monster ginseng appeared in front of Yang Kai again and directly jumped into his arms, revealing only a small part of its body, its delicate facial features filled with fear and trepidation. Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his finger, forcing a drop of yang liquid into its body. The yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed this drop of yang liquid and its expression immediately became much happier. I'll give you a new home, it's absolutely safe, no one will bother you in the future. Yang Kai whispered, not waiting for it to respond before directly putting it into the black book space. The black book space couldn't hold living things, but there was no problem with exotic flowers and plants. Although the yin-yang monster ginseng was sentient, it was still just one of the exotic flowers and plants, so there was no problem with it staying inside the black book space. Entering the huge space, the yin-yang monster ginseng curiously looked around and soon discovered the existence of the myriad drug liquid. Its figure flickered and it tried to take root near the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai immediately realized the situation wasn't good and quickly used his divine sense to construct an isolated space to hide these treasures. As soon as the yin-yang monster ginseng discovered its treasures were gone, its facial features immediately became aggrieved and it jumped up and down, turning into a stream of light as it searched around the black book space, trying to find the myriad drug liquid. I'll give you a drop every 10 days, so stay here obediently. Yang Kai helplessly transmitted this message with his divine sense. Hearing this, the yin-yang monster ginseng calmed down. After settling the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the secluded home, taking all the things he had left behind into the black book space. These things were all obtained from the Endless Sea Islands and were treasures belonging to the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands. Each one of these things was a blade that couldn't see the light of day. Walking back to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai stared down at the churning demonic qi down below and fell silent. Old Demon saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and tentatively asked, "Young master, do you want to go down?" Yang Kai nodded. There was definitely some kind of mystery down here, Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ling Taisu's second disciple to recover his strength and achieve the grand accomplishment stage of his demonic art. This was the site of the great battle between High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder and a demon lord several hundred years ago, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to go down and take a look. The churning demonic aura was a barrier that prevented most people from advancing. Even many evil spirits might not be able to withstand the evil aura and ferocious aura. However, Yang Kai had the old demon's protection and his own unyielding golden skeleton, so it wasn't completely hopeless. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart became firm and he directly jumped down from the cave entrance. Old Demon was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness and quickly raised his guard. The wind whistled past his ears as his body fell straight down, his speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a few thousand meters and directly fell into the churning demonic qi. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked and hurriedly used his yang inflammation wings to jump out from below. His expression was one of extreme pain as he looked down with lingering fear. The moment he fell into the demonic qi, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being attacked. It was a bloodthirsty and cold attack filled with despair. This attack was hidden in the demonic qi below. Invisible and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Even though Yang Kai had cultivated his divine sense at this moment, he still couldn't withstand such an attack, causing his head to hurt. Old Demon, on the other hand, was fearless and wasn't injured in the slightest. Yang Kai lightly leapt to the side of the cliff and stared down for a moment before plunging down again. The monstrous demonic qi wrapped around his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Being surrounded by this demonic qi, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. The strange attacks once again assaulted his divine soul from all directions. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his divine soul, yet it was also as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his brain. Waves of ghostly wails and howls also rang in his ears. He felt as if he had fallen into the Azura hell. Chapter 290. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared this time, so although his soul was still in pain, he wasn't as helpless as before. Closing his soul, Yang Kai focused on keeping his soul clear. The soul-warming lotus also played its role in a timely manner, causing a faint cool feeling to spread through his mind, greatly reducing the pain he felt. Pausing mid-air, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths and waited until he had adapted to the intensity of the attacks before continuing to dive down. After diving another 1,000 meters or so, he felt that the surrounding demonic qi attacks seemed to have become stronger, and the unbearable pain came again, forcing Yang Kai to stop. Continuing like this, Yang Kai continued to dive for about 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai frowned, faintly unable to bear it any longer. The damage to his soul in this place was much more severe than the white fog in that isolated world. Inside the white fog only attacked one's soul, but the evil aura here not only attacked one's soul but also penetrated deep into one's mind, drawing out the evil factor hidden deep within Yang Kai's mind. This was definitely a treasure trove for tempering one's soul and cultivating one's spiritual energy. After descending 1,000 meters, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had grown slightly stronger. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to form a knowledge sea. However, Yang Kai couldn't bear it for too long. If he stayed here for too long, his temperament would be affected and assimilated by the surrounding aura. After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly asked the old demon, "Do you know any soul skills? It would be best if they were defensive." "Yes." The old demon readily responded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai said bitterly. The things this old servant knows, whether they are martial skills, secret arts, or soul skills, are all extremely evil. Young master has always disdained them. The old demon felt somewhat wronged. "Is this soul skill also an evil one?" Yang Kai asked. "Although it can be considered as such, if I were to cultivate here, I wouldn't need to resort to such cruel methods. The demonic qi here is very strong. The demonic qi here is the best place to cultivate soul skills." "Then don't waste time, hurry up and teach me that soul skill." Oh, the old demon's memories were very chaotic. Although he had been brought out by Yang Kai from the Heaven's Cave inheritance for more than 2 years, he had always been like this. After replying to Yang Kai, he pondered for a long time before he finally recalled most of the soul skill and taught it to Yang Kai. Palace of Confusion. According to the old demon, if he wanted to cultivate this soul skill, he had to find some living people, torture them, making them wish they were dead. Only after experiencing fear, terror, and despair could the soul energy produced by these people after death be used to cultivate the Palace of Illusions. Cultivators collected the souls of the dead and built a maze-like existence in their minds. The tormented, resentful spirits were the bricks that built this maze. The more evil the wraith was, the more powerful the maze would be. After successfully cultivating the Palace of Illusions, layers of illusions would appear around the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Twisting and turning passages. The greatest use of this martial skill was for defense. However, it was also a soul skill that could be used for both offense and defense. If an enemy dared to use their spiritual energy to attack the cultivator, once their spiritual energy fell into this maze, they would never be able to find a way out. Gradually, their spiritual energy would be exhausted by the resentful spirits hidden in the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions had not been fully cultivated, because the cultivator could always add bricks and tiles to this palace around the sea of consciousness, consolidating and expanding it. It protected the cultivator's sea of consciousness from being disturbed by the outside world. It was an impregnable defense. And this place was filled with dense demonic qi. Without a doubt, it was the most suitable brick for the Palace of Illusions. This soul skill suited Yang Kai's needs very well, making him very happy. He immediately hurried to cultivate it. However, before that, Yang Kai had to familiarize himself with how to use his spiritual energy to capture the demonic qi drifting around his body and use it as the cornerstone of the Palace of Illusions. This was relatively simple. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense, so all he needed to do was try to use it. For several days, Yang Kai familiarized himself with the use of his divine sense. Wisps of dark demonic qi were drawn into his mind, and according to Yang Kai's own ideas, they were transformed into bricks and tiles, gradually building a palace that protected his divine sense. Building a skyscraper from the ground was the same as building a palace in his mind, and it was a labyrinthine palace. After familiarizing himself with it, his movements became faster and faster. For an entire month, Yang Kai cultivated the Palace of Illusions in the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Wisps of demonic qi were captured by his divine sense and disappeared into his mind. The labyrinthine palace gradually began to take shape, slowly expanding and becoming more and more complex. After a month of cultivation, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had increased greatly. Now that his divine sense had spread out, he could investigate everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Increasing one's spiritual energy was very difficult. Even for an immortal ascension boundary master, wanting to achieve something with their divine sense was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's physical body. The most common method was to cultivate a soul skill or swallow a precious treasure that could increase one's spiritual energy. Yang Kai was cultivating the Palace of Illusions in such a harsh environment 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, it was natural that his spiritual energy would become much more powerful. After another 10 days or so, Yang Kai finally reached the minor accomplishment stage of the Palace of Illusions. Although he still hadn't been able to form a knowledge sea, Yang Kai could clearly feel that around his mind, there were layers of protection, guarding the most critical positions. These layers of protection were all formed by the demonic qi overflowing from the coiling dragon stream. However, none of these demonic qi could affect Yang Kai in the slightest. Chapter 291. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly sucking in a cold breath and exclaiming, "I know who this person is. Who? The devil who was killed by my sect's ancestral founder several hundred years ago." The old demon was not clear about the origins of High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai simply explained. Hearing that the coiling dragon stream was created by a devil lord, The old demon was very excited, his voice filled with excitement. Hundreds of years of immortality, this devil lord has a bit of this old master's style. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked. A person who had died several hundred years ago, and although his flesh and blood had almost dried up, his body had not yet been destroyed. Moreover, such a rich demonic aura had filled the entire coiling dragon stream. Just how strong was this person when he was alive? Just how strong was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to be able to kill him? This was not a level that the current Yang Kai could hope to reach, at least not in the short term. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai found a deep imprint not far away. Squatting down and carefully examining it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This should be the place where the second disciple of the sect leader had meditated and cultivated for more than 10 years. He had sat here for many years and left behind these traces. In other words, the sect master's second disciple should have seen something mysterious from this dead devil lord, or obtained something that allowed him to restore his strength and escape after more than 10 years. The sect master had sealed him in the coiling dragon stream, which had allowed him to achieve so much. This world was truly fickle, no one could say for sure. Young master. The old demon suddenly called out. There was a trace of excitement and expectation in his voice. Can you take the artifact around this demon lord's neck? Of course. Yang Kai had long seen through the extraordinariness of this necklace. This thing contained the most Yang attribute and was a Yang attribute artifact that could restrain demonic qi. Yang Kai himself cultivated the true Yang secret art, so this artifact was very compatible with him, so how could he let it go? This artifact should have been left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder to suppress the demonic qi in this demon lord. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the second disciple of the sect leader had done something to this place. The demonic qi could no longer be suppressed. This artifact wouldn't be of any use here anyway. But what does it have to do with you whether I accept it or not? Yang Kai was suspicious. He had a feeling that the old demon was planning something. Hee hee. The old demon chuckled. Young master, if you can take this artifact, old servant can try to enter this devil's body. Possession? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Oh no. The old demon hurriedly explained. His soul has long since ceased to exist. All that's left is a body of flesh and blood. My soul has taken over his body, so it can't be considered possession. Are you confident? Yes, a little. He was also a demon lord when he was alive, so his aura is somewhat similar to old servant's, so old servant wants to try and see if he can control this body. The old demon smiled bitterly. In fact, whether it is possession or soul taking over someone else's body, it is not as simple as young master thinks. A person's body is like a special container. In principle, this container can only hold a certain type of soul. It is very difficult for other souls to survive in this container. Then when you first saw me, why did you try to possess my body without any explanation? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he recalled the events of his childhood. The old demon laughed dryly. I had no choice but to do so. I was sealed away for many years. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were only about 100 people left. These 100 people were the backbone of High Heaven Pavilion and were the most loyal disciples of the sect. No matter how Ling Tai-su persuaded them, these people were unwilling to leave the sect and vowed to live and die with the sect. In this regard, Ling Tai-su was helpless and could only let them be. In Su Yan's small room, Yang Kai's figure flashed. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Su Yan had successfully broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage and was now preparing to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. While sitting opposite to each other and dual cultivating, Yang Kai listened to Su Yan talk about the changes in the sect over the past 2 months. His heart was also filled with sorrow. Such a large sect was now facing the fate of disbanding. No one could accept this result, but Ling Tai-su was also helpless. The demon lord's identity would be discovered sooner or later, so if he didn't want to implicate the ordinary disciples, he could only drive them away first. Chapter 292. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Xu Yan, comforting her and inquiring about Yang Kai. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened, Meng Wuya had fought 10 Immortal Ascension boundary masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gang Master Hu Man also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold only they knew. If the sect is disbanded, where should I go? Su Yen sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Yang Kai also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her. Their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister are there. Yang Kai whispered. With Xiao Fu Sheng's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home, so naturally he couldn't give Su Yen any guarantees. Su Yen nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, I haven't seen junior sister Xia for a long time. You two are now, not yet. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then you have to work harder. Junior sister Xia is like a fairy. Innocent, pure and innocent. Don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yen smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, A master is coming. Su Yen quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, Where is it? Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an Immortal Ascension boundary master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message. But since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's Immortal Ascension boundary masters would have sensed it. Moreover, this person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai Su and the other elders who had set out, so he jumped down together with Su Yen. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai Su's voice call out, Which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence? From the other side an old voice called out, Sect Master Ling. It's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai Su. The 4 great elders had also arrived. Brother Yang. Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Li Yun Tian and the others following closely behind. Long time no see. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Heh, should I call you brother or brother-in-law? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yen. Up to you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Brother-in-law, you're like this. Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, From childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life. I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yen cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is everyone here? Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking. Where's the sect master? He Bei Shui asked. The sect master wants to stay. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The four great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, Heh, since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. Su Xianwu smiled proudly. Eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely. Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. He Bei Shui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zizai. Fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this. Yu Zizai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him, so he pinched his nose and said, I'll also stay. The rest of the group, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, rushed towards the coiling dragon stream. Under the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai and Su Yen were enjoying a moment of peace when suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up in a certain direction. What's wrong? Su Yen noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression and quickly asked. Someone's coming. Yang Kai's expression sank. He quickly shouted, Hurry up, those people have already discovered us. Above, there were still 20 or so disciples who had not yet been brought down. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, the several martial uncles and martial aunt quickly circulated their yuan qi, increasing their speed significantly. The disciples of the younger generation were sent down one by one, disappearing into the void passageway. A moment later, everyone had been properly arranged. Martial nephew. The several martial uncles and martial aunt flew to the side, their expressions extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. You go first. Yang Kai shouted, I'll bring up the rear. The several martial uncles didn't hesitate and dove into the void corridor. Where do you think you're going? In the distance, an angry roar rang out, and before the voice had even faded, a bright light shot out from the distance. The speed of this group of people was beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Yang Kai and Su Yan's expressions both changed slightly as they jointly circulated their yuan qi and simultaneously sent out a palm strike towards the approaching light. With a muffled bang, the light dispersed and the figures of 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies both shook violently as they were pushed back several dozen meters, nearly falling down. Yang Kai, we meet again. Among the crowd, Bai Yunfeng, dressed in white robes, roared fiercely. Meeting his enemy, Bai Yunfeng naturally wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. You're that Yang Kai? Luo Xiaoman swept her eyes over him and curled her lips. You don't look that good. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you're just average. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, but after seeing Su Yen, her eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly. From this young woman who was as cold as an eternally frozen snow mountain, Qiu Yimeng felt a strong sense of pressure. Master. Moreover, her strength was no less than her own. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, never having expected that such a small place like High Heaven Pavilion would have such a talent. On top of that, this young woman was not only strong but also beautiful. Compared to her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coldly snorting as she quickly dispelled the faint jealousy in her heart. 2 friends, this time I came to your noble sect because I have something I wish to consult with you about. I hope you two can act sensibly. Qiu Yimeng quickly warned, at the same time waving her hand and using some kind of martial skill. She grabbed Luo Xiaoman's shoulder and quickly retreated. Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and fiercely punched to the side. Yuan Qi collided in midair with a loud bang. The rebounding force actually caused Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly. Before he could react though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly giggled, her delicate body like a leaf floating in the air, her feet lightly stepping on the void. Seemingly without any trace, she quickly closed in on Yang Kai. This was a set of profound footwork, and when it was displayed, Qiu Yimeng's entire body seemed to be both real and fake, completely untraceable. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he released his divine sense and instantly discovered Qiu Yimeng's hiding place, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast. Qiu Yimeng suddenly appeared, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face as she pushed her Yuan Qi fiercely. With a grunt, Yang Kai couldn't help retreating a few steps. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent, a calm smile hanging on her face as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, calmly saying, "You've got some skill, but it's nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, I advise you to obediently surrender, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Troublesome. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had wanted to capture Luo Xiaoman as a hostage, but this Qiu family's first young lady really wasn't easy to deal with. If he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat her, but not in a short time. The other 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were rapidly closing in, so Yang Kai didn't have much of a chance. "You want to leave?" Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of pride and slyness, clearly seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts. Not waiting for him to answer, she once again rushed forward. "With me here, do you think you can escape? Get out of my way!" Yang Kai roared, pushing out his palms as he simultaneously used his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. The tiger seal and the ox seal roared as 2 fiery red monster beasts leapt out, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng wasn't frightened but instead smiled happily. "Sure enough, no wonder Bai Yunfeng was defeated by you." Saying so, she waved her 2 white hands, releasing a burst of Yuan Qi that was visible to the naked eye, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Before the 2 monster beasts could reach Qiu Yimeng, they were scattered. Yang Kai grinned as he gripped the Azura sword in his hand, his true Yang Yuan Qi retreating back into the Dantian as the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. As the evil Qi descended, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in a black fog, only his pair of scarlet eyes exuding a terrifying light. With the Azura sword in hand, Yang Kai seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. Feeling this surging evil aura, Qiu Yimeng's expression finally changed as she cried out in horror, "High Heaven Pavilion really has evil secret arts." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge ball of lightning at the tip of her finger, throwing it towards Yang Kai. Flashing arcs of lightning crackled as they exploded, containing a terrifying power. Yang Kai slashed out with his sword. With a single sweep of his sword, the ball of lightning shattered, and the tiny arcs of lightning slithered out like snakes, covering a radius of more than 12 meters. Qiu Yimeng quickly retreated, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt, her expression becoming extremely dignified. Yang Kai walked through the world of lightning arcs, his body flashing but unable to hinder him in the slightest. How good could a woman who cultivated such a technique be? Not long after, the dozen or so Yuan Qi masters who had been scattered around finally arrived. They had all heard the sound of fighting and had come over. Bai Yunfeng was also among them. This little brat's luck was pretty good. Not only had he not died in the collapsed void corridor, he had also not been involved in the battle just now, so he was lucky enough to survive. As soon as the two sides met up and learned about each other's situation, Qiu Yimeng's heart sank. There were less than 10 people left on her side, and all 3 of her Immortal Ascension boundary masters had been killed. Let's see what this place is first, then we'll decide what to do next. Qiu Yimeng calmly ordered. High up in the air, a red shadow flashed by. It was the enchanting woman from just now. Her strength was indeed very strong and her flying speed was as fast as the wind. Yang Kai was bound by a pink ribbon, unable to exert any strength and could only passively allow himself to be carried by her hand. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den, Yang Kai thought to himself. This woman didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those people, not even asking for a reason. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to deal with, so why did she want to kidnap him? Yang Kai was puzzled. Secretly circulating his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai found that he couldn't use his Yuan Qi at all. Only his divine sense could be used. However, in front of such a master, how could Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense so easily? Don't waste your energy after being hit by my soul-blowing incense, you'll only feel powerless. Your Yuan Qi will be sealed unless your strength is higher than mine. The woman's soft voice came from above his head, causing Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Soul-blowing incense? Yang Kai grinned. What a good name. Why does this name sound like an aphrodisiac? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was a wanton dragon lady. Just now, her face clearly showed a hint of lust as if it was surging. Now that he had fallen into her hands, he didn't know whether or not his Yuan Qi would be sucked dry and he would die of dehydration. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this woman should have cultivated some kind of evil secret art that harvested yang to supplement her yin. If he really died like this, it would be too tragic. You don't know what soul-blowing incense is? The woman was slightly surprised. Should I know? Yang Kai didn't answer but instead asked, immediately taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his heart. Forget it, you'd better not talk to me first. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will take you. The woman was originally enduring with great difficulty, but when she heard Yang Kai's shameless and presumptuous words, she couldn't help giggling. Her beautiful eyes glanced down, thinking to herself, this little brat actually doesn't know what soul-blowing incense is. Is he not a disciple of the Holy Land? Chapter 298. Fortunately, the falling speed was reduced a lot, so even though they were in a sorry state, neither of them was injured. But after this struggle and resistance, Yang Kai's strength increased a lot. In the midst of the flying dust, he recklessly pressed the woman under his body and reached out a hand to cover the other full breast. He accurately found the protruding cherry and wantonly kneaded it. The red clothes were a little messy, and the woman's chest revealed a breathtaking snowy white. The 2 large breasts trembled as if they were about to break free from their restraints and burst out of the clothes. The elasticity was also amazing. Under the 2-pronged attack, the woman seemed to have completely lost the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes were closed and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Her soft and delicate body twisted under Yang Kai, and there was a burst of suppressed longing in her throat. She seemed to have accepted her fate and no longer resisted. Her hands gently held Yang Kai's head and pulled him up from her chest. Then her cheeks flushed red and she pressed a pair of red lips on his. Yang Kai was secretly wary of her soul-blowing incense, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. He was no longer polite and kissed her. A sweet and wonderful taste spread on the tip of his tongue. Just as he tasted something wonderful, the woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of slyness and pleasure in them. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly raised his head. You. Just as he spat out a word, Yang Kai felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In an instant he lost all consciousness and fell on the woman's chest. The woman kept gasping for breath, calming the rolling blood in her heart. After a while she recovered some strength. She reached out and pushed Yang Kai away from her delicate body. She slowly sat up, clenching her teeth, and her heart was filled with hatred. After a while, suddenly she laughed again, pursing her red lips, and said to herself, "Stinky brat is very skilled, he's definitely not a good thing." Humph, This king's beauty is not something that just anyone can taste. Saying that, she stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at the unconscious Yang Kai on the ground with hatred and lifted him up with one hand. He jumped up again. Yang Kai woke up groggily. He only felt pain all over his body as if he had been pricked by needles. There was not much light in the surroundings, only a torch stuck diagonally into a mountain wall, the flame flickering. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, lingered at the tip of his nose. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the smell of the flirtatious woman from before. He didn't know if it was her body fragrance or something else. It was neither too thick nor too light, and it was a pleasant smell. It also had some aphrodisiac effects. Thinking of the dragon lady, Yang Kai suddenly sobered up and vigilantly looked forward. He saw that woman sitting cross-legged not far from him. His yuan qi surged fiercely and his eyes were closed. It was unknown what kind of martial art he was using. Sensing the current state of his body, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan qi had recovered a lot of her strength and she could also swim. But at this moment his entire body was imprisoned in place by a mysterious force and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he seemed to have been poisoned. When he used his yuan qi, he felt a little dizzy. Yang Kai panicked and quickly calmed down, not daring to move. This should be a cave. The cave was not deep, only about 100 feet or so. He was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, and the woman not far from him was blocking his way, clearly not wanting to let him leave. Looking at this woman, Yang Kai had to admit that she was extremely beautiful and charming to the bone. His skillful flirting, how could he be considered inexperienced? He was clearly a veteran in the field of love. She didn't know how many girls he had ruined. Although she could be considered a cheerful woman, Yang Kai's blatant flirting still made her a little shy, not to mention her body wasn't in good condition right now, so she couldn't bear to hear such words from others. Just as her heart was filled with hatred, she saw Yang Kai's face turn serious and ask, "Is elder sister under the influence of an aphrodisiac?" Her state was clearly one of lust, wanting to find a man to relieve her feelings, but being able to endure for so long, Yang Kai was puzzled. The woman was slightly stunned, her expression somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile and said, "You can say so, but you can also say no." "Then is it true or not?" Yang Kai was confused. "Let's just say it is, but this aphrodisiac is because of me." The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not intending to hide it. "It's because my secret art is about to break through. Every time I break through it's like this, but this time I was ambushed on the way here and suffered some injuries, so it's more violent than before. I don't know if I can resist." "So you captured me?" Yang Kai suddenly realized. But in his heart, a storm was set off. What kind of secret art would cause a woman to feel lust when breaking through? An evil secret art. An absolutely evil secret art. It was most likely a secret art that harvested yang to supplement yin. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. If he was really harvested by this dragon lady here, then his life would be too sad. "I was just in case." The woman nodded slightly, not denying it. Yang Kai was imprisoned at this moment, so he couldn't do anything, so she had no reason to lie. "Then why did you find me? Besides you, there were only 3 old men and 2 women. If I didn't catch you, who would I catch?" The woman replied with a faint smile. "Damn, so unlucky. Why didn't that brat by Yunfeng follow me? If he had followed me, I might not have been caught. To be able to work for big sister, it's little brother's honor." Yang Kai smiled, looking at her affectionately. "Why don't you stop resisting? Let's rest early. Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying angrily, "You wish. The secret art I'm practicing is special. Although I can continue to practice it after losing my virginity, but before I reach large success, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I'm only 1 step away. How can I waste all my efforts here?" Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, flashing with light. "So big sister is flawless. Good, good, good. This little brother is also a virgin. We're a match made in heaven. You don't have to resist so hard. If you really can't resist, just come find me." His heart was beating like a drum, although he didn't know what the consequences would be if this woman took him, but seeing how evil her secret art was, the consequences would definitely not be good. So even in front of such a beauty, Yang Kai didn't dare to have the slightest bit of restlessness. The woman stared deeply at him, A trace of pity flashed through her blurred eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "What's your name?" "Yongkai." "Yongkai." The woman lowered her eyes and whispered softly, then nodded seriously, "I'll remember this name. I'm Xianxia Luo." "That's a nice name." Yongkai couldn't help but frown. "This name, why does it seem like I've heard someone say it before?" But this woman's strength was very high. She should be a famous expert. It's normal to have heard of her name, so Yongkai didn't think too much about it. "I didn't imprison your Yuan Qi. You have to guard your mind. Don't lose your mind." Xianxia Luo reminded with a smile. "Your mind is good, but I don't know if you can resist the next temptation." The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled and she resisted the pain, but still looked at Yongkai tenderly and sweetly. Murmuring moans came out of her mouth, and she stretched out two pink and soft hands to wrap around Yongkai's neck. Yongkai grinned at her. With a struggling expression, he punched her in the head. With one punch, more than a dozen girls around him disappeared. Yongkai's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of beautiful illusion was really a test of a person's mind. Fortunately, although Yongkai was also affected, he was able to sober up for a moment at the critical moment. Yongkai thought that he had broken through this illusion, but when he stood up again he found that the scene before him hadn't changed. Although the dozen young girls had disappeared, there was a bed with a curtain hanging in the middle of the hall. On the bed, a woman with a plump figure lazily reclined, one hand supporting her head, and just happened to look at him with a smile. Through the hazy curtain, Kai Yong could see that she was only wearing a thin silk gauze, like a cicada's wing. A chuckle came from the other side, and the woman on the bed gently waved at Yongkai. Her whispers contained endless magic, and Yongkai's recovered consciousness was once again pulled back into the swamp. With scarlet eyes and heavy breathing, he walked to the side of the bed and rudely tore open the pink curtain. What he saw was Xianxia Luo lying on the bed. This dragon lady had a plump figure. Her skin was crystal clear, snow-white and flawless. Her curves were exquisite and her plump buttocks were high. Half of her hair covered it, outlining the perfect lines, making people's blood boil. She chuckled and slowly got up, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. She pulled Yongkai to the bed and slowly put him down. Yongkai didn't respond, letting her do as she pleased. Xianxia Luo's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knelt on Yongkai's body and slowly took off his clothes. Her face was flushed and she seemed to be both shy and eager. After taking off his clothes, Xianxia Luo breathed like orchids. She bit her red lips, slightly swayed her buttocks and sat down little by little. A soft and moist feeling came and Yongkai's eyes suddenly trembled. The art of yin-yang union of joy involuntarily operated, and a fierce suction suddenly came from his crotch. Xianxia Luo, who was sitting on top of him, let out an extremely mournful scream, and all the illusions collapsed in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yongkai sat in the same place, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw that not far away Xianxia Luo was still in the pure white silkworm cocoon. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but the art of yin-yang union of joy was still operating, and a huge amount of pure energy was pouring out of the pure white silkworm cocoon into Yongkai's meridians. Fortunately, he was tactful and didn't go too far. What was going on with him? Although Xianxia Luo had a lot of questions in her heart, now was the time for her to break through, so naturally she didn't dare to take it lightly. She could only suppress her doubts and concentrate on circulating her secret art. Yongkai was also circulating his joyous unification art. A clear energy flowed out from the white silkworm cocoon and into his meridians, becoming stronger little by little. As if peeling silk from a cocoon, Xianxia Luo's silkworm cocoon gradually became smaller, and her plump body slowly became visible. Chapter 300. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his stiff body slightly. A burst of popping sounds came from all parts of his body. His entire body seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. The Yuan Qi in his body surged and he was in a wonderful state like never before. Yuan Qi level 4. These 10 days of meditation, plus the pure energy he obtained from Shanqing Luo's pure white silkworm cocoon, allowed him to break through to this level in one fell swoop. His harvest was huge. Opposite him, 2 pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Kai looked up and saw the dragon lady lazily leaning against the cave wall. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. Yang Kai was shocked. The Yuan Qi in his body involuntarily circulated. Shanqing Luo smiled and bit her red lips. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to keep you alive. Yang Kai's expression became awkward. He thought that this was indeed the case. Immediately, his expression relaxed. He laughed and cupped his hands. Thank you, sister, for not killing me. Shanqing Luo shook her head. I didn't want to kill you. I had no choice but to kidnap you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Her face was slightly pale. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. This dragon lady's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, she seemed to be injured. Isn't it all because of you? Shanqing Luo bit her teeth lightly. Her pair of red phoenix eyes revealed a miserable expression. Me? Yang Kai pointed at himself with a confused expression. He didn't understand. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Kai Yang replied in a daze. Then why did you take away so much of my energy? Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's expression froze as he recalled what had happened before. He frowned and said, I fell into an illusion and slept with you on the same bed. Then I used a set of cultivation methods and escaped from the illusion. Shanqing Luo blushed. She looked at him in disbelief. Me? Yes, you're very proactive and bold. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Recalling the Shanqing Luo's performance on the bed, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed, somewhat vexed. Little bastard. Shanqing Luo spat softly, her face flushed red. Does it affect you? Yang Kai frowned and asked. What do you think? Shanqing Luo took a deep breath. Her full breast heaved up and down. His red clothes were almost torn apart. I was on the verge of breaking through and my energy was diverted by you. Don't you think it affected me? Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. Really? I didn't know. If you knew, I would have killed you a long time ago. Shanqing Luo looked at him hatefully. Why would I let you live until now? Then you didn't break through. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. No, not only did I not break through, I also suffered from the backlash of my technique and my strength fell greatly. I don't know when I'll be able to break through again. Tell me, is this your fault? How can you blame me for this? Yang Kai rubbed his nose, but when he heard her say that her strength had fallen greatly, his expression became more relaxed. He looked at her meaningfully and said, Then what's your current level? Yuan Qi level 1. Are you satisfied? Shanqing Luo replied unhappily, giving Yang Kai a flirtatious look. You should have said so earlier. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the last trace of caution and cautiousness he had completely disappeared. He was completely relieved. This dragon lady was only at Yuan Qi level 1, which was even lower than his own. Now he didn't need to be afraid of her anymore. However, even though her level was lower than his, she still had the foundation of an expert. Chapter 301. In the dense forest, Qiu Yimeng and the others were fleeing in a panic. Behind her, Luo Xiaoman and Bai Yunfeng both looked distressed and had many wounds on their bodies. In addition, the original dozen or so Yuanqi cultivators were now missing 2 or 3. As they ran, Luo Xiaoman's chest bounced up and down, as if she was carrying 2 snow-white rabbits in her arms. If it were any other time, Bai Yunfeng would definitely have taken in such a beautiful sight, but right now this little brat was not in the mood at all. His life was on the verge of being forfeit, so how could he care about such beauty? There seemed to be some kind of pursuer behind the group, so in a panic, everyone was unfamiliar with this place and quickly lost their way, only knowing to follow behind Qiu Yimeng. Running at full speed, the Yuan-Chi passed by too quickly, and a small mountain appeared in front of them. Qiu Yimeng let out a light breath and said, "Let's stop and rest up ahead. The people behind us shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Let's recover first before continuing." Hearing her say this, the group couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After running for a day and a night, no one could afford such a consumption of energy. Not long after, everyone came to a secluded mountain and found a place to sit down, taking out pills to restore themselves. Next to them was a clear spring flowing down from the top of the mountain. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman hurriedly went up and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten their dry throats and wash their faces, finally relaxing. Since the day they met that enchanting red-robed woman, their group had begun to run out of luck. The 3 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators who had followed them were all killed by that woman, and then the dozen or so Yuan-Chi cultivators under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng explored the surrounding terrain, but before they could figure out the situation, they were surrounded by a group of cultivators who cultivated evil arts. After a fierce battle, they were finally able to break through, but the noise they made alarmed even more people. The strength of this group was not weak. However, there were too many enemies, and the number of pursuers behind them had only increased over the past few days. In desperation, Qiu Yimeng could only retreat into this dense forest, trying to use the terrain here to find an opportunity to break through. The 2 women sat down, both looking exhausted. "Elder Sister Qiu, what is this place?" Luo Xiaoman's pair of big eyes were filled with panic. Listening to Luo Xiaoman's question, Qiu Yimeng's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. This should be the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." "Ah, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Everyone else also stared at her in amazement. Bai Yunfeng frowned and asked with some disbelief, "Young Lady Qiu, how can you be sure this is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at him faintly. "Besides the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, where else can there be so many cultivators who have fallen into the evil Dao? Didn't you see their expressions when they were fighting? That doesn't necessarily mean this place is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Bai Yunfeng still couldn't believe it. "Perhaps this is the territory of an evil sect." Qiu Yimeng chuckled. "I'm sure this is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Then what should we do?" Luo Xiaoman didn't have any ideas of her own, unlike Qiu Yimeng, who was confident she could take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. "I don't know." Qiu Yimeng shook her head bitterly. This time she had only intended to lead the group to High Heaven Pavilion, but now they had suddenly arrived at the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 302. Hearing Shanqing Luo's question, those people complained incessantly in their hearts, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. How did they end up encountering this dragon lady here? The heavens don't have eyes. We don't dare. Gui Yuanming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Master knows this subordinate is only tracking a group of Yuan-Chi cultivators who broke into the Holy Land. This subordinate doesn't want to offend Master Feng Wei. This subordinate deserves to die 10,000 deaths. "Oh, is that so?" Shanqing Luo lightly responded. Her nasal voice was very strong and her voice was charming and enchanting. When those people heard this, not only did they not feel that it was pleasant to hear, but they also felt as if there was a thorn in their back. They all broke out in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Shanqing Luo calmly raised her orchid fingers, gently stroking her fingernails, and said with an indifferent expression, "Since you know that you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, why don't you make a move? Do you want me to send you on your way?" Gui Yuanming's body instantly trembled, and with a plop he knelt on the ground, his head touching the ground as a chill ran down his spine. The people behind him were also drenched in cold sweat. Large drops of sweat slid down their heads and flowed down their necks to their chests. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he silently stood behind Xianxia Luo. This was the first time he had seen the Dragon Lady's methods, and it was really awe-inspiring. Was this the real beguiling demon queen? Although he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him, Yang Kai guessed that Xianxia Luo had some grudges with the masters in front of him, so she was bullying them for no reason. Moreover, Xianxia Luo's current strength had greatly decreased, so she probably wanted to use this kind of preemptive strike to scare them away. Hee hee. Xianxia Luo suddenly laughed and said to the other side, "Get up, I was just joking with you, how could you take it so seriously, so boring?" Gui Yuanming didn't dare to move. He didn't believe Xianxia Luo, this kind of woman, if he stood up she would directly kill him. He repeatedly kowtowed and thanked, "Thank you master for not killing me, thank you master for not killing me." Xianxia Luo coldly glanced at the other side and said with a cold voice, "Go back and pass a message to your master. Regarding the matter a month ago, I will have a good talk with him sooner or later, so get lost." Gui Yuanming, as if he had been spared from a dream, he quickly got up, while he lowered his head and retreated. "Please rest assured master, I will definitely pass your message's order." Xianxia Luo's Xianxia Luo. Sha. Qing Luo 6 people. He mustered all of his strength. In the blink of an eye they were nowhere to be seen. Xianxia Luo. Shan demon. Shan yu Shan Qing. T. In his heart he greatly admired this dragon lady's methods and the majesty she had just displayed. Xianxia Luo walked faster and faster, and after a while she actually flew like the wind. "Why are you so fast? Didn't you already deceive them?" Yang Kai asked while chasing after her. "It's only for a while. Gui Yuanming's scheming is deep. Who knows when he will see through it? My relationship with the Thunderbolt Beast King is not very good. The reason I was injured before was because he brought people to ambush me. Those people are the Beast King's subordinates. If they catch me I'll be finished." Xianxia Luo hurriedly explained, her feet not stopping for a moment. In a flash she had already traveled more than 10 zhang. Tsk. Yang Kai's expression was strange. "You are an evil king. That Thunderbolt Beast King has the same status as you, yet he dared to bring people to ambush you." Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Gui Yuanming struck while the iron was hot. "Everyone, this is the famous beguiling demon queen. Don't you want to have a taste? To be able to experience such a woman once, even if you die, it would be worth it." Thinking about Xianxia Luo's tender body and seductive voice, thinking about how she had been stripped naked, thinking about her moans and cries, everyone's breathing became heavy. Gui Yuanming continued, "Moreover, since she can pass on her cultivation to the next generation, it doesn't mean she can't pass it on to us. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Strength. Even if we split it evenly, each of us should be able to increase our cultivation by at least 1 or 2 minor realms, right?" Everyone was finally moved. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed as he quickly nodded. "Brother Gui is right, we can both taste her beauty and obtain her cultivation. It is indeed worth risking our lives for." The others thought about it carefully before gritting their teeth and agreeing. Gui Yuanming laughed loudly. "Brothers, you're truly loyal. There's no time to lose, let's hurry up and catch up." Yang Kai and Xianxia Luo flew through the jungle, their direction uncertain. Half a day later. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Xianxia Luo's face sank. Gritting her teeth she said, "Sure enough, we've been discovered." Saying so, she quickly stopped and took a deep breath to calm the blood in her heart. Together with Yang Kai, she calmly stood in place. "It's them." Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and noticed the number of people approaching, his face also becoming gloomy. Xianxia Luo's worries were indeed reasonable. Although she had scared off that group of people with an overbearing attitude, and didn't have many flaws in her words and actions, those who were meticulous could still find clues. It was like a little bit of blood in the sea. A fierce shark would always be able to find the scent. "Master." A moment later, Gui Yuanming and the others suddenly appeared not far away, all of them looking a little nervous. But now they were not as cautious as before, their eyes flashing with a meaningful light. They also dared to secretly look at Xianxia Luo, their eyes flashing with obscene light from time to time. "What's the matter?" Xianxia Luo asked with a cold face. "Ha. Master's speed is so fast it took us a long time to catch up. Gu Yuanming's attitude was clearly more presumptuous than before. Obviously he was testing, but he was already 80% sure of his speculation. It had only been a short time since they separated from her, but it took them a long time to catch up. If it weren't for a guilty conscience, why would they run so fast? Cut the crap, what's the matter? Shanqing Luo looked impatient and coldly shouted. It's like this subordinate forgot one thing before. My master once told me that if I met you I would give you a small gift. This is a small gift for mistress. I hope that mistress won't take what happened a month ago to heart. Saying so, Gu Yuanming casually tossed something towards Shanqing Luo. This was a chess piece of special quality, obviously a good grade secret treasure. At this moment, this secret treasure was filled with yuan qi by Gu Yuanming. It seemed to be thrown casually, but in fact it was filled with evil intentions. Shanqing Luo casually caught it. Although she was prepared, she was still shocked by this chess piece and her delicate body trembled, her arms slightly numb. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people around them all lit up. Gu Yuanming, you're courting death. Shanqing Luo shouted. He found that the surrounded group was actually the cultivator group headed by Qiu Yimeng, the big-breasted Luo Xiaoman, and the Bai families by Yunfeng were also among them. In addition, there were 3 or 4 yuan-qi cultivators and several corpses on the ground, their blood flowing freely. The circle of people outside was looking at Qiu Yimeng and the others with a smirk, most of their eyes lingering on Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful bodies, their eyes filled with lust. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly while Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled. The 2 women leaned back to back, gasping for breath, their yuan qi almost completely depleted. They had fled for so many days, but today they were finally caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, and after a fierce battle, they were completely surrounded. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo rushed in. Although it was subtly suppressed, one could still hear the anger in her voice. No, that's what I want. Elder sister is really good to him. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. She really couldn't understand why the dignified, beguiling demon queen would take a fancy to a little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, the 2 of them seemed to have known each other for less than a month. What had happened in this 1 month? Please allow me to think about it, elder sister. Qiu Yimeng bit her red lips and replied. Shanqing Luo didn't force her and just nodded lightly. There was a movement in front of him. Through the hazy white spider, Gu Yuanming saw a giant creature standing in front of him. It was clearly a calf-sized level 6 monster beast. Everyone, these spiders are starting to kill people, let's go. Gui Yuanming did not understand. He roared loudly, broke through the spider with a bang, and exchanged blows with the 8-legged spider in front of him, using the force to roll and fly up into the sky. Seeing Gui Yuanming so decisive, the others did not dare to hesitate. They all used their own methods to escape and followed closely behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Below them, 20 to 30 level 6 monster beast watched covetously, all of them spitting spiders into the air. Those who flew up one by one, but before they could fly far they were tied up again and fell to the ground like dumplings. Poor me, such a young and strong man, what can I do if I fall into your hands? Don't act like you're innocent. Shan Qingluo's tone was full of annoyance. Other men don't even dare to look at me, you've already taken advantage of me. Let me say this first, I won't be responsible for you. Yang Kai said with a straight face. He said seriously. What are you doing? Qiu Yimeng suddenly asked softly. Talking about love. Shameless. Qiu Yimeng hurriedly remained silent, her face slightly red, thinking to herself that it was no wonder she heard a light panting coming from next door. Time passed, the sun rose and the moon set. Several days had passed since they had been caught by these spiders, but the people trapped inside still hadn't found a way to escape. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo were still hugging each other. This dragon lady was truly worthy of her reputation. Sometimes with just a single movement, breath, or glance, she could seduce Yang Kai, making him unable to stop himself. However, due to her special physique, Yang Kai not only couldn't act recklessly, but he also couldn't tease her, so his days were extremely difficult. Qiu Yimeng remained calm and didn't show the slightest worry or panic from beginning to end. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman washed her face with tears every day, constantly in fear. Bai Yunfeng had also woken up, but after learning about the current situation he had remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land had all died due to excessive blood loss, their deaths extremely miserable. On this day Yang Kai, while using his divine sense to investigate, suddenly felt an extremely tyrannical presence. The vitality of this existence was even higher than that of the sixth-order poison spiders. It had suddenly appeared as if it had always been there, but had only just awakened. Before Yang Kai could warn Shan Qingluo, a feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart descended from the sky. Suddenly, everyone felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from above. Under the gaze of these eyes, no matter who it was, they all felt a sense of insignificance and inferiority, as if they couldn't compete with them at all. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly and he couldn't help urging his yuan qi. Shan Qingluo suddenly shouted, "Don't move." What's wrong? Seeing her expression as if she knew something, Yang Kai asked anxiously. Sir. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her expression extremely complex. Who? Spider Mother. Shan Qingluo replied softly, "Seventh Order monster beast. None of us are its match." Seventh Order? Yang Kai exclaimed. Yes. Shan Qingluo nodded solemnly. Otherwise, why do you think this group of monster beasts can live so comfortably? A sixth-order monster beast's monster core is also very valuable. There are so many sixth-order monster beasts here, if it wasn't for the Spider Mother, they would have been wiped out long ago. At the same time, the haze that had been pressing down on everyone's heads disappeared. Apparently it had fallen into a deep sleep again. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's eyes trembled. The conversation between Shan Qingluo and the Spider Mother had reached their ears, causing them to be as shocked as Yang Kai. None of them had expected such a powerful monster beast to exist in this world. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, suddenly screamed, "We're going to die in 5 days?" Before the Spider Mother appeared, although everyone was in a state of panic, the spiders hadn't done anything to them, so there was still some hope. But now that the 5-day deadline was right in front of them, who could accept it? Chapter 309. In his panic, Bai Yunfeng suddenly shouted, Yang Kai, father won't let you go even if I become a ghost. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai shouted angrily. Heh. Bai Yunfeng laughed bitterly, his voice sharp. If you hadn't penetrated the ground, how could we have fallen here and been caught by this group of spiders? If I hadn't penetrated the ground, you would have been killed by Gui Yuanming and his people long ago. How could you still be alive? Yang Kai sneered, knowing that Bai Yunfeng's mind was no longer clear. Father is a member of the Bai family, would those bastards dare kill me? Bai Yunfeng roared. As long as I reported my true identity, they would only take me to the Bai family to ask for a reward. How could they harm my life? You may not have to die, but if young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo fell into those people's hands, I'm afraid they would lose their innocence. I think they would rather be trapped in a spider's web than be caught by those bastards. Their innocence has nothing to do with me. As long as father is alive, it's fine. Bai Yunfeng roared without thinking. As soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to realize that he shouldn't have said such words and suddenly fell silent, not uttering a single word. Bai Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to think like that. Luo Xiaoman's pained voice sounded, filled with extreme disappointment and disgust. A woman's innocence was sometimes more important than her life. At that time, if she had really been caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, Luo Xiaoman would have taken her own life before being humiliated. Qiu Yimeng faintly said, Every man for himself, Xiaoman, you don't need to worry about it. Her voice was like an ancient well without the slightest hint of emotion. Greedy for life and afraid of death, the Bai family really are spineless. Luo Xiaoman sneered. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Bai Yunfeng snorted. This time he had completely torn apart all pretense of cordiality with these two women. Although it wasn't to the extent of turning his blade against them, even if they could escape this place, it was likely they would never be together again. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo both stared at each other speechlessly. After a long silence, Yang Kai frowned and said, If you want to leave, you can leave now, right? That spider mother didn't have any intention of keeping you here. Shanqing Luo shook her head slowly. But it won't let you go. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared at her seriously, hesitating for a moment before saying, Our friendship doesn't seem to be that good. Just like Qiu Yimeng said, every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. Shanqing Luo just looked at him with a smile. You can't be serious, right? Yang Kai was slightly moved. I told you, a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her lifetime. Do you think I'm lying to you? Shanqing Luo sighed faintly and said, If it weren't for you leaving your aura in my knowledge sea last time, I wouldn't have cared if you lived or died. You little bastard, you're both a rogue and a pervert. You should have been killed long ago to prevent you from ruining those innocent girls. But now that things have come to this, what can I do? Unless Shanqing Luo didn't want her secret art to reach the grand accomplishment stage. The seeds of love had already taken root and sprouted in her heart. It was only a matter of time before they grew. When a woman's feelings were full, she would need to spend a night with the man she loved. Moreover, women of the Poison Widow bloodline, once they fell in love, they were more unforgettable than other women. Therefore, the women of this bloodline had always been extremely sad. On one hand, it was their undying love, on the other hand, it was their secret art to the grand accomplishment stage. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly and said, Between you and me, it's just a transaction, there's no need to thank me. That being said, if it weren't for elder sister Xiaoman and I would have been doomed. Qiu Yimeng shook her head gently. After saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and reluctantly said, Thank you too. At the last moment, if it weren't for him, Qiu Yimeng definitely wouldn't have been able to reach Luo Xiaoman's side in time. Yang Kai's face remained cold and he didn't respond. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. The beautiful woman Yunli smiled, but her cheeks suddenly blushed as she softly said, Master also said that if young lord has any request, these servants must satisfy it. Any request? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he understood the hidden meaning behind these words. The beautiful woman gently nodded. This time even Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were bashful, their eyes slightly drifting, not daring to look at Yang Kai, their expressions slightly nervous. Miss Bai Luo. Yang Kai called out. N. Bai Luo responded faintly, her face filled with an unapproachable arrogance. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I want to see your master. Bai Luo frowned and said unhappily, Master is discussing some important matters with several of the city's elders today. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you. When will the discussion be over? Probably not in the next few days. Master has been away from Fragrance City for almost 2 months now. And during this time there has been a lot of fighting, so many things need to be handled by her. Yang Kai's expression became cold, his mood suddenly becoming unhappy. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, But Master said last night that in order to make up for her mistakes, she will allow you to enter her treasure house. Chuckling lightly she said, I didn't think you would be so tactful, I thought you would definitely. Halfway through her sentence Bai Luo curled her lips and didn't continue. Definitely what? Nothing since you found them, let's go. But are you sure you only want these 2 bottles of pills? Master said he wanted you to find something to enhance your strength. Bai Luo asked uneasily, Can you enhance your strength like this? That's enough. Yang Kai nodded. I'm too lazy to care about you, I'll tell you this first. It's not that I don't want to give you a choice, it's that you only want these 2 bottles of pills. Master asked. Don't say anything about me. Yang Kai nodded indifferently, and, leaving the treasure house, Bai Luo closed the door again and turned around. A small box flew towards her. Bai Luo was shocked and quickly reached out to catch it, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. After seeing what kind of box she had just caught, she couldn't help calling out in surprise as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked, Do you like this? Of course I like it. Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Opening the box, she found the pair of earrings she had tried on for a while before putting them back. How did you know? Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai in surprise. I can tell just by looking at your expression. Yang Kai chuckled, I'm not blind. Heh. Bai Luo couldn't help feeling joy in her heart and quickly took out the earrings. Staring at them dazzlingly she said, These are just ordinary Earth-grade low-rank artifacts, but from the first time I saw them I fell in love with them. If you like them, why didn't you ask your master for them? I see that your master treats you well. Yang Kai said suspiciously. Then, these are the relics of my old master. I was afraid that if my master saw them he would be sad. Bai Luo sighed faintly, suddenly hugging them tightly in her arms like they were precious treasures. Are these for me? Why else would I take them out? If your master asks, just say I took them. Thank you. Bai Luo stared at him with a complicated expression before suddenly becoming vigilant. Why are you so good to me? Do you have some kind of ulterior motive? Are you interested in me? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're thinking too much. I'll tell you, I don't like men. Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, seemingly trying to discern whether he was telling the truth or not. So no matter how much you try to court me, I won't be tempted. In my heart, my master is the most perfect partner. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning, staring at her in amazement. You mean you like Shanqing Luo? Bai Luo's face blushed red, but she still stiffly nodded, her eyes filled with a sense of longing. Sooner or later I will become master's wife. At this moment she showed the beautiful feelings a young girl should have, but this partner, there seemed to be some problems. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, Then I wish Bai Luo all the best. Bai Luo giggled, tilting her head as she looked Yang Kai up and down, saying with satisfaction, I now find that you're not so annoying after all. It seemed that Yang Kai giving her a gift was quite effective. At least she didn't treat him as coldly as before. Haha. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Bai Luo then said, Good, now that we've finished exploring the treasure house, Master said that if you feel bored I can take you for a walk around the city. Do you want to go out? No need, I want to go back and cultivate. Yang Kai said. Bai Luo snorted meaningfully. And Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion has elder sister Yunli Ruoyu and Ruoqing. There really isn't much fun outside. Also, if you really when you do that you'll first lay your hands on elder sister Yunli. She was married for less than a month before her husband died, and now she hasn't touched a man for almost 10 years, so she'll be like a wolf or a tiger. You have to take care of your body. And elder sister Yunli likes it when people touch her ears. Bai Luo blushed as she gave Yang Kai some advice, her beautiful face filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face went pale. How could such an enchanting little girl speak of such vulgar things? On top of that, she seemed to be quite experienced. He really didn't know where her experience came from. After a while the pain disappeared and the damaged area was completely repaired. However, the divine sense he had consumed was not replenished. After his last experience in the myriad drug pond, Yang Kai knew that it took a long time for his divine sense to recover. If he allowed it to recover on its own, even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. Because his divine sense was not as easy to restore compared to a cultivator's yuan qi, it was extremely difficult to cultivate his divine sense. Weakly, Yang Kai took out a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and poured one into his mouth along with a little bit of myriad drug milk. Refining it, he absorbed its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was once again replenished and his spiritual energy was once again restored to its peak. His divine sense once again penetrated into the true alchemic way, prying into its mysteries. Time passed and Yang Kai didn't know how long it had been. Yang Kai continued this cycle of replenishing his divine sense. With each cycle his divine sense really did increase a little. Although the degree of enhancement was not great, it was still accumulating. The results were very gratifying. Not only that, the mysteries of the true alchemic way also piqued Yang Kai's interest. Last time Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort, but he had only been able to discover a single spirit array that assisted in alchemy. That spirit array could increase the grade of the alchemy process. For example, if he used this spirit array to assist in alchemy, it was possible to obtain a mysterious grade pill from a furnace of heaven-grade high-rank materials. Of course. However, there was a possibility that the effect would not be very good. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the more difficult it would be to refine it. The higher the grade, the worse the effect. As he delved deeper into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai discovered that there were a variety of spirit arrays recorded in it. At the very least he had glimpsed a few of them. This included improving the quality of the pills, increasing the probability of pill veins appearing, increasing the success rate of alchemy and many other functions. And this was just the beginning of the true alchemic way. It was difficult to imagine what kind of mysteries would be hidden in the later chapters. In addition to the spirit arrays, there were also some special alchemy techniques, the selection of materials and so on. All of this information was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind so that if there was an opportunity in the future he could pass it all on to Xianing Chong and Xiaofu Sheng. In just 2 days, all of the herbs and pills Yang Kai had plundered from Shanqing Luo's treasure house had been consumed. Things that could nourish one's soul were relatively few, so how could they withstand Yang Kai's unbridled consumption? Other Immortal Ascension boundary masters would carry 1 or 2 bottles of these pills, but that was only in case of emergencies. Who would take them one after another? Without these pills and herbs, relying on the myriad drug milk alone would not be enough to quickly restore one's spiritual energy. Although the myriad drug milk also had a certain role, its effects were too broad and did not specifically target one's soul. Taking it once or twice would have a significant effect, but once it was used too many times, it would become unreliable. Its more important role was to catalyze the medicinal efficacies of pills and enhance their efficacy. Without pills that could nourish one's soul, it would take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate, making it difficult for one to find motivation. Someone come. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before frowning and shouting towards the outside.